What happens when a Mormon who's a returned missionary who served her mission in Croatia goes back to visit her mission and falls in love with a convert to the church who's a man from Slovenia? What happens when they get married and then move to Utah, and then within a couple years of moving to Utah, start learning things about the church that's problematic, try to talk to people about it, and then are threatened with excommunication? Welcome to Mormon Stories Podcast. I'm your host, John DeLynn. It is June 10th, 2025. I'm here with my co-host, Margie. Hey, Margie.
Hello.
And today we are going to be sharing an Eastern European, a Croatian / Slovenian / excommunication Mormon story. And joining us for all of that are Mitja. Hey, Mitja.
Hi.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for inviting us.
I guess I'm assuming you're the one that's from Slovenia. Is that right?
Yes,
in the story?
Don't I look like this?
And also we have with us Sara. Hey, Sara.
Hi, guys.
I'm assuming you're the returned missionary who served in Croatia.
I am.
Well, we are so excited. We've known of you all for a couple years. I believe that y'all told your story at some point with RFM and Bill Reel.
I did.
But we wanted to have you here to do it Mormon story style. So welcome to Mormon Stories Podcast.
Thank you,
Thank
John.
you.
Thank you, Margie.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
It's a pleasure.
Anything you want to correct about the intro? Did we get it right?
I mean, I feel like Hollywood was the best. Thank you.
And I don't know, I know we've done at least a couple people from Ukraine on Mormon Stories Podcast. I don't know that we've ever done anyone from the former Yugoslavia and or Czechoslovakia. I'll have to go back and check, but I mean,
Right.
Are you aware of any?
No, I'm not.
So in that sense, covering that area, we always love covering new regions on Mormon Stories Podcast. And Eastern Europe is kind of important, very important. And especially in 2025, Eastern Europe is very important. So for all those reasons, we're excited that you're both joining us today.
Yeah, thank you again.
Thanks.
All right. Well, let's just maybe, Sara, if it's okay, since your Mormon story is a little bit longer than Mitja's.
A little bit.
Is that fair?
That's
Yeah.
fair.
What if we start with your brief Mormon story? We're not going to be focusing as much on maybe your childhood and adolescence, but let's talk about the important stuff. So where does your Mormon story begin, Sara? And what are the parts that are most critical to the story?
I grew up in Texas. Yeah, born and raised there till I was 15. So I had 15 years in Texas. I was fifth out of 6 kids, mom and dad, and we were all very, very Mormon. And there were not many of us in our small town in Texas, so we were kind of the minority there. But
We're near Amarillo, is that
it's
right?
in a little town called Canyon.
Okay.
It's like 15 minutes south of Amarillo. It's a little college town, and I love that town. And
What's the college that's there?
WTAMU. It's like
Western Texas A&M?
It's like a branch off of A&M. So
Okay.
it's just a cute little college Texas town. It was great. And even though we were the minority as Mormons, we kind of stood out just because, we're Mormon and no one else is there. We had a lot of kids, and my dad had a really nice business that a lot of people were either employed at or at least knew of. And so I didn't feel like a total black sheep there, even though I was in some ways. I felt very much included in the community, but still very private about my Mormon life. I felt, because I knew how different it was compared to the surrounding community, because there's a lot of heat on the Mormons down in the South, So I felt that at a young age, and that kind of built up some, defensiveness of what I believed in. It was a little bit nerve-wracking to navigate that as a kid, but I grew up very active. We did all the things Mormon, and then my parents split when I was 13, and I moved up to Utah 2 years later with my mom and siblings who had not yet moved out already. So then I did 9th through college in Utah.
Where
with my mom.
where was your high school? Just for
I
fun?
went to Lone Peak.
Lone Peak.
Yeah.
You live in an Alpine, or
I lived in Alpine. Yeah.
That's intense.
It was very intense.
Okay.
Yeah.
What years were you at Alpine?
I don't even. I
Lone
graduated 06, so 4 years before that was at 2002.
Okay.
Is about when we moved.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. So that's, I mean, as far as like intense cities, Mormon
Yeah, it
cities
was
to
really
grow
intense. Yeah.
up in. So
And coming
very
from a very-
Orthodox.
I'm sorry.
Very Orthodox upbringing in Alpine.
Yeah. All of it. And we, I was happily Mormon, by the way. Like I was all for it, and I really did feel a close connection to the teachings and belief and everything. I feel like I had a really strong testimony. And I didn't ever think I was going to go on a mission, but when my brother went and we took him to the MTC, and it was back in the day when we had the video and then we parted families out one door and them through. It was so emotional that I thought, wow, if I'm not married when I'm 21, I'm going to go on a mission. And sure enough, I was 21 and not married.
What'd you do did you go to college after?
Yeah, I did. I went kind of everywhere. I did UVSC at the time, UVU, like my senior year of high school. And then I went to Utah State up in Logan for a year.
Go Aggies.
Yes, and then I did massage therapy school in Salt Lake. And right when I graduated from there, I decided I wanted to go on a mission. So I told my bishop, he said, when was the last time you went to the temple? I said, I don't know, it's been a while. So I guess I wasn't that Mormon. But I felt like I was super Mormon. So I went to the temple for like 3 months. And then I was like, I still want to go. So got our papers in. I put my papers in May. I got my calling. What is it?
Your
The
mission
call?
call?
Yeah, thank you. In June. And then I left July.
Of what year?
08. Yeah. So
Okay.
it was really fast.
And you were called to which mission?
Slovenia, Croatia, I think was the name of it at the
Okay.
time.
Did you know anything about Eastern Europe when you got
No,
called
I didn't
there?
even know where Croatia was. So the first thing I had to do was look up Croatia. So I knew that I was going to specifically Croatia out of Slovenia, Croatia, and there were other countries in that mission. But I was going to be speaking Croatian language, so I knew I was going Croatian side.
Is it called Croatian? The language?
Yeah, and
Okay.
Slovene for Slovenia.
Okay.
And so we have Bosnia, Serbia. Bosnia was not yet open to missionaries at the time. Serbia was, but only elders could go. And so now it's opened up a lot more, and it's more sisters and elders everywhere. But it was a very small mission. So, yeah.
And what was your mission like? How'd you like serving?
I loved it. I loved everything. Honestly, like I was a Mormon girl. I loved it. I loved it so much. I think some people were surprised I was going on a mission. I wasn't ever like a wild girl, but I had fun, and I don't know, I just was a fun, happy girl. But I don't think we saw a mission coming necessarily. But when it did, I was totally for it, and I was all in, like super, super in. So I went. I was totally committed, heart and soul, and I was so in that I was like super hard. I think this is common among sisters that we're just so hard on ourselves, like perfection was never enough. I didn't talk to enough people. I didn't, but I went to Croatia, 6 months in the capital and then 10 months on the seaside. So I just had the best time.
Is it a beautiful country to visit?
It's beautiful. Yeah.
Is it like to vacation?
Yeah.
Would you go to Croatia just for vacation?
Oh, you should definitely go to Croatia for vacation.
Really?
More than a mission. But luckily,
Balboa.
I was sent to the seaside town where Kirton McConkie was born and raised, which he played for BYU. He's the one that brought the church over to Yugoslavia.
Oh.
Big guy, if anyone knows the history there. But his town like worships him. So there's like statues of him all over. So he was like our main go-to with like, hey, Croatia.
Because he's a basketball player, there are
He's
statues?
like the Michael Jordan of Yugoslavia.
What's his last name?
Čosić. Krešimir.
Okay.
He won the world championships with Yugoslavia. He was the most talented player on the Yugoslavian team, still young. And then
he went to BYU and he was really good friends with Hugh Nibley. He came to BYU not as a member, but then he was converted. It's a huge story.
I'm
It's
surprised
it's the whole mission story.
I'm sure
not too
I've heard
many
it at some
people.
point.
Yeah, you've heard. There's a book
And anyway, so there's like statues of him all over the town, like murals. And so
Did he? You said he did play NBA.
No, he turned down NBA
to
because
bring
of
back
the
the
religion.
church to Yugoslavia because he was such a political power.
He converted
over there.
and turned down the NBA. Like everyone wanted him.
How did he
Lakers, like-
become a national celebrity if he didn't play in the NBA? Was it just his college?
Because in the national basketball, so Yugoslavia won the world championships over the
winning
US.
You beat the US. What year? Do you know about what year was that?
Uruguay. I think it was Uruguay, like 73, 72.
Okay, in the early 70s.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that'd be
So
a big
he's
deal.
a big figure down
He's
in
really
Balkans, and everyone knows him.
Yeah.
And but they're basically saying all the people like that you meet in the streets, he wasn't into Mormonism.
No, I know. And so that's what we would
that was
use
a
that
joke,
all the
you
time on the
know?
street. Like, hey, Chris? It's like, oh yeah, he was my best friend because he had passed away already. And people were like, oh yeah, he was my best buddy. It's a small town, Zaldar. And I'm like, well, he actually like was part of this church and he brought it back. That's why he turned down NBA, la 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 la. And they're like, no, that was like his one mistake. But otherwise, he's a really great guy. And so they just would never like give into it.
So you try to use him
all the time. Oh, he's
as an
everywhere. His face is
approach.
everywhere down there. There's a huge statue of him. Like everything.
interesting.
It's like his town. And his mom was still alive at the time.
How do you spell his last name?
Chosic.
Cosic. But there's like, the C's are like chus.
Okay. Where's Jokic from?
Jokic is from Serbia.
Okay.
Yes.
Also the mission.
Yes.
So-
Doncic is from Slovenia.
Okay.
Yeah,
Luka.
Doncic. We love Doncic.
So,
I love these guys.
oh yeah.
Yeah, who doesn't, right? No.
Where was Tony Kukoc from?
Croatia.
Here we go.
Yeah. Who?
Here we go.
And Draž Petrovic.
Yeah, Petrovic.
Yeah, he opened up the NBA for the Europeans.
No, there's a
basically.
lot of great
Him and
NBA
Sabonis.
players from
Sabonis.
They're all super tall.
yeah.
I'm 5'1", so me around all those girls down there, I was like, I didn't belong. I'm like really white, and they're
Sure.
like really tan and gorgeous and tall, and I'm like, they all thought I was a nun because our skirts were down to our ankles. They're like, "Are you a nun?" I'm like, not really, but
How hard is it to baptize people in Croatia?
it's not high numbers, but I think we had 3. I personally was involved with 3.
Now it's former Soviet Union. Was it mostly atheist, or was it not former Soviet Union?
No.
Never?
So that's-
it was never in the Soviet Union?
Never.
Oh, okay.
Because Tito run.
Here we go.
Yugoslavia. Okay, yeah,
need too much space for history, otherwise,
Eastern European history.
Dude,
Yeah,
he
no,
loves this
Let's do it.
conversation.
No, so like the Eastern Bloc was Stalin. Stalin wanted to come all the way over
In World
To
War
the-
II, World War II.
and post.
Yeah.
But Tito was the marshal in Yugoslavia, right? After the Second World War. So he created his own little Stalingrad, let's say, right? Like he didn't want to hand over Yugoslavia to Tito.
Okay.
So as me growing up, like it was a mild version of socialism. It's not what's been like,
It's not what you see in media.
yeah, it's not the way Americans portray socialism because I grew up very happily in socialism.
Okay.
We didn't have the hard communism version of USSR.
What kept Stalin from taking over Yugoslavia?
That's a good point. Like I don't know, Tito, I guess. Like he had enough. He knew how to navigate like that period, So, but he created his own little USSR, in the middle, like just looking a little bit to the west,
Right.
Just kind of, yeah.
Okay. And so the countries now that used to be part of Yugoslavia,
Yes.
I've heard Croatia, Slovenia,
Bosnia-Herzegovina, Serbia,
okay.
Macedonia,
Macedonia.
Montenegro.
Okay. All that was
All
Yugoslavia?
that was Yugoslavia.
Okay.
Macedonia is not in the mission though.
Yeah, it goes
But it
to
was-
the Greek mission,
Yeah.
but like,
So there's South
oh,
Adriatic
sorry, you were asking about the
Yeah.
mission. Yeah,
No,
yeah,
I was
yeah.
asking about the country.
Yugoslavia.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Wow.
So
he
Slovenia
was-
got the first independence, and then the brutal war started, like between Croatia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Serbia, right?
Yeah.
All of
This
that.
is just in the
During
90s, so
Yeah.
it's still
During
quite
Clinton.
recent. Now it's
Yeah, so we only had a 10-day war in Slovenia because we're not like the target, but and we also like kind of transition it, like handle it smoothly, like and yeah, so we didn't feel the impact, but yeah, right south of us we experienced all of that, and then all
Yeah.
the migration, immigrants, and everything, like refugees, and it's still there.
The
Many
elders
people
felt
came up,
that a
stayed,
lot, I
like
think.
here, right too. Yeah.
the elders regarding like language, because even though Croatian, Bosnian, Serbian are all very similar, there's very distinct differences, and sometimes the elders would, get in some trouble if they sounded too Serbian on the border, or if they sounded too Bosnian. Sisters, we were kind of, at the time, now they're mixed more, but we were pretty much like isolated, and this is your country and you stay here, you're not going to switch over ever. So we kind of, we never had like physical aggression towards us ever. It was usually more like, to a degree, sexual harassment type stuff from like the men down there. The sailors.
Comments, right?
Yeah, just comments, but nothing ever serious happened. But yeah, I was able to be on the coast, and it was just gorgeous. So yeah, Croatia was a big part of our proselyting. And
What was the default religion there?
Catholic. That's what we were talking about earlier. Yeah.
And devout Catholic? Or?
So Roman Catholic for Slovenia, Croatia.
Yes.
And then Serbian is Orthodox.
And Montenegro.
And then Bosnian is Muslim.
Orthodox meaning like Greek Orthodox or Russian Orthodox?
Yes.
Yes.
So you have like inside Yugoslavia, you had 6 nations, 3 different religions, like, all mixed up.
Aren't Bosnians Muslim?
Yes. They're honestly,
and that's the center of Yugoslavia, right? Like, so
the kindest people I'd ever meet on the street. I knew immediately that they were from Bosnia because they were so kind.
Oh, wow.
It's very interesting.
So
you had the Turks coming up from the south, like throughout history, so that you have Turkish influence, and Serbs have more of that, right? Also language-wise, right? And we are the most northern republic of Yugoslavia, former, and we were exposed more to the German occupation, right? So it's like always mixing. It's pretty much a miracle how Slovenia survived with 2 million people, their own language, tradition, seeing all the wars happening, people being moved, this, that, you know what I mean?
Really?
Like, it's crazy. Yeah, it's a gem.
Yeah, I loved Croatia. I shouldn't say that the Bosnians were the nicest. Croatians were very nice too, and Slovenes too. I actually fell in love with
A Slovene.
Well, I did fall in love with Slovene, but I also fell in love with Croatians as a whole because they reminded me a lot of Texans. I feel like they're the Texans of Europe. They love their flag, they love their language, they love their nation. They're just very like patriotic people. They're bold, they're loud and proud. You know what I mean? Like I just felt like it was a little bit like Texas in that degree. But
I think that comes into play later during Mitja's story because there's probably cultural differences in terms of how a Utahn would normally be and how any Slovenian or an Eastern European might be in terms of authority, in terms of saying what's on your mind, instead of being direct.
Yeah.
Is that fair to
that's
say?
like 100% why this all happened, I believe, is because there's just, honestly, everything that happened was a cultural, like, collision. Like, nothing actually... Like we didn't, we'll get into this, but like he didn't do anything necessarily wrong, It was just culturally unacceptable what he did.
Got it.
And that was it. That's like it in a nutshell. So
to summarize, you found the Eastern Europeans that you interacted with to be different from the average Utahn in what way? Just to summarize. I
mean, I would just say like there's Americans and then there's the rest of the world.
Okay.
Indeed.
And what are the differences?
And we sugarcoat everything.
In the U.S., we sugarcoat things.
In the U.S., we sugarcoat everything.
In the rest of the world,
in the rest of the world, if you've gained weight, we're going to tell you. If you're looking a little old, we're going to tell you. If
if you've hurt me or if you've lied to me,
yeah, they just say it how it is. When I was, They're just very straightforward. And honest, and it can be offensive to us softy Americans,
or to authority in the church,
exactly,
that expects obedience and deference, and not being questioned. Is that fair? I don't want to project that.
Yeah, and I also don't want to be like speaking for nations around the world either. And so I just hope that if anyone's listening from my beautiful Slovenia, Croatia, know that I, actually want to be more like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
A bit more honest. Not that I'm a dishonest person, but just have the strength to just say what I'm actually thinking and say it in a straight way, but also nice. You know what I mean? Like without, you don't have to be aggressive, to say
kind
it.
But direct.
Yes. So there's an art to it, I guess.
Okay, so 3 converts in your year and a half in Croatia. Yeah. And you left the mission. How was your testimony?
Oh, like amazing. Like honestly, I loved it. I did not want to go home. I mean, I did, but I didn't. And I was like, I couldn't listen to Mormon Tabernacle Choir when I got home without like falling on the ground, like crying. 2 years after my mission, so I got home in February of 2010. Like I would still cry at night. Like if I was saying a prayer, like I never stopped aching. I know we all say, I love the mission, I love the people, I love all of this stuff, but I feel like it's so cliche, but like I really, it became a part of me. Like I love it. Like I still do. I mean, obviously, and we're moving back there in a month, so like I can't get it out of my system. I genuinely do love that part of the world, and I am forever grateful that I did go on a mission. I think it's a very unhealthy, has potential to be a very harmful thing. And I think there's a lot about it that's very traumatizing. And I don't agree with a lot of the ways missions are, but I did choose to go. And I feel like I chose willingly to do all the things that I was willing to sign up for that strict rule. Like I thought I was doing well in that world, even though it was kind of backfiring on me because it was just I was going into it too black and white. Maybe that's what I would say. I feel like I was a happy member my whole life, very carefree, but still like a good girl. I had my life, like I wasn't perfect, and, but I genuinely felt a deep love and gratitude. I was so grateful for the church. When I went through the temple, that's when I think there was a switch for me. And my ability to be the carefree, happy girl I was. I became very letter of the law instead of spirit of the law. And I think that stole, like, I feel like I lost my essence, Like, I feel like in general, I'm a happy, people say bubbly person, kind of like, I hate that cliche, like, expression, but it's true. I just am a happy person. I feel like my Sara had this vibe I had, like it kind of got like, okay, now you're in the big league and you don't have any room to have fun anymore. Like when you change the way you dress and, like I was a cheerleader growing up. So I was always wearing, just short, whatever. And like a hoodie, like I was not some, like promiscuous girl, but I was just, happy and it wasn't a big deal if I was wearing short shorts, And then, to be a young adult, and then all of a sudden you have to wear shorts on your knees, and I'm 5 foot, so it's like that's gonna cut a girl down to 4 or 5, So it's like way to boost your confidence, And but I thought going into the mission, like, oh, I can play dress up for a year and a half, like that's no big deal. And then you realize you come back and you don't get to go back to your little prior self, yourself, basically, right? And I know there's a sense of like growing up, but I took it so seriously that I just could not be lighthearted anymore. I got really serious. I got really stressed. Like I think that's when a lot of anxiety came into my life, and it was very self-destructive. And so as much as I love the mission, that whole being endowed thing, that pressure of being basically perfect, and if not, then you have everything to lose, that pressure was so big for me. And
nowadays, the church is calling it the covenant path, but it's basically you make all these covenants to give your life, frankly, to the church with very serious consequences if you fall off the path.
Yeah.
And it just turns everything really serious.
Yeah,
and really intense.
Yeah.
And a huge commitment.
Yeah, it was. I mean, to a degree, I felt like when when you go through the temple, you receive garments, right? And I thought that in a way I was kind of excited because I thought, wow, I arrived. It was like a safe place because you see your parents and everything, and it's like, okay, this is home, right? I felt that, and I didn't allow myself to process how much it was stripping my identity away from me. And it seems so superficial, like what are clothes? But it really, when someone's controlling what you put on every day, like I didn't comprehend how big of a deal that was until honestly the last few years.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to say. It's just the mission was awesome. I loved it. Comprehending how destructive it was to my like self-respect and identity and everything. Mental health. I came home like on cloud 9, just heartbroken that I was leaving that world. We don't need to get into all of this, but yeah, you get home, you start dating, life happens.
Did you go back to school? Did you?
So I went back. I came back. I went to University of Utah, and then I finished. So I was kind of jumping all over the place. I didn't really want to do massage therapy anymore, so I went back to college and got a degree.
We would say that's exploring.
Oh yeah, I was a free little bird, you know, because I just was always taught like, you don't actually need an education, you just need to get married. And so until you get married, just kind of like do your thing. So I don't know how much we want to get into.
You got a degree at the U?
I got a degree at the U.
Okay.
And
What
then
took you back? Oh, keep going.
Yeah. So, I mean, I was in a relationship at that time, and that was all the highs and lows of a Mormon relationship, bishops, everything, you know, all the stress up and down and all the good and bad signs of whatnot. In the end, it didn't work out for us to be together. I was completely devastated. And so when
Were y'all engaged?
No, but we were together for a couple of years.
You dated someone for a couple of years.
Yeah, and we had known each other previously, like in high school. So it's like I knew him for a long time. So it was like I felt like it was I thought I was going to marry this guy, and it didn't work out, obviously, for a number of reasons. And so when I graduated single, and I was just completely heartbroken. So I took my tax return and went to Europe for 6 weeks by myself, just to be a free bird, and that's when I met Mitja.
So you went back to Croatia?
I went back to Europe intentionally to visit my mission for a few weeks, and then a friend there from the branch in the main capital, she was like, hey, if you're going to be here in July, like come with us on the temple trip up to Frankfurt. We get a big bus, like all 5 countries of the mission get on a double-decker bus, and we go up to the temple in Frankfurt. We're there for a few days, because I don't know if y'all know, in Europe, temple experiences are actually, if you're Mormon, pretty cool, because you're like staying on hostels on temple grounds, and you have like tunnels to the temple, and you meet people from all over Europe. Like you have a communal kitchen that you all cook together. You share babysitting kids, and so couples. It's like a camp. It's really cool. And so
is this a singles activity?
Most of them are single, but there's also families, and then like the youth were there too.
It's a whole mission.
Yeah, it's a whole
Going to
mission.
temple on 1 or 2 buses.
But to understand that a whole mission, as far as members, can fit on a double-decker bus from 5 countries, is showing how small it is over there. Right?
People preparing for months.
Yeah, it's like an annual
save
trip.
money, to like plan, you know, their time off. And
so yeah, my friend was like, get on that. And I'm like, okay, we'll have to arrange it, because in Texas, we had a foreign exchange student with us for a year, and he's from Iceland. So I was going to go see him and his family over there. So I was just kind of in Europe mission. Okay, I'll hop on the bus to the temple. Okay, I'll go from the temple from Germany up to Iceland, and then I'll go home. And so that was my way. That's how I got back over there.
Got it.
So are you saying you met Mitja on that temple trip?
Yeah, he was on the bus. So I started in Croatia. The bus starts in the south and picks up people along the way. So I took a smaller bus to the capital to get to the church, to get on the bus, the church bus, right? And then since I'd been traveling since like midnight the night before, I was sleeping until we got to Slovenia.
that's the last stop before we hit Austria and go up to Frankfurt Temple, Germany. It's
and I was so excited to get to from Slovenia. And I'd already come from the south.
Can we have a moment for that?
Huh?
12-hour.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a different world when you're like a single girl and you don't have like now we have children, so like, I can't imagine doing that.
And
with
you were with friends.
No, I was just by myself.
Oh, you were by yourself.
I was completely by myself on this trip. I was with friends because I was in the mission. Like I knew members there, right?
Okay.
So I was meeting up with people there, but I came from America completely by myself. And so I was in my mid-20s at this point.
So what year is this, the temple trip?
2013.
Okay.
July, August is when I went over there.
Okay.
So
So my brother just returned from the mission.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know.
We're kind of jumping around.
Yeah.
My point is I wake up in Slovenia. I was so excited to get to the church, because that was where I'd first flown into my mission. At the time, the mission president was there. So that was my first picture of that chapel. It's like one of the first chapels it was the first chapel in that mission. There's only 2.
That was the first one, I think.
No.
Well, whatever.
It was because the chapel
We
in
have one
Zagreb,
chapel in Slovenia.
and the chapel in Zagreb was being built when I was on my mission. So
One
Christopherson
building
came.
saying chapel.
Yeah.
We have one building and 2 other
little apartments.
locations.
Yeah.
That
Anyway,
are being
so
rented
we
out.
go to the. I was so excited to see the church. It was like memory lane for me. I hadn't seen it in a few years, and when I got back on the bus, I fell asleep again. And when I wake up in Austria somewhere, I look back and Mr. Mitja is back there, and I was like, I shouldn't even say this online, but I couldn't believe that. I just like couldn't believe that he was like on the bus. I really, it doesn't matter. He was really cute. He was really cute. Yeah. I was like,
He can't be a Mormon.
okay.
Was that the thought?
That's what she thought.
I just want to, there's just, I mean, it's not a secret to anyone, especially those over there. It's a very small church. And usually there's a lot of, beautiful older single ladies, or there's like
Not a lot of
few,
cute young men.
There's not very many. I mean,
no
there are
converts
the
at the
few
age of
there are
30.
there. You're also really cute. But there's just not like young single men. Like if they're young and like,
Not a lot of young, single, cute men in the church in Eastern Europe.
there's not.
Yeah.
There's a few, like
That's okay to
couples,
say.
couples with young kids.
Yeah.
It's like there's only a few families, right? And then the rest are usually just single older people,
Yeah.
elderly people.
Yeah. So you
So
saw
it's just,
Mitja
and I was just like, I don't remember teaching anyone. Like,
this cute.
yeah, I feel so
Okay.
bad saying that out loud.
No, it's
Oh my
okay.
You're like,
gosh,
where
no.
did he come
We don't
from?
choose
No,
our.
but there are very, and so, oh my gosh, I feel so embarrassed.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
You're not saying anything wrong.
That's
just say,
right. Breathe through it.
This
We
was
got
just
you.
what you. Nobody can control who's cute to you. So we're just
Thank
talking
you.
about who's cute
Yeah.
to you.
No,
is part of
he
being
was really
human.
cute. Okay, so there was a girl that I met up on the trip. She was American too, and everyone thought
Hi,
that
Michelle.
we were.
Yeah.
Everyone thought we were sisters, and they all called me Michelle and her Sarah. We were both same height, same personality, everything. And
Yeah.
my point is, so we did have her, and so we kind of were having fun meeting everyone. But like I said, it was a camp. You meet so many people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so
Got it.
we got, have like, firesides at the temple, at the chapel, like the temple president's there. So I was hoping he would sit next to me, I'm like this cute Euro guy. And my friend Michelle was like, would you ever date that Mitja guy? And I was like, oh yeah. And it's just so ironic.
All right.
But I thought it'd be like, we'll never see him again.
Right.
It was like, this is just a fun Euro trip. It was so not in my head.
All
There's a
right.
cute little notice. Mitja was engaged at that time to
Oh.
a non-member,
Yeah, he
sitting
was.
on that bus, trying to go to Frankfurt Temple for a week to find the answer what to do with that relationship.
How about that?
Well, that's
Yeah.
where we're going next.
But
He
it is-
did,
let
he
me
did
just-
not act engaged, by the way.
Let me ask a quick question before we go there. I'm curious, you had said earlier that you experienced the temple and then as like a stripping off of self, a seriousness, right? That you felt like part of your lighthearted
Yes.
kind of self was
Yes.
stripped away. Did that stay? I'm just curious if that was something that you felt kind of through your mission, but then you came home and it felt a bit better, or was that something that like was true actually for beyond your mission? Like
I think it was true beyond the mission, but I do think that one Euro trip was like a beacon in the darkness for me of that whole decade. Because coming back from the mission, I started dating a guy, and to be honest, like quickly things like happened where we couldn't go to the temple anymore.
Yeah.
And so I had a whole,
Yeah.
like you feel horrible. You're so lost. It's like, how could I just go from like the biggest high to
Pinnacle.
like, I'm like the worst person in the world, which was so ridiculous because it was like, why am I feeling guilty for having a healthy relationship? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I couldn't understand that at the time. Right.
got it.
And so once that ended, it was a very volatile 2 years. I kind of, and having graduated, I just kind of felt like a free bird for the first time in a while. And it was back to like a place that was so safe for me. And I don't know. And I feel like sometimes when I was a single person on my own without anyone next to me, I could kind of revert back to like my happy self. But if I was back in a relationship, it's like, okay, you have to be this kind of person to be in a relationship. If you're going to get a good guy, you have to be this kind of conserved good girl, and not so like free spirited and fun,
Yeah.
But like me and this Michelle girl, she like brought that out of me. She kind of was like my soul sister in that way. So like Bruno Mars was playing and we were like dancing in the aisle, like, it was just, it brought back life to me,
Yeah.
And a lot of people, I had also, after this Euro trip, I already had a one-way ticket to Hawaii lined up for me to move to Hawaii to have another little adventure. And people were like, why do you keep leaving? If you don't stay in Utah, you're not going to find anyone, And then I remember so I was kind of having some self-doubt, like, well, I just, I'm in my mid-20s now. Like, I've done enough dating here in Utah. It's not an enjoyable experience. But I remember someone saying, like, you'll find the one you love when you're doing what you love. And that gave me hope that, like, as long as I'm living my life the way I want to, I'll find someone that aligns with me. And so I loved that I did meet Mitja when I was doing what I loved, which was traveling.
Yeah.
So
and I love that you also, it feels a little bit rarer. You graduate and you're in this space of like, oh, I didn't get married. Oop, I'm like, right? And then you decide to take this trip. That you're in this place where you're, I don't know, it feels like something in yourself recognized to kind of be a disruptor in your own life and do something different. Because I do feel like so much of the church formula, it can feel like a grind. And we've done like plenty of interviews with people that they just keep grinding. They keep doing the thing and just hoping for a different result because it's clearly me, because it can't be I must be doing something wrong. So they just keep doing so that moment where you are like, I think I'm going to go back. I think I'm going to have this trip for myself.
I do know that a lot of my friends were like, wow, either they were all married or getting married again, or having babies or just getting their career going. And I felt like I'm not getting married. I'm obviously not having babies and I don't even have a career going. Like I graduated just to get a degree. I wasn't thinking, again, because of my upbringing, I never was really encouraged to like really set a goal for myself career wise. And I do have regrets on that now, but, because my degree really just does a great job for stay-at-home moms, like anything that my degree would do for me, basically I could do without a degree. It's family studies and like child development. So it's like you can open up a preschool, but like you can do that without a degree too. So it hasn't benefited me that much in that way. It has in other ways. But my point is I don't know. I just, I'm getting off subject now, I believe. But thank you for that. Yeah. Thank you for what you said. And I did feel, I think when I was so devastated from the breakup that it was like, wait, I don't have to play by that formula that like someone's going to take care of me. Like I actually get to choose. And so there was a window of like illumination for me there. Yeah. And that's when I got so excited about Hawaii. And I was like, I'm just going to go do it. I'm going to go jump for it. And I now love that I didn't get married when I was in my early 20s. I loved that I actually had almost a decade to explore and travel the world and just, I just had the best time. I was alone, but I had a really beautiful time. And I realized the significance of that now more than I did at the time.
100%. Yep.
Beautiful. Okay. Well, what if thank you for sharing your story up to that point. Yeah. What if we switch over to Mitja? Is that all right?
Yeah.
All right, Mitja, how does a young, how does a young Slovenian man end up joining the Mormon Church? Let's go back into your background to talk about what your upbringing was like and how you got interested in the church.
I'll try to keep it short. Like I grew up with a single mom for 6 years. My dad was never around, my biological dad. So I was already early growing up, like missing that father figure, very sensitive, very insecure, right, kid. Just holding on and like having mom and dad in mom, right? Doing both jobs, right? Parenting. Luckily, she kicked me into a beginner's class in my elementary school, where there was judo, like the martial art. It's not very popular here. Jiu-jitsu, you hear more about jiu-jitsu, but and that was something I didn't want to do. Like I was crying in the first lesson or whatever, like standing there in the corner. I remember that. But that paved the actual path, like for growing up, being more bold, getting self-confidence, being more exposed to overcoming challenges, what the Oriental martial arts bring, right? Like discipline, respect, right? So I kind of found, I would say, my role models in that martial art environment, making up for the missing part that I didn't have in a father, right? But then my mom marries and has another child. She's my brother. And I get adopted. I wanted a dad. I was very excited, at the age of 6, 7. So I wanted him. So the last name that comes, the Lakner, it comes from him. So I have a stepdad, then suddenly I have a half brother, which I treat like a, it's golden, right? I'm very like, I'm the big brother, and we start growing as a family, right? I clinch to all of this, right? Elementary school finishes, I stay in sports. So my stepdad was very much into sports, very much a support, and I would say over support, trying to kind of push the kids ahead and pretty much like in a forceful way too, not having his dreams met in
so
the
like
past.
overly
using
invested.
kids as a project, yes, and turn on even more into my brother's life, because I started noticing the difference. I'm only,
Stepson.
And I had this strong connection to my mom, which never let go, like until today. It's like me and mom are like this.
That
right?
might have been a language thing up until the day. I mean, still today.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Sometimes I'm
Yes.
like as if
Yeah.
it ended today.
Yeah.
We're still good.
Thank you, Sara. Yeah, that's why you're here, Sari. I love it. So yeah, like growing up, sport, doing judo, basketball, I had to decide because I was very good at basketball and judo. I started like winning like minor, tournaments in judo, and just stayed connected to sports. I love sports. Like sports
was his religion.
basically, right? Like, and my brother follows like his big brother, right? He becomes good too. We stay in judo. I kind of stopped playing basketball at the end of elementary.
Elementary is almost high school, by the way, in Europe.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
9 grades,
Different.
right?
Oh, got it.
Together.
Thank
then
you for that.
Yeah, picked a high school. Wanted to have like a degree out of high school, meaning a degree
It's
or
a
is it
different
vocation?
system
Like
overall.
but I picked 3 languages because most of the time growing up, every summer holidays, my mom sent me to her sister who lived in Switzerland. That's how I got in contact with the Schweizerdeutsch, like with the Swiss, Deutsch, German, right? That Germans don't understand, whatever. Had the best life growing up, like with my cousins there,
But not religious.
Oh yeah, there's no religion. Like there's just, the neighborhood that we live in, that we're stationed, the first church is like a 10-minute walk away. Rome Catholic, predominant religion in Slovenia. So it's like, I grow up seeing people going to masses, mainly like older ladies covered their heads, like just, you'd say more of a like rural picture, right? Doing their thing, but I never really understood. I never was pulled into any religious content, meaning I want to know more, right? Who is Christ, God, Christ, Trinity? Like, no, nothing. It was sports, right? Yeah. So that pulled me through and kind of built me up to a point that I wanted to do sports even more with more dedication. Moved to the university, started university in Ljubljana, in the capital. And then it's like the studying years, it's like the best part of your life. You're finally free. You leave your, although like my hometown is just like a 50-hour drive away from the capital. But you stay there, you start like seeing the world differently, engaging, like it's first loves happening, first relationships.
And how old are you?
That's 19, 20.
19 and 20.
Yeah, but with a full goal, I want to take part in the Olympics or World Championships in judo, like because I'm already a national junior champion or,
Okay.
So yeah, it's like a serious level. It's sports first, right? And my brother is following me, but then I would say once my brother turned like 18, so his path was a little different, and that's the connection to my religious path, right? because he brought the gospel, the religion home. He kind of, going through elementary, his schoolmates were trying to, we're attending church as a tradition, and he kind of caught up to that. We didn't practice any religion. We didn't go to church. It's Christmas, it's Easter, it's, just a top holiday, right? Like Christian holidays. And that's basically it, right? Like I don't have norms, like religious norms or whatever. But my brother, Borut, he kind of wanted to know more. So he went, he didn't start very early, but he caught up to his classmates, which were doing the kind of a version, like the Catholic version of seminary. After school, it was maybe twice a week. I don't remember correct, like just, and he started being really interested in. So he starts in the very Catholic church, in the chapel, in the building, just 10-minute walk away from our home. And he goes by himself Sundays. Not mom, not his dad, not my stepdad, not me. He starts going by, he's like 14 probably.
So he got super interested in the Catholic Church?
Yes.
Okay.
You know how in Europe, or maybe you don't know, like they put like crosses, you can see crosses everywhere, right? But then it's like intersections, like the roads, and there's a cross or a little like tiny chapel. How would you call them, Sarah?
They're like little small buildings with like a statue inside of Mary. They're called little
Mary holding
little
Jesus,
chapels. So he's
baby
asking
Jesus.
about that.
And my brother's always like seeing those and like, what is this? Like, where is this coming from, right?
So
Who
he
is
got into
Christ?
religion.
He's more curious.
He's
and starts
very
to pursue.
curious, very early on. And
So when did you start getting interested in religion?
sorry, go again.
When did you start getting interested in religion?
So that's the point.
Okay.
He brings it home. It's still the Roman Catholic tradition, right? But in a year or two, he finds missionaries in our hometown.
Mormon missionaries?
Yes.
Well, okay.
Yes.
And you're how old at this point?
So we're 6 years apart. Must be like I'm around, 24 maybe.
Okay.
Right.
Still in college?
Yeah.
Okay.
Staying in the capital. Yeah, doing university sports. That's all I do basically.
And your younger brother starts talking to Mormon missionaries?
Yes.
Okay.
Because before that, he starts asking questions to the Catholic priest, right? And he doesn't get he doesn't get the answers.
Oh.
So he's this bright young boy, right? Like trying to learn, but then he's over curious. So he goes there and the only answer he gets is like, but like you don't have to ask these questions. It is like it is. That's basically in a way. So of course, that's like it's the best bait for the Mormon missionaries.
Right.
We have the answers. Once they meet, like he's looking for more,
And they have more.
Walking downtown, this small little town we grew up in, like boom, he bumps into missionaries. The first discussion, of course I want to know more. Oh, we have the answers.
Yeah.
That's how he starts his lessons. Sorry, Sarah.
No, and then he's bringing it home to you, telling you like how he's feeling.
Yeah, and then he has this like, after doing this lesson, so he's doing that on his own. He's like 19, maybe 18 now. I'm like 25, 26.
At his baptism, how are you feeling?
Yeah, very reserved. So, but before the baptism, he came home one day. That's a crucial thing to mention. And I opened the door. I was home. I opened the door and he's standing there breathing heavily, like something happened to him, car accident, whatever. I didn't know. I said, what happened? He said, I had the most spiritual experience, like sitting in the car, giving a prayer. And like it says in the scripture, like my bosom wanted to explode. And I'm like, wow. And I can never forget that. It's so remarkable to witness like the way he portrayed that. It kind of touched me. In the Mormon world, we'll say like the Spirit did but it couldn't be unnoticed. Like, he's my younger brother. Like I know he's not lying. He has a real like experience. So that played a huge part. Then he gets baptized. I mean, his baptism, whenever I think of the picture, the only picture we have, he got baptized in a river. They allowed him to. So there's 2 white missionaries, like preparing everything. There's a tent on the riverbend, where they can change. Have you ever witnessed anything like that, John? Like in your... Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And they go into the waters and they're in the river, like dressed in like white ties. And I'm like, just, my arms crossed and like, wow, what the heck is this? Mm-hmm. Right? Although I knew that there's something serious about this, because my brother wouldn't like, why would he be doing this? But I couldn't understand anything. So my first lessons happened after that, a little bit after that. It took me 4 years.
Oh.
4 years of lessons, yes and no, in and out, different sets of missionaries coming. So I got baptized 4 years after.
You were how old?
I was 31.
When you got baptized?
I
Yes.
thought you were 30.
30?
I thought you was 30.
Around 30.
Yeah,
Around
30.
Doesn't
What did you
matter.
do? What did you do for a profession between college and your baptism, basically?
So I taught judo.
Oh,
So
okay.
once I stopped competing around like 2006, 7, and I started being really driven into like working with kids, and that pulled me in, and I stayed and I did that for 15 years before we moved to the States, still.
And before meeting Sara, did you have were you married before? Did you have serious girlfriends?
No, I mentioned I was engaged to a non-member.
Yeah.
Being on the bus, meeting Sara, trying to figure out the relationship.
So you were engaged when you met Sara?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. But it didn't work out. And I came home. Sara flew to Hawaii for a year. So
When you met Sara, how long had you been a member?
Well, she was on 13. So what is that?
So what is it?
5 years? No.
4.
4 years.
Yeah, 4 years.
What were your 4 years in the church like? Did you love it? Were you active?
Oh, of course. So once I joined, once that 4-year period is, the lessons in and out.
Was there a spiritual experience that caused you to decide to get baptized or not?
Oh yeah. Do you
want to talk about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Personally, I felt like I'm at a point in my life where I want to pull away from the world. So following my brother's path for those 4 years that I still didn't get baptized to, but seeing him being a happy person, but being weird also, joining this, nice American people every Sunday. He's going somewhere, getting lessons, he's dressed up, But I saw a change in him, and also parallel to that, I needed a change in my life. It's not like I was jumping from relationship to relationship with girls. Whatever I had was serious and was taken serious and full on, and this is going to be my wife. I want to be with this person, right? But in the end, it didn't turn out. So it's just you get into this pattern, right? I'm still fully engaged in sports, so that's my path. But I started looking for a bigger truth and the purpose. Right?
Okay, so when you notice changes in him,
Yes.
what changes? And then when you talk about needing a change, talk about what you wanted to change from. Because that's really important, is what makes someone interested in the Mormon church. Often it's when things aren't going quite right. There's things missing, or there are things that aren't working.
Right.
Or you've kind of hit a dead end.
Right.
Or you've gone to a dark place.
Right.
So talk about, both for your brother and you, what was missing and
Right.
or what behavior y'all were changing away from.
Right. I think he was very advanced for his age, trying to look for the truth, coming out of the tradition, the Catholic tradition, then getting more answers, biting into the Mormon doctrine.
So that's a doctrinal thing where you're just looking for.
Yeah, but that was on my brother's side.
Okay.
So, but he was the reason that I got pulled in.
Then you
know
notice
what I mean?
behavioral changes once he started believing in the doctrine.
For sure,
And how did he
he
change?
gave up judo at the age of 19. When you should he was the best junior judoka in Slovenia. He was high up. He was even better than me. He was a.
Why would Mormonism lead him to give up
Because you
judo?
can't compete on Sundays.
Oh.
And some of the, it's the same with NBA or whatever, right? Like sports. Yeah. Like, so what are you going to pick now? I'm
There's so
putting
much
God
pressure
first.
on that. Like, are you going to put God first?
So I built myself, like, I'm in the national team here. I'm about to break the ice, come to the senior scene and, have it more significant. But now God happened to me. So that's on, so I'm seeing, wow, that's even more serious for him. Oh, he's really serious. He's giving up Sundays. Like, why are you quitting judo? Like, when you should, like, step on gas right now. These are the ages when you're like, we're expected to put the max in, right? 19, 20, right?
And he would say to you, what? This is why I'm giving it up.
Because this is the only truth. This is the church that was restored, the whole truth encompassed in it. Like, this is the path. This is the covenant path. This is what you got to do to go back, And for me, that was like, I needed 4 years, right? But at the same time, I knew in my own life, like I was a bouncer coming home, like from. Sarah's laughing because I don't look like a bouncer.
Sure you do.
Huh?
Why not?
I'm not
What
saying
about
you don't look like a bouncer. I'm just saying it's just so funny to think of you being a bouncer.
I'm not
It just makes me
7'2",
laugh.
like I'm not like 300, whatever. It doesn't matter. So the guys from the judo club, we were hired like to look over like a,
Yeah.
a bar or
Nightclub.
whatever. It was like it was black market. Like it was good money for someone in bouncing like Friday, Saturday, and then going back to the capital, to the university, So for weekends, we commute home, right? We stay home. And that's when I get to see my brother in his like church role, right? Like going to the local branch, right? With 13
In
people,
contrast to
20,
your nights
right?
to bounce, like at the
So
club.
he's giving up
interesting.
judo,
Yeah.
dressing up in a white shirt and tie, going to church.
And you're
the
coming
same
home from the
weekend that
bar.
you're bouncing for a
Yeah.
nightclub.
Pretty much.
Okay.
But parallel to that, I would say it was pretty independent. Like what happened to me is also realizing that just looking, like bouncing, being there until 4 or 5 a.m., seeing people being drunk on the dance floor, just the whole promiscuity, everything, going through relationships that didn't bring success, long-term success or whatever, you have like a pattern. And I'm like looking now and saying, it can't be just this. It cannot be just this. And then having brother on his side going his own, right? Like he's in
it's
his
his little
Mormon
brother,
Ferrari
you
taking
know.
off, like it's
Yeah.
so kind of combined both, right? Made me look into the scriptures, which I still recollect, like, the Bible, like the, Old Testament, is this thick, like, well, I don't ever want to touch that book. I don't have time. It's sports, you know what I mean? I don't want to go into that because I really don't know anything. I don't want to be rejected by the Bible in so many ways. So like I was pushing it away, but my brother was coming with line upon line, out of his room into my room. Hey, what do you think about this verse? It was New Testament, starting with New Testament. It was Christ speaking. I remember like being deeply touched, moved to a point that I'm like, wow, this is true.
And what were the main doctrinal teachings that seemed most important to you? Mormon church teachings that were most important or influential?
So first, I connected to Jesus first, to New Testament, right? Mm-hmm. So I went out of there, right? Like, wow, the world, leave the world behind, sell everything and follow me, the truth. So that I'm always about that. But it's happening from my brother who's already baptized in the LDS Church. So the institution that I get connected to is LDS Church. It could have been any other church, but it's not like here when you have like 1,000 churches spread out around the corner, between 2 blocks. It's just the Catholic Church, pretty much. And I don't know anything else, I'm not going there, but my brother is my connection.
Yeah.
And I know his testimony now. I feel it, right? So, okay, let's just go to church and try it out, And then the missionaries, of course, and the senior missionaries. Wow, he has a brother too. Oh, going back, right? Like, why not? So I started going, I guess, and then there was a certain set of missionaries who were giving me lessons at a point that my brother church my brother joined the military course like for 6 months, Slovenia. But we kept meeting, and there was a missionary. His name is, I have to mention him, like he's my best friend, like one of the best friends now here, especially in this transition, is Devon. Devon was sitting me down with my brother, and he actually was the first one to have balls, like to ask me the question straight for, you know, when we're getting baptized, yeah, like you're ready. So we sat down, we were in like up north, like in a town where we met, and it was a very like restaurant or something. We actually set a date for my baptism. I was in a relationship with a very successful like judoka, like a girl. It was like it wasn't a serious relationship because it couldn't be sustained because she was like on the national team. And I remember having the lessons, reading the Book of Mormon, telling her one day, hey, I'm going to get baptized. And she said, oh, wow. Well, I'm never going to get baptized in this church. Grew up Catholic. You know, it was a strong signal to me because I already like was looking at the model of the perfect Mormon couples, senior couples, you know, in my own local branch. And it was like on the day of the baptism or a day before, I don't even know now.
Well, she was with you at the baptism.
She came to the baptism, and the next day we broke up.
Wow.
Yeah. I broke up actually because I said, like, apparently, like, we're going to do it. You're a pro. She's a 7-time European medal, like, holder, you know, like a significant, like, competitor on the judo scene, right? Like, world known. And I just happened to, like, step on a path that's going in a different direction. And we weren't seeing each other a lot because she was out of the country for like 200 days a year. It's all training camps, competitions, right?
Yeah.
So that was like one milestone, how I started kind of detouring towards full-on Mormonism, if it makes sense.
Yeah, it just strikes me, it's going to be such a normal path, no matter where you are in the world.
Yes.
If you're in a semi-developed country, you're going to go to K through 12. You're going to probably go to college. You're going to probably date and probably have sex and probably try and form relationships. And you're probably going to try alcohol and be confronted with alcohol and drugs and smoking. And at some point you're going to want a family, or at least consider a family. And you just think about, if you want a prepackaged system, community, theology, set of beliefs to join, religion's kind of the only game in town.
Yeah.
Like, what else presents
Nothing
itself
else.
to a 26-year-old Slovenian judo player to say, oh, you want a path?
Yeah.
Okay, you want a community? You want an identity and morality and spirituality? Come join this.
Yes.
If it's not a religion, I don't know what it would be.
Right.
So it's just like, still, we're in 2025. And as a society, we don't know how to give someone a path. If they're looking for a path, if they're feeling lost, if they're feeling like they want to live a healthy, moral life, there's nothing that recruits them or invites them to join other than a religion.
Right.
I don't think.
Right.
Or like organized crime. I can't think of what else it would be.
Crime or religion.
You know what I mean?
Options,
But
so,
sports,
like,
sports is, if sports is your religion, if you're putting like 100% into sports, then you don't need anything else.
I
You know
guess
what I mean?
so. I guess
stopped
so.
competing.
Except it didn't give your brother answers to the bigger questions.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So like,
That was the
sports,
trigger.
but like, what about the afterlife? What about, the spirit?
I don't think that you really like even gave any of that second thought.
What?
About baptism?
Yeah, like
But it took me 4
afterlife.
years.
I'm saying like just normally, like you just like,
Theology.
oh, like he's, but Bodoism, I feel like he's a deep thinker. I just always think of him as like.
Oh, thank you, Sarah.
No, I'm saying,
You're saying his brother
Yes, and so I feel like
was
he's
more into the theology stuff.
He's very into. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't want to speak for him,
Yeah.
but he's. I mean, once he was baptized, he was in his room for years, apparently, just like studying everything, translating all the books into Slovene, and then, he served a mission here in Salt Lake, actually here in Murray.
Oh.
And then, while he was on his mission, Mitja baptized their mom.
Oh.
So she came around too. So eventually it was all three of them. The stepdad was no longer a part of the picture.
Okay.
But he just
Okay.
Just to wrap that up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks. But he just got the last train, so he was 26, 27 going on a mission.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was the limit, right? Age limit.
Your brother.
Yes.
So were you too old by the time you joined
Yes.
to do
I
a
was
Yeah, he
mission?
was 30.
I was 30.
So
Yeah, I couldn't serve, right?
He's
but I
not
saw
good.
him, and he was locked in his room for 2 years.
Okay, I'm a little
like,
bit confused on timeline because if you guys met when you were 30 or 31, but you were in the
he's-
church 4 years.
I'm 9 years younger than him.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Oh,
I was on a
okay.
mission.
Good
I was
to-
22
yeah.
when he was baptized. So I didn't ever meet him when he was baptized. We have the mission president for him was my mission president, right? And the mission president lived in the capital. So they were in the same branch.
Yeah.
And so I got a newsletter of every month who was being baptized around the mission. So I have his name on my mission papers of Mitja, Lakner, Bevc,
I just mean if he was in the church 4 years before he met you and he met you when he was 30.
No, he met me when I met him when he was 34.
Okay,
Yeah,
got it.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's fast
Okay,
forward to
that's
the
what I'm
temple trip
missing.
2013.
Okay.
It was 4 years later.
God, now
Yeah.
I got it. Okay, Margie.
I was just going to observe and make sure I got this right.
Yes.
So it feels like a couple key components to you being baptized
Yes.
in the church was this kind of your brother,
Yes.
the closeness of your brother, observing the changes he was making.
Yes.
And his experience, like spiritual experiences.
Absolutely.
Like that's one aspect.
Yes.
And then it feels like part of it is where you find yourself in life too.
Exactly.
That you've tried enough things and you're starting to notice patterns and you're feeling like more of a seeker, like I kind of want something more. Is that right? So it
Absolutely,
kinda-
because sorry, Margie.
Yeah.
Judo was in decline because I had like 3 shoulder injuries,
Yes.
and whenever I got and took a medal at the nationals, it happened afterwards, and I needed a year to come back,
Yeah.
and this happened 2 or 3 times. So I
Yes.
kind of had to convince myself, well, you're not gonna chase your dreams anymore because you're running behind, you're losing years.
Yes. Okay. Can I make an
Created
observation?
space for something more significant.
Yes.
I need something, right?
So what's key, what's very interesting to me, because you were talking about sports, could also maybe like religion and sports
Right.
might be, but sometimes it's landing in a time when sports is a little bit falling.
Yes.
It's like that
creating space.
dream
It's creating
is
a
falling.
space and time. Yeah,
And
yeah.
also let's just talk generally, like with sports, the body does break down usually
For sure.
as you kind of get older.
For sure.
And so there is sort of an inevitability maybe
Absolutely.
there of a dream, it not being a forever kind of thing.
Yes.
But I just think timing is an interesting player here.
Right.
Oh, 100%.
Where it
For sure,
found you,
for
where it
sure.
came up. And then did you also say something to the effect of that you were thinking about Christianity, like the Christian part was something that was key, some of the messaging?
Yeah.
And it just happened to be that the LDS Church was the vehicle that was showing up through your brother, that was the vehicle of
course.
Christianity in that moment. I just think
course.
that's fascinating.
Of course. I skipped the whole history,
Yeah.
everything regarding Christianity. I just landed in the Mormon church,
Right.
right? Due to what you just
Exposure.
explained. Yes.
It was in the moment.
At
You-
the same time, I got not pulled, invited into you guys know Amway
Yeah.
Corporation?
Oh.
Multi-level marketing.
Oh.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I grabbed it.
Yeah.
I built a significant level in Slovenia. It's still running.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So you built a downline, an Amway MLM downline in
Yeah.
Slovenia.
So Amway works in 100 countries, whatever. Hit Slovenia too, right? Like it's a, second income opportunity, right?
Yeah.
Especially.
But also American. So it was like American church, American business,
Absolutely
Right.
same.
American wife.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
And I started like seeing the parallels, like church. Oh yeah, here you put a tie on, you put a tie on in that meeting. Here you have the perfect leaders. Here you have the perfect leaders. Wow,
and in the church, you bring people in, and then
And it's very
you're,
similar concept.
And I already
yeah.
had success in
Under
sports,
you,
so
yeah.
you're capable.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Copy pasting that into other industries.
Interesting.
So I go Amway, I go church, but
Yeah.
then those two start colliding later on because
We'll get there.
you can have
Okay. Okay, so you joined the church.
Yes.
And then 4 years later, you meet Sara.
Yes.
Right?
After trying to date the local membership, which is none,
Yeah.
which is 3 girls,
Probably a small pool.
It's just
It is
slim
age gap.
pickings. It's slim pickings.
and I'm
Yes.
already 30, 32, 33.
Yeah.
And these are, there's a gap of 10 years. Like there's not many, maybe 1 or 2 members, like same age, converting into Mormon church in Slovenia.
Yeah.
Right?
So what was it like dating for you two?
We didn't date. No, I kind of joke on that because I really feel like we didn't.
So can you embark
So-
on that? Like, and just like,
Okay, well, yeah.
'cause
So we
you'll go
met on the
faster
trip. I'll wrap it up quickly so we can get on to the bulk of everything else. But yeah, I met him. We had a few days at the temple up in Germany. I really loved
Did he
his.
speak English at the time?
Yeah.
Okay.
He did, and he was just a fun, cute guy. But I remember. I went to Iceland afterwards, and I wrote him on Facebook Messenger saying, "Hey, Mitja, how's Slovenia?" And then he wrote me back this like long thing, and I was like, "Oh my gosh!" Like guys never actually write that much, you know what I mean? And then I just remember telling him, that's kind of started our communication, and I remember saying like, because I'd come out of a really like crazy relationship, I was just kind of broken, and I said, "Thank you for giving me hope and good guys again," because I feel like I'd been dating. I was in my mid-20s, so I'd been dating in Utah for 10 years or so, and I just feel like no one could ever. They can take you on dates and they can kiss you, they can make out with you and everything, but like they don't actually make eye contact with you the way that he did with me. I'm like, I don't even know this guy. And when I asked him what his name was, and he said, "Hi, I'm Mitja," like the way he looked at me, it was like my whole heart stopped, and I'm like, that's the most beautiful name I've ever heard in my life.
Yes, like feeling
And
seen.
I felt so seen by him, and it wasn't like he was necessarily interested in me at the time. He was just giving me his like regular respect to any person he talks to, and I was just like, wow, like I date all these guys here, and no one, like even with a hello, can look at me the way he did. And it wasn't even a romantic look. It was just, I see you. And so that was really prominent in my mind. Like I said, I had a one-way ticket to Hawaii already, so I went there for a year. I did actually have a short engagement there to another guy. It didn't work out. So then when I came back to Utah after that, the island got a little small, So I came back to the mainland, and
I'm out of the engagement already.
yeah, he was out. And so we had like kind of kept in touch a little bit, but anytime he messaged me or commented on something, it was always so like heartfelt and just beautiful. And I'm like, who is this guy over here, like on the other side of the world, just being so sweet to me? So I couldn't ever get this Mitja out of my head, but I knew he wasn't a realistic option. So I was just trying to convince myself like, oh, he'll just always be like a friend over there, even though I'll never see him again. And yeah.
And I'm in
we
my
reconnected.
30s, building the Amway business, not having any relationship because I want to stay clean, and I'm waiting for my wife, right? Trying to fight the world so hard, right? Not to step across, and and it happened like to it, right? Like but what I really want is to, like, I want to get married. Like, I'm a Mormon. Like,
so
I'm a part of this program. Like, this is it. And of course, the pride crawls in, right? You're something special now, because everyone else outside growing up with you, they see you like, what the heck are you doing? You're joining Mormons? Like polygamists? That's all they know. That's all they know.
Yeah.
What
Right?
had you been told about polygamy when you asked about it, missionaries or church members?
I knew, like, it was like a principle in the past or what, like, never taught anything.
It's not spoken
never
about much over there.
You never went deep, it's mentioned here and there, but
Basically,
everyone
we don't do
opens
it
up
now.
the
Yeah, we
thick
just kind of
handbook
wish the
from, whatever president it was for that month, president of the church, and we're studying those lessons written out, and it's so boring. It becomes really boring, and the spirit's gone. It's not like, but I still believe kind of like, and after I met Sara, like one day I just like, I don't know, it was social media, posted a picture like from Hawaii. She's there at the beach, like, wow, Sara.
Okay, it wasn't like that kind of picture at the beach. It was like,
Or you had a
I was
little
holding
pig
a
with you or
pig.
whatever.
on
Yeah.
the beach.
But it was like, it just brought like just this instant like feeling of how joyful it was, like just at the temple, temple grounds. And Sara is fun, and Sara is like, she's just this bright soul. I just felt her, but I could never imagine. Oh, she's going back to the States. I'm going back to break up my engagement. Oh, it's too far away. It's, I'm too old maybe, the gap is too big, whatever, right?
To make full circle, it had been like a year in between meeting him when we kind of reconnected, and I had come back from Hawaii, and he sent me some chocolates. We started talking, and so from February 2015 till July, we were just communicating online. And then I flew out there July 2015, so 10 years ago, almost to the month, And then I went out there with a one ticket. I basically...
2 suitcases?
Probably 3.
3?
But...
I said, come and date me out for the summer.
Yeah, because I didn't have any... Yeah. I wasn't a career girl. I was just kind of hopping around, And so I was like, cool, I have nothing to do this summer. I'll come out there and be with you. But it kind of was like, I had just turned 28. So I was like, in Mormon world, you're old, And I was like, I'm not going to come out there and just like play around like if this isn't serious, And so he was like, yeah, I'm totally serious. And I'm like, okay. So went out there, we got married on my tourist visa in September. So 2 months later, we got married.
So you got married 2 months after you arrived.
2.5
yeah.
in
Slovenia.
My family probably thought I was psycho. And I had just gone out of engagement before. So I was looking real good. But I was just in that, like I said, after I graduated college, I kind of turned into the free spirit girl again, where I was traveling to Europe by myself. I moved to Hawaii by myself. And yeah, I was happier on those pictures in Hawaii because I felt free there. I wasn't in this like pressure world here. I felt like it's okay to be single there. It's not so frowned upon as it is in this valley.
Yeah.
And so I felt freer to be like, the original Sara was coming back to me a little bit. And so in my brain, it was like, oh, get married in Europe? That's like totally what I'm down for. So I went over there totally expecting this to work out, and it did. But it was still so fast, and I couldn't even keep up with my own decision. Like, that's a whole nother story. But it was a lot. I bit into a lot more than I could handle. And I thought like, oh, I'm this free bird. I can do this. I've been in the mission. I know where it's like in this country. I know what culture I'm getting into. But living there with a culture, literally with the culture in a person, you know what I mean? Not with your American companion at home and, living your little, life as a missionary. I mean, it was a whole nother world. And
so how much do you get to know each other in 2.5 months?
Not at all.
To make
Just
the biggest, most important step and get sealed in the temple.
Right.
Which temple?
Not Frankfurt. It was
Bern, Switzerland.
Switzerland. Because Frankfurt was under
So we got civilly
Reconstruction.
married September 24th, like in a little castle.
it was very picturesque.
Her mom flew out. None of her other family members could fly out. So her mom flew out for the wedding. She has no, immediate family there. And then the next day, right after, the same day, we hop in a car. My brother is driving us to, 14-hour drive to Bern, Switzerland temple. Should be 10, it was 14.
Yeah.
We didn't sleep.
It was crazy. We
To say
get
it in
sealed
3
there. It was
sentences like
crazy.
that.
We have it was just not at all what I pictured my wedding to be. It was so, we don't need to get into it. It was just a very non-traditional situation. But like I said, I was this free bird and I felt like, oh, I can do this. And as soon as I got married, it was like, oh, there's the bird in the cage, and lock the door. And I felt so trapped. So it was like the biggest shock of my life. Even though I chose all of this willingly, I was totally in over my head. It's, first of all, marriage. Second of all, another culture. He's a convert, not a lifetime member. So there were so many things that you think you are on the same page on with members that are just like, you don't have to talk about it. We just know the rules, And it was just, there were so many cultural collisions on every level, So it was a hard couple of years there. In the
What were a
beginning
few of the
in Slovenia.
biggest issues in your early marriage culturally? If you want to share, whatever you want to share.
No, like everything.
I mean, like whether or not you eat potatoes the next day, or whether or not you can have air conditioning in July, whether or not...
What do you mean the next day?
Exactly. You can get sick if you eat potatoes the next I don't want to be like saying negative things because they
Is
really,
that a belief
yes, they
in-
really
Yeah,
do
like-
genuinely don't do
So
that. I mean,
fresh.
You don't have
If
leftovers.
you're gonna have potatoes.
No
Yeah,
such
like-
thing as potato leftovers.
They
It's
do,
not
some
even-
do,
and I'm like,
but
they would all-
traditionally you want to,
I'm like, do y'all want to
Okay.
know about
We're
Thanksgiving
not making
week?
fun of
Like
anyone.
after
No, no, no,
Thanksgiving?
yeah.
The week of Thanksgiving.
Okay,
or like
so-
sitting outside, like on a cold floor or whatever.
Well,
Piece
some
of like
of them I knew from my mission. Like you don't sit, women do not sit on hard surfaces, especially if it's cold, without like a newspaper or a cardboard thing underneath you on like the bus bench or whatever, because they do believe that like you can be infertile or you can just get cancer.
Okay.
You have to really protect women's reproductive organs.
Okay.
And you don't wear jeans in the winter without like those nude nylons underneath, you know?
How come?
It just is an extra layer of warmth, and it actually does make you warmer, turns out.
Okay.
And it does actually like, they're almost like a shaper, so it's like you know, beneficial in other ways, but if you're not into nylons, then it's the worst thing ever, right?
You don't
But-
take a shower and not bundle up when it's top winter season, right? And go out like freezing. No, you're gonna get like exposed to cold and you're gonna be sick.
Your ears have
Like
to always
you're
be covered.
bundled up in Europe, like scarves, mittens, like all the time. People walk, people bike. They actually are outside. They don't
Outside,
sit in a
that's right.
car, drive from garage to garage, and go into their office, right?
I mean, there were so many, you couldn't go through a day without being like hit in the face multiple times by things that were just different. And because I was the American there, only I knew the collisions. And so I was a people pleaser growing up in the church. Or that's part of the package of being a girl. You're a pleaser and you smile and you just be respectful. And so I kept my mouth shut for like 2 years on everything. And it built up so much pain in me where I eventually just like couldn't take it. And I just like, everything came out. It was just really, really rough. And so it was like, I can adjust constantly to other people, but they have no idea how much I'm screaming in my head. This is insane. So it was way too much for me. And even if I would try to communicate some things to him, he had never even been to America till after we got married. So it's like, he only knows movies America. Like there's just, yeah. I mean, we've
Culture
been married
shock. You had culture shock.
Oh,
I mean-
major. And it was just so much more because I thought I knew what I was getting into because of my mission.
But it's different.
It's so different.
Missions are so controlled.
And
Yeah.
so sheltered, especially
Yeah.
if your companion's an American.
Yeah.
Like you have no idea what the culture is. So, but
Yeah.
now I mean, I could just go on forever on these things. That's a whole episode itself. But anyways,
Did y'all have kids pretty quickly?
within 2 years, we had our first girl, and then 2 years later, a boy. And then 2 years later, we come to the States and we had our third baby.
Okay.
So you lived as a married Mormon couple in Slovenia for how long?
6 years.
6 years? Do you want to talk about what it was like to be in the church in Slovenia as a young married couple?
For sure. You got thrown into the callings right away, right?
If you're a married couple, you're now
I mean,
officially
we have an American
available
here,
to be
actually,
into everything.
right?
Yeah.
You're such a, added value, like to the Slovene market right now, right? To our Slovene church, we have Sara now, right? Like she's in, return
so like in
missionary.
Utah, and a return missionary woman from Utah
Of course.
Yes.
would almost be worshipped potentially.
Of course, right away she's like Relief Society president, like she's doing lessons. I'm called into the bishopric, the branch presidency,
Like the same month we had our first girl. So it was like become a dad and
Wow.
also become the branch president of the capital city,
Right.
the biggest branch in Slovenia. And then I was the district president, Relief
Yeah.
Society. So like overall of Slovenia.
Wow.
That's like a stake relief
Yeah,
society
and so like
president.
on my due date, I was hosting Sister
Eubanks.
Eubanks to come over.
She's a high-level Mormon church leader woman.
Yes.
Yes.
And so she came and I was like, I'm supposed to be at the hospital having a baby right now, but here we are,
So were
It
y'all
was really
thinking
busy.
did you feel a sense of mission and purpose that you were helping building the Mormon church in Slovenia?
Oh,
That was my
absolutely.
entire purpose of being
Yeah.
there. Like I didn't even feel like I was allowed to even pray about coming back to America. Like when I was married there, like the mission presidents were like, when you married Mitja, you married this country and you need to have babies right now and you need to build up this kingdom here and you do not move back to America. It was like there was so much shame for anyone who would go to America, even if it was like a Slovene kid going to BYU. It was like the district president was like, if anyone even mentions BYU one more time, it was like, they were
Really?
like, it was bad. I didn't even feel like I could personally even say a prayer about it.
So it's viewed as abandoning? Is that the idea that you're
and so
abandoning?
it was like, I took it very much as this is just an extension for my mission and being the most faithful heart that I could have. It was totally like, I don't have a choice. And so that's when it became even more difficult for me. I felt trapped.
So it wasn't fun for you
It wasn't fun
to
for me
build the Mormon
anymore.
church in Slovenia.
I did it because I was so torn because I couldn't even, just like you can't admit certain things in church if you have an issue with it.
Yeah.
You just keep going through. I still loved it all, but it became a little bit resentful because I felt I lost all like say in it, but I accepted that as that's what the priesthood holders are telling me. That's what God is telling me because that's what they're telling me God is saying to me. Like I really did lose my voice there 100%. It was like getting married in Slovenia. It was like another round of the temple. Like I was stripped of who I was. I needed to become Slovene Sara, not American Sara. I needed to be the wife of the French president. I needed to be the district president of a society. I needed to be an extended, because on a mission, I was all for the members and I was always so giving and I had everything to give because I knew that there was an end date and you can only give so much. When I lived there was no end date. I thought I started like hiding in the church, just like, no one find me in this little room because they'll never stop expecting things from me. Like I would organize, there's few people to help. So it was all on me. Every like party activity, and my language was not good. I knew Croatian, which had already been like a few years, like 6 years since my mission. So I had forgotten Croatian. Slovene is a totally different language, even though it's Slavic. I had to relearn that one. And it was just, I felt so buried under stress.
You were trying to learn Slovenian?
Oh yeah, I did. And
because that was the main language.
Yeah, and so in Slovenia, it was a different language than my mission.
Yeah, right. No,
I like say it's the jump from Spanish to Portuguese. I don't know if that's true, but that's just the way I see it.
So a person speaking Slovenian to a person speaking Croatian can kind of understand each other?
Oh no, Slovenes were learning Serbo-Croatian language in Yugoslavia. Me growing up, that's why I know Croatian. I can talk, but they don't understand me. Croatians do understand a little bit of Slovene. They don't usually speak it, but Serbs don't understand. Although it's the same language, Croatian and Serbian. Like it's kind of it's the same group of languages.
It's interesting.
But we had to learn, I don't know for what reason, and they didn't have to learn Slovene, inside the same.
You knew Croatian.
Yes.
Because that was.
But Croatians didn't learn Slovene.
Exactly. The further you go south, like they don't, the less they know Slovenian language.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Slovenes know it, and the culture from the south is coming up, like Spanish because of your mission, but also like there's so many immigrants here, right? Like,
Latinos,
going up north. So
was it hard to learn yet another language?
Oh yeah, it was, and I wasn't never good at Croatian. I just didn't feel like I was a language kind of girl. So it was really like I had a bad image of my head, like, oh, I can't learn languages, because I think they put that on sisters also in missions, like, oh, sisters get by, but elders are really where it's all happening. Like, there's always that prejudice, I feel, but. Anyways, I did learn Slovene, and I feel like I speak it way better than my Croatian ever was. Obviously, it's been a number more years, but thankfully, I think it's due to his mom. His mom helped me the most.
Can I just say, that's a lot.
It was a lot. It was a lot.
Newlywed
It really was.
in a foreign country, learning a new language, adjusting to married life, and having babies while you're serving in the equivalent of a stake relief society presidency. That's like... that feels like too much.
It was so much. And you couldn't say it. You're not allowed to say. I remember when I was called in to be the society president, this district president, equivalent of stake president, was like, "How do you feel about this?" And I said, "Honestly, I am so stressed out right now. Like, I'm depressed. I don't think I can handle much more." And then he's like, "Okay, well, I know the Lord will strengthen you."
Yeah.
Something to that degree, right? And he's like, "So do you accept?" And I'm like, "Well, I guess I don't have a choice. Yeah, I'll accept, but you understand where I'm at. Like, this is not good for me."
Oh, because in Mormon culture, when a leader extends a calling, it's from God.
Yeah, you do not. And I just, as I feel like multiple times in Slovenia, I would express my genuine feelings, and then right after would be the official question. It's just like, but just say yes so we can get by.
Sorry.
And so, it's just a lot. And so it did build some things there, but.
Yeah.
So,
I bet.
But that was still never a problem for me. It never broke me. You know what I mean? You just keep going. Because I believed so truly that this is really what I'm supposed to do. And it's just, it was all good. So it was still all good for me, but it was so not okay for me, if you know what I mean.
It's very paradoxical, right? Like, you chose this. We both chose this. Finally, I'm married, like, to this
Mormon.
beautiful Sara. She grew up Mormon. She can teach me so much. I don't know any of that, I'm bringing the other side in, right? I'm a convert. We start to build a family. I got my second career or third with a tie on every Sunday, meetings, ministering this, that,
Yeah. We had,
you
by the
start being
way,
important.
We had one car and we lived, by the time we had kids, we were living 20 minutes we were like in this little village. And so when he would have his meetings after church, I would be there pregnant or with kids waiting like 5, 6, 7 hours after church because I couldn't Slovenes just don't drive very much. So I adjusted to their travel. If I was my American self, I would just drive home and come back and get them later, but it was just so taboo to drive outside the city if you have to come back the same day. So I would just sit and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait. And these people don't have boundaries, So
She started working from home too?
yeah,
I did my judo,
that's a different story. Yes.
No,
it
okay,
was,
no,
yeah.
I'm
But-
saying
That's
You're
a
juggling.
lot. That's
You're
more.
juggling.
That's
So
like-
I worked before kids. I worked at an international school in the capital. I taught preschool there for national. All the embassy kids were with me. It was really great. But again, English only, so I didn't learn any Slovene there. And then after I had kids, I worked from home teaching English online. So I was always working and always doing the calling and always being everything else. So
Oh, man,
it was a
that's
lot.
That is so much.
How is it for you having your Mormon temple marriage? Was it a hard adjustment for you as well?
I mean, I never understood temple. Like it was, I was endowed when I met her, right? Already. But on our temple marriage day, my mom went through the temple for her first time.
Her endowment.
She couldn't have been there
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So that was like, my mom's not into it. Like I baptized her, right? She's coming, like she's
very faithful.
I mean, she's a mom to all the missionaries. She's cooking, she's sewing their pants. She's like, you know what I mean? Like it's sets and sets of missionaries, like going through our apartments and, eating there and giving lessons. But she's like, she won't go deep into the doctrine. She's serving, she's doing the gospel,
But
not
she
the
taught
religion.
primary and everything. She was always had her little book out on the table.
And yeah, but she's going through the temple and like coming out on the, the very day, like I saw her eyes and it's like, what is that? Like,
Yeah, I
what did they
remember being
dress me
in the bridal room, and she was
what
just
is
sitting there in
going
the chair.
on here? Right? And it's
Yeah.
through my mom, I see some, and of course I kind of dismiss it. I address it as a mom, it's okay, like we don't know, but it kind of challenges your own feelings and, kicks you back. Like, yeah, it's really weird. Right? It's like, I don't understand anything. Okay, I'll do that. Right? And Sarah's like waving from the other side, and
That was a different time.
whatever. I'm just saying, I'm putting it all together like a temple experience, right? Like, hey, here we are in a. I'm thinking, wow, we all look like cooks. Like,
Okay.
no, seriously, we're in a cooking class. Like, there's the
Because the white
master.
clothes and
There's
the
the
hats
chefs.
Discussed before,
What's the recipe for today? Like, it's. I'm sorry. It's like it really felt like this, right? Like more and more, the more,
Yeah.
And then the next time we went here, like with our family members, and it was 5 minutes, and another family member to the right, like is, he's already asleep.
Yeah.
And I'm like, isn't he like full on? Like, doesn't he want to stay awake even if he's tired? And then to the left, I look at another family member, and he's nodding, and there's another family member, we're all cool, but we never talk about it. We never talk about the weirdness, like the all the things that we don't understand.
Yeah.
Wow, we're so special.
How is the Mormon lifestyle for you in Slovenia?
The best.
As a married Mormon.
Oh, built me up. I stopped competing in judo. Like, this is my new career. You put a tie on, you start climbing the ladder, which never ends. All of a sudden, I'm in the branch presidency.
And then all the emails come in from church headquarters in Salt Lake. It was never enough. It was just like, you missed this form, you missed this form, you missed this form.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just got like 2016, I got called as a branch president, which is the highest calling.
2017.
Okay, 17.
So the equivalent of a bishop, you were called.
Exactly. Right? In the only chapel in the capital, right? Like you're presiding over, I don't know, say like 50 to 70 people max coming, right?
That's a big deal. One of the only
It's a
branch
big
presidents
deal
in the country.
because you start feeling like entitled. You really start believing that you're something special because of the title that they give you.
Yeah.
But then you see that it's actually they were like choosing out of 2 people who were
Yeah.
kind of qualified, you know. No, I'm saying like that's the truth, right? And all of a sudden you're in that office.
Yeah.
You're listening to people's like stories, life challenges for 2-3 hours while your pregnant wife is like dying outside on the bench, can't go home because we have 1 car, right? Like but you're the priesthood holder, priesthood leader. Wow. You're the judge of Israel. You take people's money. You're supposed to make them feel the best when they give you their money. And that was also like one of the first things that started bothering me. Like it started coming just organically to me. Like, who am I to take your money? Who am I to ask you if you pay this much or that much? Like, who am I? This is not of God. Mm-hmm. There's a broken family with a semi-schizophrenic dad who I dearly love with his issues. A mom with a handicapped child who was born right after he was like in a wheelchair that's halfway broken. And I'm trying to teach them how they're going to be blessed by paying the money because this is God's money and they have to pay him back. Yeah. But in all reality, it's like, wait a minute. The church should be buying you a new wheelchair. Should be buying you yesterday, like a new wheelchair for your handicapped child. So things started coming. The more influence you have, the more insight you have into the bureaucracy, administration.
Yeah.
And all the forms. I'm not even leading anymore. I'm just signing papers, like tithing this, tithing that, this meeting, that, organizing, cleaning church Saturdays.
Oh my gosh,
like
the cleaning.
I mean, I'm the executor. I'm not leading like spiritually. Like there is, all the spiritual is gone.
Yeah, there's too much to be done.
Checkoffs.
That was the biggest thing is that
I'm cleaning after missionaries. I'm a branch president. They dropped the food after we had like whatever. So we are the last ones, my pregnant wife and me, stay in the chapel because I can't leave the chapel like that. This is God's chapel. This is like, it's not how it's supposed to be. All the missionaries go home. I clean after them.
Some missionaries did offer to help in their defense. They did offer.
But you all are working so hard. It's like a 0 to 60 since your marriage, all the things that you're taking on for sure.
So sorry, go ahead, John.
No.
I was just saying that all brought back on that feeling of when I went through the temple of like, okay, now it's time to buckle down. No more fun, Sara. You have to build up Slovenia and do it the right way. Yeah. Because this is going to be the generations beyond. Like how you set it up now will be how they live the gospel later. Like there was so much pressure. So it was no longer like, there was no more fun, free Sara. It was like, well, did you sign that paper right? Or we need to do this. This is how we're supposed to do it. This is how we do it, And it was just like, oh, it's just so disgusting.
It becomes very businessy.
It was so, and you don't even see how much you've like even lost your own way of like, wait, why are we doing this again?
And yet I've met a lot of Mormons who sacrifice for the church in, different but similar settings. There's a lens that Mormons would put on an era like that in their lives where they would say it was the best moments of our lives. It was we were serving, we were giving, it was so small and we were helping build something. So did y'all feel that too? Mm-hmm. Or was it just also just a hassle and too much work?
No, there were definitely rewards to it, and because I deeply believed it, that it really was, it was good. And even to this day, I still kind of miss like moments of that, that sense of community and our little girl like running around the chapel while we were doing things. Like she felt so at home there, and it's like, even though I don't want that to be, I don't feel like it's a safe place anymore, for my personal reasons. I still miss thinking I had a safe place to go for my family,
But for me, it was mostly like starting to see the crack between religion and the gospel.
When you were a leader in the church,
Of course, because I'm doing all of this, but all I actually want to do is like, I just want to talk to people, make them feel welcome, make them feel loved. Like I just want to represent Christ without all the garbage, without all the papers, with all the norms, all the sense they need to like match up to this. Like I don't want the corporation. It was kind of over my head, right? But I can't be me genuinely anymore. All the organic is gone, right? Like it's, and then COVID hit, whatever.
Well, real quick, was your brother still very active when you were a branch president.
Oh, absolutely. He came back from his mission, and with him it was like he thought like, I gave everything to you, God. Like there's a red carpet waiting for me, you know, like I'm going to date, I'm going to get married. The
So
script.
did he get married?
No,
And-
he's still single at the age of 40.
Oh, wait. So your faithful brother that got you into the church, but was not able to find a Mormon wife in Slovenia.
Well, he moved to Germany.
He moved to
though.
Germany, worked there for 6 years in Munich.
Couldn't find a Mormon wife
so the
in
field would
Germany?
be, no, not really. Small, church is small too, right?
Oh, dang.
So after 6 years, like of searching, look like why, seeing his brother, following him, and kind of in a Mormon
Yeah.
way, surpassing him,
Right.
Because now I'm closer. Like I have a family, I have
Yes,
kids, I have
branch
all the
president.
callings, branch president, you know. And it's like I always felt bad. Like why? What's wrong?
Yeah.
Why can't he not catch up? Kind of.
That's right.
Because he was the initial point of me like joining the church or the big contributor.
Absolutely.
Right. So I always felt bad, like for my younger brother, who I saw so organically joining the church and seeking the truth. I kind of felt like, oh, but you're not doing the needed steps on the Mormon ladder to progress.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean?
That's right.
Yeah. So I felt bad for that part, kind of, you know, and I wish like he, you know.
Yeah.
So, but we kind of disconnected because he was in Germany and we had our busy lives doing this, that business. I taught judo, Sarah's working from home, pregnant, second kid, all baby blessings, Sundays, lessons, you know how it goes.
Wow.
That's a harsh trick on your brother because it's unnatural if there's such slim pickings in either Slovenia or Germany for him to find a partner. You just had to luckily go on a temple trip and meet Sara.
Exactly.
But if that hadn't have happened,
Who knows, right?
you might go to your 40 or 50, you might even fall in love with a never Mormon, but believe that it's evil or a sin to marry that person. So you might even give up the love of your life or multiple loves of your life, holding out for a statistical non-reality.
Yes.
And that's where something that can seem benign, that can seem beautiful, that can seem harmless, can really mess up a person's life.
Absolutely.
Because your brother today, to this day, 2025, your brother's a believing Mormon?
No.
No.
Okay, we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Yeah.
So he lived for how many years as a believing Mormon without being able to find a wife?
So what? Like
15 at least.
just until 4 years ago.
So he lived 15
COVID.
years
Yeah.
I'm
trying to
roughly,
find a believing Mormon wife in Slovenia/Germany and not being able to find it.
Yeah.
Because the pickings are so slim.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's completely outside his control.
I would say
Right.
most of the couples in Slovenia are international.
Yeah. Yeah.
From Peru.
Yeah.
Peru,
2 or 3,
Austria.
you know.
Okay.
They found each other, you know, the social media does things, apps, you know,
Yeah.
and you have to go for that. And my brother went through a period of that too, you know, like and dating and, you know, but just like it's big moves, right?
Yeah.
So COVID rolls around 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
We're still in Slovenia.
Y'all lived in Slovenia for how many years again?
6.
6 years.
So from
Serving-
2015 to 2021, we were there.
I'm still the branch president,
How many years did you serve as branch president?
4.5.
That's pretty much almost 5
About
years.
About 4.
No, more than 4.
Did the unit? It doesn't matter. Does the unit experience growth? Do you grow the branch?
No, of course not.
Doesn't grow.
No,
What do you mean? Of course not. Because
Like
it's
people
Eastern
were
Europe.
baptized, but it's
Because-
not like anything happened.
Because this is Slovenia.
Yeah.
No one's joining Mormon church.
it grows
people
in
come-
generations. That's why they wanted us to have babies.
Let's say it this way. So when Yugoslavia opened up for economical reasons, countries got independent, right? Slovenia, Croatia, and so on. You're in the market, right? Of course, religion crawls in as every other business, right? All of a sudden you have Mormons coming, knocking on your door, you know? People know about this, but they don't know anything, right? So it
the
was
original
3
families.
pioneer families in Slovenia who joined, 3 converts who started having 3, 4 kids, 5. A few people from the street, mainly with mental issues. Let's be
Yeah.
do you know what I mean?
Or immigrants.
needing-
Oftentimes, Mormon missionaries will look for immigrants in a country.
Of course.
The extra poor and less educated.
Yes, they feel welcomed.
Yeah.
You know, at first, right? You feel welcomed.
Yeah.
You have a free meal. You come over on Sunday. Someone's cooking something. No one's really threatening. Everyone's super nice. These American couples, older couples. You will always find a person to connect to, right? Whether it's missionaries, young, whether it's like the elder missionaries, but that's all you got. And then you have a few converts getting baptized, and they're out, and then it's just that. But the number is in decline. I just read an article. I saw like there was a reporter going like to the very church in the capital, right? And she knew nothing. She was unprepared, and they served her. My friends from the still believing Mormons, they served her like the best version of everything. There's no deep into doctrine, not about polygamy, not this. We're this, we're different, we're not harmful. Look at us. There's no crosses. There's no heavy Catholicism. You're always, the door is open. Come, join us, And I kind of wrote her back after reading that. I said, I'm sorry, you should have been more prepared. Like, this is not the real picture. I'm coming from that chapel. I served there. I gave him 15 years to that, You need to correct that article. This is not what it is.
What was the number of active Mormons in Slovenia when you joined the church versus when you moved to the United States?
I think it's in decline. Yeah, my local hometown branch, like I would say like a few people come, like 10 people coming.
Didn't they merge the branches? Right
then they're merging, then they're renaming, then they're like, because it looks bad.
So the Mormon church is in decline now.
Oh, absolutely.
In Slovenia.
They're claiming in this article, they have a growth, But then I see a picture in the very article, and it's the general conference, and you come to your church and you watch it on a screen, and it's like 8 missionaries sitting, and 2 of my friends, a couple, right, and 3 people that like from the street, and it's 13 people all together watching general conference in the very chapel. Because they're probably going to have a meal afterwards and this and just hang out, and it's okay.
Yeah.
But these are the numbers.
Yeah.
Really
quickly, if a Mormon missionary goes to serve in Latin America or the Philippines or Africa, they may have 10 baptisms a month.
Sure.
There were missionaries in my mission that had 40 baptisms a month. Mm-hmm. That's one companionship. What is it about Eastern Europe where a missionary will only have 3 baptisms for their entire year and a half they serve, or
Just
2
for the record,
years?
That was a big number.
Okay, yeah. So what is it? Is it anti-Americanism?
Yes.
And I saw that anti-Americanism, I would say I saw that way more as a member there than I did a missionary. I didn't see how much they did not want American culture coming into their Slovene church. They wanted to keep it Slovene. They didn't want there was actually a lot of like rude behavior from some of the members towards the senior couples, because they were just wanting to it's an American, we're just going to do this is the way the Lord wants it, whatever. But
so in Latin
there was
America,
a lot of resistance even within the church.
So in Latin America, it's like, America's great, and Michael Jordan, and Coca-Cola, and McDonald's, and what can you explain, Mitja, as someone from Eastern Europe, anti-Americanism?
So they keep distance, I would say. Because they know, like, from the political field, they would mock Trump, they would this, like America is America, right? But we have our America here.
I would always say that.
Right?
What does that mean?
Like, you don't have to go and have to experience your life fully, like, and live an American life, because America, everyone wants in a span, like in their life, like wants to go to the States. It's just the movies brought it over, Hollywood, everything, the whole industry, right? You have American bases, like there are 800 military bases all around the world, like you feel the States are present, right? But then when it comes to religion and those really pioneer, like few families, they take over and they don't want to let go. And they would use the senior couples, would you agree? Mm-hmm. To a point, but they'll say, but you're not going to teach us your American way because this is God's church.
Yeah.
We're the pioneers here. So that could be a little bit different versus like the Latin America, right? Where they would hand you over and you can do whatever you want, kind of, right? Would you agree, John?
Yeah, I'm just wondering how much of that is, I was going to mention to you, I grew up in the Cold War.
Yes.
Where like America described the Soviet Union and the Eastern Bloc as kind of like the bad guys.
Of course.
The evil empire.
Yes.
Olympics and, America has got to beat the Soviet Union and the Eastern European countries. Communism's evil.
Yes.
Capitalism is good. Democracy's good. Dictators are bad. America's good. Eastern Europe and Russia, evil.
Right.
What was it in the flip? Forget putting the church aside.
Yeah.
What was the view of America from the Eastern European perspective in that sense?
I think they have a lot of sympathy, right?
Or
because we got the capitalist system, we went out of socialism. Now the economy is open. You can have your own business. You can, you know what I mean? Like it's all the good things you would take, but you don't want to bring in like the bad things.
like what?
Consumerism, all these crazy religions. They watch shows as well. They say these people are crazy. What's going on with the states? Like the clans, the mafia, the this, and then the politics, and it's a show. They take it as a show.
It's kind of a joke.
It's kind of a joke.
American culture.
I think genuine.
Oh, Trump,
Yes.
But this would have been before Trump. Like
I think, even before.
Or before, or Bush, or around like 9/11 or whatever. This is like what is going on? School shootings.
Yeah.
We don't have that.
Yeah.
Slovenia is the eighth most safe, to some characteristics, place in the world.
So there's not the crime and the handguns in Slovenia
of
like in
course
America?
there's crime. Someone flips
in
and
America, I'm saying.
Sorry.
Not the same level of crime.
Oh no. We don't know what crime is.
If anything
to
like
this.
crazy
But because
happens,
it's 2 million people,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, because it's 2 million people, every little thing gets so magnified.
Yeah.
Oh, that one killed, his wife, like in a rural area because he was probably drunk or whatever, and the marriage didn't go for 30 years, and someone did something, right? But it's not like gangs. It's not. It's
Systemic.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, if there's anything like scary happening over there, it's usually like a domestic thing in a village somewhere. It's not like a public, threat. And, but when people say over there, like, this is my America, they mean like, this is the land of plenty, because we think of America as like the land of dreams, the land of where everything's possible, right? The land of where you're going to be happy. And I thought it was beautiful how Slovenes were so in love with their land that they said, this is my America, like I don't need to go there to have my America. Like I'm happy here. I don't need that. Yeah. Everything's bigger and greater, better there,
It's almost the marketing. It's like the marketing of America.
Yeah.
And they viewed church in the same,
The Mormon church is kind of an extension of
They come and they're
American
selling
marketing.
the religion.
That's right.
Like they're
Well,
selling you
colonialism.
a refrigerator. Yes.
There's a colonial aspect to it. It feels like, and is there a religion more American than Mormonism?
Oh my gosh, right?
So
like
it's,
this is
yeah.
all
it's
the way.
hand in hand, right?
Yeah.
Amway, that's so of course MLMs, right? Stay away from it. So I was doing that, right? So I need people.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
Interesting.
If you were to ask me before this interview today, where's safer, the average American town or Slovenia? I would say, Slovenia is Eastern European, so America's got to be safer than anywhere in Eastern Europe.
Right.
But that's not true.
No.
It's not true because
so
we're
true
not.
that so not true that we're moving our family over there again. We're relocating again, and that's one of the main reasons.
But it's not an Eastern country. So we have a very specific history.
Yeah.
Very specific,
It's not- they're not all
We're
the
in
It is
between
true.
Italy,
Right.
Austria, Hungary, and Croatia.
Okay.
It's like an incredible geopolitical, geographical spot with all the nature, beauties, like 2 million people. It's a village, But now joining EU, years ago, right? Like and NATO, and you gotta be with the big boys. We have to deal with all of these influences. We're like, I know we have another government in the EU, directing them. So it's all so mixed up.
It sounds
Yeah.
sophisticated.
Yeah,
Really. Yeah.
Interesting.
it is.
Okay, cool. Okay, so COVID happens. So COVID leads you to move back to the United States. Were you just exhausted, or what?
We're excited. Like I said, I never felt like I had the opportunity to even pray about moving to the States ever again. But after our second baby, it was 2021. Do you want to talk about basically
Just short,
collectively,
like what was the trigger?
we
like
watched every year we would watch the Easter video that the First Presidency would put out, you know? And if you
That's
listen to
during
it
COVID, yeah.
audibly, it's like a beautiful message for the resurrection Easter video, right? We loved the words, but we were sitting there watching it together and we're just like, this is so weird. Why are they getting vaccinated in the Easter video? Like, it was just so weird to see that insert into the video. If you
So COVID happens, the Mormon prophet gives some Easter message where he
Yes.
also encourages members to get vaccinated.
Yeah.
Burgess, yes.
In the video, he doesn't say it verbally, but the imagery is like him getting vaccinated and like,
Wendy and Russell just
just doing all this. But then they're talking about the resurrection of
you
Christ. And
remember
I was
the
just
video?
like, what is, even if you're for or against vaccinations, what does this have to do with the resurrection of Christ? It just felt so weird.
And it's worth
And that was the first
noting-
thing that stood out to us. Yeah.
It's worth noting that a lot of conservative and maybe politically conservative Mormons were challenged in their faith when the Mormon Church came out to be pro-vaccine during COVID.
Yes.
Because I think there's probably a lot of conservative / skeptical views of vaccines amongst a decent sized group of Mormons.
Yes.
And y'all, that's how you felt at the time.
Yeah.
Just
So we
kinda-
didn't get the vaccine.
Well,
because-
is there a Slovenian culture around vaccines?
No, there's no culture, but we were exposed in our beliefs about the vaccine. That's what COVID did. It just exposed it, brought it to the surface, right?
Yeah.
And now, like you don't know what's going on. You don't know what they're preparing. Actually, we're all very,
Vulnerable.
Yeah.
There was a lot of fear going around at that time, right?
But I just felt like I do not want to do that because you take it, I'm not, right? But then when you see your church leader that you are supposed to obey, follow with everything you have, I'm the branch president, you have the influences, we're online, we have Zoom, right? Church by them, but like, it was like, wow. And then even more pressure from the church officially. Like, we urge you to get vaccine. This is God sent. This is blah, 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 And it's like, wow, when I'm listening to all the media, all the sources, and I'm hearing this and this and this, it's like, why would the prophet of the world, not just the church, be urging this, pushing this so much? It just didn't sit with me.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was the first crack, kind of, like
Interesting,
it bothered
okay.
me, right?
Okay.
Away from all the doctrine. Why is this being pushed so much?
Yeah.
And along with that, we're totally restricted. We have curfews. You can't go to a bank. You can't go to a post office. You have to be tested every, few days. If you're a public worker, like mask, everything. My mom couldn't enter like post office, whatever, fighting with security guards. She doesn't want to put her mask on and whatever, right? And a lot of tension, protests against the government pushing the vaccine.
Oh, got it.
Everything shut down. So when people said here restrictions and we got here, I said, no, these are not restrictions. We literally couldn't be out like between 9 p.m. and 6 a.m.
So Slovenia was more restrictive around
Very.
COVID
Shut
Yeah.
down.
than the United States.
Shut down.
You couldn't go across like county lines unless you had like a written form of why you were like taking care of property you owned, or like we had to say we're taking care of his mother who's elderly. If you got pulled over past the curfew, it would be like 400 euros a person, which is like a family of 4. That's like 1 month's income for an average Slovene family, at the time. So it was just really high stakes and so we just felt really controlled. So we came to the States for a while and hung out here for a bit. Went back to Slovenia, and then just one night, a few months later, we were like, this is getting kind of crazy here. Like, as a family, we're not going to get vaccinated, so let's go home so that we can, like, I'm pregnant. I had just gotten pregnant. I was like, we just decided at like 2 a.m. to just move back to the States. And all of a sudden, it felt like God was saying it's time now. Like, for the first time in 6 years, I was like, why did I feel like I'm allowed to do this? It was such a shock to me, and it felt, Mitja and I, we love each other. We do fight like cats and dogs, like all the time. So the fact that we were like even agreeing on this was like, hallelujah.
really felt,
like we both felt on the same page. So that night we bought tickets, and 3 weeks later
we
we were
luckily
here.
had like savings, And I said, Sara, you won't be able to see, if they shut this all down, they won't let people fly. They're coming out with COVID passports. You can't board. We're not vaccinated.
Like we had to bring our marriage papers and everything to prove that he was my husband. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to come. Cause like Americans can always come home, but others can't. So we had to do a lot of paperwork to get him on the plane with us. And it was just a really intense time.
I'm still branch president on Zoom meetings every Sunday, right?
So
we do church on Zoom, home to home. No one's allowed to go to the chapel physically, right? Yeah. So she's pregnant April 1st. She finds out she's pregnant with the third. And we get this, let's say, revelation about like leaving and going back, and said, Sara, it's your whole family. I don't know when you're going to see them.
Yeah, so that was April 15th. And then by May 7th, we were here. So it was like life decision, 3 weeks. We left everything.
4 suitcases.
How are you going to make, who's going to make ends meet? Who's going to be?
It's faith.
Like
that's really, it seems so silly, but that's really what we did. And I mean, everything did work out. And honestly, there were miracles along the way that helped us. Like we got connected with a doctor who did all my appointments and delivery like pro bono.
Oh,
I didn't even know him.
That's amazing.
It was like incredible.
I got a job in construction right away.
Like seriously, the heavens were open for us to like make this happen. Like, and we felt it was just more confirmation we're supposed to come home.
Yeah.
And I do think we needed to come to the States and to have these experiences, but I did not expect what experiences were waiting for us once we got here.
Can I ask a question? Do you feel like COVID, and it sounds like the pressure cooker environment of being there and all the restrictions and all, did that create the desire to leave? You wanting to relieve the pressure? Or was that just one of many things? I'm just trying to get a sense for the role of all the rules, all the restrictions, all that pressure at that time, and you seeking like some way to like release it. And that at that point,
to reduce the pressure and stress.
To reduce the pressure, because here the vaccination thing, there's a bit more freedom about that, right? There's a culture around it, but there's also a counterculture. So I'm just curious to get a sense for the intensity of that experience, and if what made you feel much more open and like, let's do it. Let's just do it. Is this sense of like, wow, it's difficult to live.
First, it was
right
my
now.
concern. Like that was straight. Like Sara won't see her family, because otherwise we would probably like find a way to travel, like, you know, and go and visit them, right? But we were just back from the trip. But then the whole situation was so uncertain, right? I see this church, like the church puts a crack with this pushing on this vaccine, right? I'm here, I'm the branch president. I don't agree with this. It smells, you know. We're restricted like because of COVID going on, you know. So like, what do we do? Let's just grab our bags and let's just go.
But I think Margie's wondering if you were trying to escape
the
honestly, intensity of church commitments.
No, I don't believe that was it at all.
No, that's not what I was asking. I was asking about COVID.
Yeah, just life in Slovenia.
As another layer, adding a lot of restrictions, complications.
For sure
if that actually...
I feel like it was really just specifically, we don't know if we can get on a plane again and go home. It was, to me, that was just it.
Yes,
you might not be able to see your family again if we don't go now.
I see.
And
I couldn't work anymore. Like we were locked at home. Like we had a beautiful COVID period.
I was working online the whole time. He lost his judo stuff overnight, so it was on me to provide. And it was like, I feel like between me, like from the time I got married to that moment 6 years later, the pressures of everything, it just became normal to me to live in that pressure. So I didn't even recognize that I was living under that. I just accepted it as it was. It was simply, I might not see my family again. And I feel like all of a sudden God is saying this is the time to go. Because otherwise we had a really comfortable life there. You know, and I was like, there would never be a big push for us to leave. And I felt like this was out of the blue. Like I didn't think I'd go back to America for a couple more years because we had just gone back.
It was a COVID move. It was a COVID move.
It was like, full on like, you might not see your family, so go and just everything will work out. And it did. But
we're not going to Tanzania, you know, Tanzania, right?
Got it.
We're going to Utah, where Sara's from, her family's here. So we're still all church members.
Like,
we go along.
I get to go back to my American life. Like, and there was a relief thinking, okay, now I am relieved of all the pressure as a consequence of this decision, but it wasn't the reason for the decision. If that makes sense.
Yeah, thanks for explaining.
But yeah, that's a good question. I never honestly even thought about it.
So what was the status of your testimonies, your Mormon testimonies, when you moved back to Utah?
I didn't like the president of the church, but I was just waiting for him to pass on.
So
and I was just kind of going to ignore the whole thing.
Was this Monson or Nelson?
No, Nelson. He had just become president.
So Nelson promoting vaccines at the time made you feel not so great about him as the prophet?
That was an added thing. But if we rewound, like when he became president, which was either the previous April.
Yeah.
Yes.
He was my favorite apostle.
Oh.
So I was so excited that he was going to be prophet.
Okay.
And so for the Relief Society like birthday in March or whatever it is, I was Relief Society president. So I organized a nationwide like activity to honor him. So I created this 21-day challenge, and it was 21 talks, one talk a day from President Nelson throughout his like whole apostleship.
You loved him.
I loved him.
Okay.
And I was promoting him like he's never been promoted. And so we had this whole thing. We had games about him, trivia. We had all these ladies reading all the talks. They all loved him. Like I was just getting everyone ready to sustain him at conference. And then conference happened the next month. And when I was so excited to finally watch his talk, and as soon as he started talking about his late wife, why am I forgetting her name? Because I love her.
Whatever.
I can't believe I'm forgetting
I don't
her.
even know it.
Because I
but
love her.
His former wife.
I remember that's the talk he gave the year she passed away was when I like fell in love with him, because I loved the way he honored her, you know? And she was just, I loved like their love story. And so then he's talking about her, and then all of a sudden he switches and he goes, but you know, I'll never, like I love my wife so much. He's like, but then the Lord brought in Wendy. And I was like, and I was like, please just say you got married, but not sealed. I was always so worried that they had gone sealed. And then he admits to the whole world that he did get sealed.
Because sealing meant
and
what?
I wanted to turn the TV off. I turned it off. I said, I can't listen to him anymore.
Why?
He just told the whole world that he's a polygamist. And but it's like so sugarcoated because it's a love story. And I'm like, did you ask your wife? Wasn't her name Dancel or something?
Yeah,
Dancel.
Yeah.
I'm like, what does she have to say about this with her 9 children that she raised while you were gone all those years? I mean, I just get really defensive over women and mothers who are like left all the time in the name of church service, you know? And I'm like, so now he's going to get this other chick, like at the end of their, I'm like, this is the worst love story ever. And so I'm just like, I couldn't get over. So from that time, because I mean, yes, I grew up loving the church. Polygamy was always the thing that was like, I can't handle it. I can't justify it. It's just been big. My late 20s, there was a time, 6 months, where I like read Doctrine and Covenants, and I was like, oh my gosh, I can't open that book ever again. 123, you know? I was like, no, I can't. So that was one thing that was in me deep. And so when that came out, when he became president, I couldn't see past. I talked to missionaries, like senior couples. I talked to the mission president, like the mission president's wife. I did all the research. It was just, I was sick about it. So this COVID thing was just like another, I'm like, dude, this guy is just like, I'm not loving him anymore. And it broke my heart because I loved him so much, right? But
because in the rest of the world, widows and widowers get remarried all the time. But in the Mormon context, getting sealed to a second wife means
it's polygamy.
It's eternal polygamy.
So don't tell me that it's not a thing anymore, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm all for companionship. Like, get married again, you know? Like, one of us dies, I hope that he has I hope that, you know? Like, I'm all for healthy life.
Yeah.
But I'm like, that's a slap in the face to your wife who has no word. So don't even talk to me about Sarah's law and all this stuff, because she didn't have a say in it, you know? So it was just like, I was so distraught. So the COVID thing was just an extra jab.
Okay.
And I don't even, honestly, I don't
No
even
pun
care if he's
intended.
like promoting the COVID thing. It just bugged me that it was in the video, because I'm like, you're talking about the resurrection of Christ.
Yeah.
Why are you getting vaccinated? It has nothing to do with this story.
Yeah.
It was just weird. So I came to America thinking it's weird, but I'm going to like get past it because this is still true.
Okay.
Mitja, on the other hand.
That was your testimony.
I bring the crack from Slovenia, the COVID period, but with me, right? Like we get here, we got our first place in Pleasant Grove, the most Mormon-y like area ever, right?
Utah County, very
yes,
Mormon-y.
I mean we're welcomed as rock stars. Like, oh, Slovenia, America, 2 kids, she's pregnant. I mean, wow, everyone loves us, right? Taps our backs, like. And
You felt embraced when you
absolutely welcomed, you know, like everyone's nice.
Everyone fell in love with him, you know.
You
He
know,
just, like,
I mean, but the first job I got, that lasted like for 6 months, and then I switched over to Sarah's brother-in-law. He has a construction company as well. He said, "Why don't you come and work for me?" I said, "Well, you never asked. Of course, I would rather work for you. Like I love you." And him and his wife, so Sarah's sister, oldest sister, I don't want to say left church. It's just not left.
Yeah, they hadn't been active for like 10 years before.
And they're a very special couple that I love dearly. And I mean, like we spent like a lot of times together, right? Like a lot of time together. But I started working with him, and one of the first jobs up in Park City, like I know me and him are like waiting outside. He pulls up the phone, and I don't know how we got into a conversation. I'm having these doubts already. I'm asking him questions because I know he's genuine. He loves me, and I love him, and I take him as he is, right? But he's not. His core family is still super Mormon-y. He's out, but they found a way how to, navigate, right? But he pulls up like the church portfolio.
Oh, so this is after the Ensign Peak financial disclosures?
No, it was just an article about church owning, like just the numbers.
Yeah.
Right? But could be. Yeah, it was a leak.
So the $100+ billion in
yeah.
stock and real estate and bonds.
And he asked me, Mitja, have you never seen like, I was probably complaining to him or like trying to like ask him something, about financial tithing. I don't know what. Maybe it was about COVID and vaccine and, and he pulls it up like, and I'm scrolling down. And the fourth biggest investment was Johnson & Johnson. And then it's Merck. And then it's all big pharma. And I'm like, the world, like I don't know how to explain that. Like everything, like the house of cards just came down. Like
so the Mormon Church having billions of investments in big pharma made you think what?
This is it.
What's wrong with that? Like,
what's wrong with that?
No. Just spell it out for people who have no idea why that would be a problem.
So I'm taking money from this couple with a handicapped child that needs like a new wheelchair. I'm there
tithing,
right? Like I'm doing the settlements in Slovenia, not feeling good already. Back in Slovenia, but I'm shutting it down because I'm the one in the position. I'm the leader.
Yeah.
But now seeing this, it's just like, well, that's the fact.
But what's wrong? Why was the church's wealth a problem for you, having been a branch president in Slovenia?
Because I'm reading Jesus, I'm following Jesus, and Jesus said, sell everything, right, and follow me. Like it's about the poor people. I thought we were helping the poor people, but you're stalking. Like, I just couldn't comprehend. I still cannot today, and I'm like tingling right now.
So instead of investing, instead of the church taking its wealth and using it to help the poor,
yes,
it's investing in Fortune 500 companies,
yes,
big pharma,
yes,
that you associate with the vaccines, which you weren't feeling good about.
Of course, and then Nelson, he's a doctor, he's a surgeon, this is a medical field. It all makes sense. It's like the dots are being connected, right? Like it was so heavy on me that like I said I can't give a cent anymore like to this. Like this is. So I come home with this.
Yeah, so that was the next issue. So
this is like 3 years ago? About 3 years ago?
Yeah, 2021.
So we'd been in the States for about 6 months. And I was stressing out because we hadn't paid our tithing yet from Slovenia. Because I was like, we're getting jobs, we're trying to get a doctor, all this stuff. And I'm like, we need to pay. And he's like, well, just wait, we'll pay it later. And then before we pay it, I'm I was letter of the law Sara at this point. So, he gets the big, like the portfolio and connects the dots of like, okay, this money is actually going to what I'm against. I'm not going to pay anymore. And so
it's also worth mentioning to Never Mormons that we're talking about Google Ensign Peak. The Mormon Church had this $150 billion plus investment fund called Ensign Peak, real estate, stocks, bonds, cash, all of it, just stock alone worth over more than $100 billion. And all this was kept from Mormons and from Never Mormons for decades until a whistleblower named David Nielsen, who had worked for Ensign Peak along with his brother Lars, this information got leaked to the general public, also as part of an IRS complaint about IRS fraud. Or the allegations of IRS fraud. So it wasn't until 5-10 years ago that all of us learned this. So it wasn't just how wealthy the church was. It was the fact that they had been hiding its wealth
Exactly.
while giving general conference talks saying, if you have to choose between food and tithing, pay your
Exactly.
tithing. If you have to choose between having shoes or not having shoes and paying your tithing, pay your tithing. Like general authorities have said that in third world developing countries for decades. So it's not just the wealth, it's the non-disclosure, it's the lack of transparency.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
sorry. Just want to make that clear.
And I would also
Yeah.
add on just like another cultural difference. Mitja is coming from a country that's not a world of like, capital. I mean, it is a capital, like that is their, form now. But growing up, it wasn't like, chasing money. Everyone was very content with what they had. So to see that kind of money coming from I feel like in America, it's like, oh yeah, investments, that's all just like ABCs. It's like not that big of a deal. Like, of course it's a business. Of course they're going to invest and have money and be profitable. And like that's looked at as a positive thing from some members of the church. Like they're so proud of how much money, how well the church has invested money. So someone from a country that's, I would say, very different from America doesn't see that as like a strength. It's like, it has nothing to do with religion. It has nothing to do with what Jesus is teaching. It's not just like religiously, but even his culture is just so.
So Slovenia is less capitalistic, less wealth, less consumer oriented. Is that fair to say?
They're growing, but
but you can't go against the trend. Like we want to be West. We escaped the Eastern Bloc. Right? Finally, we are independent. We want to grow. You want to have your business. You want to have a residual income, right? Like that's why I'm building like a plan B, You want all of that, but to what extent?
Yeah.
What are the priorities? Because here I feel like it's just like, we always start with money here.
Yeah.
And that's it. Oh, is it any financial benefit? Okay, then let's do it. Is it not?
So it's
Let's move to the
financial
next business.
first.
Progress
sometimes.
in America is financial. Progress in Slovenia is like wellness.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so even though
trading a
Slovenia
lot.
is now capital and like they want to have open business and everything, their roots are very much not like, obsession with this
Capital
financial.
wealth. Yeah.
Exactly.
But going back to very church, if I saw that portfolio and I would know the church is transparent and it's out, these numbers are out at the general conference, whatever, right? Like, okay, they're transparent. Like, where's this money going? Questions will start popping up, right? Of course, I'm paying tithing if I know that a village will be built up, like in Africa, wherever, like water will be, and they're doing to an extent, right? Like, I mean, I'm not saying church is not doing like,
But weirdly,
but what is
donations
the
were
trade?
very small until Ensign Peak, and the church was shamed for its massive accumulation of wealth. It's only then that the church went from like 40 million a year in charitable donations to where it's now claiming $1 billion, and that number's still suspect.
Yes.
But it took the church, the Mormon church, being shamed in public for its mass accumulation of wealth and for its hiding of wealth, for the church to take charitable donations seriously, right?
Yeah.
So whatever we earn as churches have $0 at the end of the month.
Right.
That's how I saw it.
Yeah.
Get all the money, get it all out. You're not supposed to have like any dollars in your account. This is Christ.
Not hedge
for me.
funds.
No.
Hedge funds were not in your...
No, not shell. Shell
companies and hedge funds.
What is this, right? Like, so that's a big kick into my like testimony, right? Like it's just starting there, like really heavily, right? Like to break, right? And I'm bringing it home, and then of course it goes to polygamy, it goes to this, to that. I see the uniformity of the church here. It's more important how you look than what you bring to the table. Then it's fake smiles, like it's everyone's nice, but they're not real. What?
Yeah, we talked about the culture shock for Sara. Well, for Sara going to Slovenia, what was the culture shock for you coming to Utah?
Absolutely. Just being an observer, right? Believing in people, because these are my brother and sister. Like, these are the leaders. I know how things go. We're here in you. Everyone's welcoming us. There's a dinner. They want dinner here. Like, they're invited. Everyone's so nice. But me starting to break on the other side with all of the facts being, brought up. And like, I have my brother-in-law now, like on the, and I know he's a good man, like, and he was raised in the religion, but he's not. Why are you not a member anymore? So I keep engaging in the, because I don't have that back home, It's a small community. We just build each other up for 2 hours and go home. And, we're the most important people on the planet. We're going to save this planet by being Mormons, right? I come here, everyone's Mormon, everyone looks perfect. It can't be. It's like Truman Show, right? And then the portfolio. And then why can I never talk to Sara about polygamy? Because I was never taught anything, but whenever I brought it up or it was brought up by a third person, Sara is like starting to shake. And I'm like, why? Right? Oh, I can't, and then wow, don't we have the whole truth? I mean, I don't know. I didn't study it. How naive, right? Like, if you just go, I never studied polygamy. I never studied the history. I just took it. Like, it's a book we're learning. Like, I mean, it became so toxic that after I stopped paying the tithing, right? What happened? I couldn't go physically anymore. It started building up. I'm hearing the talks from the pulpit about where would we be without Brigham Young and praising him and this and that. And I'm reading back home. I'm like into Mormon stories. I'm like, I finally I see Paul Cardall's journey, and I'm like, all of that together. Wow, this is not what it was presented to me.
You were connected to Paul Cardall's Mormon Story podcast episode because he married someone from Slovenia?
Yes.
Okay.
And
had you known her? Or?
Yeah, we happened to meet. Yeah.
We didn't know her previously. We knew her family.
Not before, yeah.
Okay.
Her Slovenian family we were friends with. So we kind of had, when Paul Cardall came to Slovenia to visit her family.
He's a famous Mormon piano player.
He put on a show for the church in combination with the hospital, children's hearts, he had a heart transplant. So anyways, he knew that Mitja was friends with his extended family. He actually invited us to come share the Book of Mormon message with Tina, his wife's family.
So then you come here, Mitja, and you learn that Paul's left the church.
Yeah.
And you're wondering why.
Yes.
Yeah.
And all this coming up, it just results in the whole piece being taken away. So I'm not the same Mitja anymore. I go to church, but I'm trembling. I can't this, because I know that talk is not based on facts. It's just like a romantic story of the religion, but I'm reading facts at home and I start listening to Mormon stories. I start seeing other people, and it just came down to a point that I couldn't go physically anymore.
Well, I don't think you had been for a long time at that point of the Brigham Young one.
Okay, yeah.
So we got here in May 2021. By that December, when we had tithing settlement, the bishop was we went in for it, and he was like, so, I don't know, are these numbers right? Because it was a really low amount. Because I even behind Mitja's back, I was like, we need the blessings. I'm going to pay our tithing. So I paid months of tithing at one point without telling him. I was like, he's not doing it, I'm going to do it.
I was never settled.
And he was so mad at me that I would take that much money.
Yeah, it could be $5 or $10,000 you pay all at one time, right?
Yeah, and so, but for that to be a year's thing, the bishop was like, yeah, especially when we're getting started having a baby, no insurance, nothing, and he's just barely getting into construction jobs. Yeah, we needed
17 hours
those thousands of dollars. We needed that,
yeah.
But I'm like, but we need the blessings, Mitja. We're having a baby here. And he's like, we are blessed, Sarah. What are you talking about? And so as we get to the tithing settlement, and the guy's like, so is there a mistake? And Mitja's like, oh, not really, just saying, I am not paying. And I finally said, he's not paying. There's no excuse. There's no mistake in the computers or somebody's in Slovenia. No, I'm like, he's just not paying tithing. And I was in that phase of, I'm mad and I'm not okay with Mitja choosing to not pay. I was not okay.
Because
even though
I'm the only income. She depends on me.
Well,
right?
This is the thing. So in my personal life as a kid, my parents did get divorced, and my dad did leave the church, and I didn't understand it at the time. But I thought, okay, when someone leaves the church, divorce happens.
Yeah.
And so I got really scared of I know where this is going. He stops paying his tithing. It's done. He's not here anymore. And
you
so
were determined that your family, your marriage wouldn't end like your parents.
Yeah, and so I was like, I have to make sure that this works. So I'm going to pay the tithing to make sure that we don't lose the blessings, and I need to be really strong with him and keep him in. But then after that tithing settlement, something hit me, and I was like, you know what?
Because you were kind of siding with the bishop against your husband.
Yeah, I was, totally.
How'd that feel for you, Mitja?
I don't think he freaking cared.
I didn't care because I saw the portfolio, you know.
Yeah.
I finally know the truth.
But in your mind,
It was
you're
horrible.
trying to save your marriage.
Yeah, and just
by
so you know, I
doing
had a baby at the beginning of December.
Yeah.
So I had a newborn baby. I had postpartum depression. It was just a lot. I was seeing this unravel. I was so scared. And after about 2 weeks, I was like, you know what? I'm not going to repeat anything that's happened in my family before. That's whatever he does is between him and God. I will just be the good Mormon girl I've always been and just do what I've always been taught, which is to be an example. And I was like, so I'm just going to think, what
Throw
do
your
I
husband
believe?
under the bus in front of the bishop.
Yeah, well, it was after that. It was 2 weeks after that when I was like, okay, that wasn't the right way to go. But as soon as I was like, okay, Sara, what do you believe? And then do it. That's when I think the fact that he kind of stepped away and broke the ideal image of the eternal family, temple, everything, it kind of gave me like a safe place to be brutally honest with myself. And that's when all the polygamy stuff came back to me, and that connected it to tithing, or not tithing, to the temple. Because I don't know, I just felt like if I don't do this, we're not worthy of blessings. If I don't, and so I was like, wow, if I don't, something about it just took me straight to temple, and that was my first pillar that fell. And it was so ironic because Mitja was on his path going more like finances of the church, administration, how they're dealing with the church
Doctrine.
office, and then church history doctrine. And mine was like, wow, this is so manipulative that I thought I was living my whole life on faith, but it's really been on a river of fear, you know, that like, if I don't do these things, I won't be worthy. If I don't do these things, if I don't wear my garments when I'm pregnant, my baby's going to get hurt inside of my body. Like I was so obsessive, like OCD crazy on it for years. I was so scared. And I realized, wow, do I have any worth at all without any of this? So it was crazy that him just stopping paying tithing, like, opened up the floodgates for me. And so the first thing, even though he stopped going to church shortly after that tithing settlement, I kept going on my own a few times, and I would be so brave to even go once without garments on. And just the topics at our society about the temple is the safest place to be, and as long as you're there, then you're good to go. And I was like, what a shallow view of life, that like this is the extent of our progression, is just to be able to make it to the temple. But here I am, simply by not wearing garments, I'm not allowed to go. Simply by us not paying tithing, I'm no longer go. So I've already failed. And I was just like, and that was the last time I could go. And I was like, I can't do this anymore. Then we went again in July. It was Pioneer. So like 7 months later, it was Pioneer month. And that's when he heard the Brigham Young thing. And then by Christmas the next year, we went again for our daughter's primary thing. And that's when he saw like them whispering in the ears, and it was just like programming the children to say things. And
So I'm not going to church, but I'm doing my most research than ever before, the real church, what the church is indeed. I'm doing all of that while working, grinding the concrete every day, podcast. So I'm plugged in. I'm like, wow. Like it's just hitting me every day. And I come home and say, Sara, did you hear that? Did you know that? You know what I just heard today? What about this? Hey, you got to listen to this Mormon story. And Sara just kind of, she did from time to time, kind of took, partake of that. But like she wanted to keep it her own journey. And I felt I need to give that to her. I shouldn't be too pushy because I experienced it my way. Mm-hmm. And now I know that I don't know how she grew up emotionally. Like I was, I mean, what was our marriage for 6 years? And we went way better along than we're going now, because now everything's to the surface. Church is gone and you're exposed. Like you can't hide in a pew. Like you can't hide behind a calling. It's Sara and Mitja. But at that point, it's like, okay, Sara, I'm sorry. I have my own way to go, and I leave you time and space to do your own thing. I don't know where this will end. Mm-hmm. I love you. You're an amazing wife, an amazing mother. Our kids are the best in the world, but I have to do this journey by myself.
I can't imagine what it would be like to be born in one country and then missionaries from a totally different country come to my country, convert me to a total change of worldview and perspective. I dedicate 6-8 years of my life to building up that church. Then I move back to the mother country not my own, where that church is from, to the center of that church, and then discover that everything I was taught was a lie, I was misled, that it was a fraud, that the church was corrupt. And I had based not just my life and 6 or 8 years of service, but my marriage was built on it. The kids were all connected to it. And now I'm living in not just the country of that church, but like the headquarters of that church.
Make of Mormonism.
It's kind of like going to Oz.
Yes.
And then just discovering the wizard is fake.
Absolutely.
That's actually a really triggering movie now.
What?
It's a really triggering movie now.
Yeah.
I watch it, I'm like,
But I mean, what was that like for you, Mitja?
Yeah, I lost everything. Like, I lost my peace. Like, all of a sudden, like, and they released me, like, after we got here. I was still a president, back
A British president.
doing the Zoom or whatever, they finally released me then, there's not many people there that can jump in the shoe, But it was just the level of uncertainty that I could never expect. I know I'm a good person. I know I love people. I know I'm not fake, but someone's been playing with me for the last 15 years. Mm-hmm. Why did I join the church? I wanted to follow Jesus. And I'm still with Christ in every aspect that I know how to be, that I know how to feel and connect with the golden rule and, like, love your neighbor. That's all I was before Mormonism. But now I became a part of a corporation starting to do this and this and this, go by the letter of the law. The spirit is kind of, disappearing. You have a tie on, but you don't feel happy. Like, it's not. But then running into these facts here, it's just like, it just exploded. Mm. It just, I said, no, I'm not participating in this anymore. I can't. So I stopped going for a year, right?
you were gone for a while.
For a while, whatever. I couldn't physically be there because I would stand up and like just leave out. Like I knew the truth. I knew I had more truth than everyone in there, right? Just factual. Mm. And then I come somehow, like, I just wake up on the state conference. I find out when state conference.
Well, you had decided before that you're like, you know what, I'm going to go back and I'm going to go oppose because I'm still a member and I don't agree. And
I wanted to slow down on this part because, you ended up speaking up and we're going to get to that. Mm-hmm. But I want to really make sure people understand why you felt so passionately. And the trick, the part that's always difficult for me in these situations is, you told us at the very beginning of your story that you reached a point in your life where you were feeling kind of lost. Like, judo's not going to take me where I want to go. I want to have a family. I want to be good. I don't want to live this bar club life. I want to find a wife and start a family and have kids and have a sense of meaning and purpose and spirituality and something worthy to give my life to. And I want the truth, like the true gospel.
Yes.
And as far as you knew, you found it. And then you gave your life to it for 15 years, moved to the country of its origin, to the center of the church geographically. And then you learned that you had been lied to, and you had given 15 years of your life and dedicated your entire 15 years of your life to this way that then you discover wasn't at all what it claimed.
Absolutely. So one important thing is, before I went into action, what kicked me into the action of, like, calling out the leadership openly, right, publicly, I started talking to my friends from the ward. So a newly called bishop is our family friend. We're hanging out, like, grilling in their yard. Kids know each other. Like, we are friends. Like, I'm a benefit to their life. They're a benefit to mine. You know what I mean?
Close friends.
Yeah.
Become
we're
bishop.
Double date.
The close friend becomes bishop.
Becomes bishop in that period. And I think, like, man, like, whom should I go to if not you?
Yeah.
So I call him to go on a walk, and there was a former elder president's quorum president of the Elders Quorum that I went on a walk to, and I started asking questions to the world leaders. I said, man, have you heard about this? Do you know this? What's going on with this? What about polygamy? What about the finances? What about the vaccine? What, like, oh, put it on the shelf. God knows it all. We are, we don't know everything. We're here to believe, but not know everything. But then I'm like, but why do you testify on Sunday that you know it? Then if you say you know it, you don't have to believe anymore. You have the full knowledge of everything. But I know that you don't because you can't. You're just a human being. So I started addressing this to the very closest people that I've built a relationship with inside the ward, and they're amazing families with kids. They're doing their best. I know they're giving everything. They're good people. But like, why does that not go hand in hand? Being a good people and being open and concerned about my belief now, because they see me probably as moving like detouring, right? And they just like don't talk to me. And I felt like, why are you not talking to me? Aren't we friends? Like, are you not like concerned about me leaving or whatever, right? So it never came to a point that I really felt welcomed, like opening up more, whatever, right?
Just for our never Mormons and our newly questioning Mormons, one of the bizarre things about that point in your story is that at that point in your story, when you started learning all these truths about Joseph Smith, Brigham Young, polygamy, church finances, you knew more than 98% of the active Mormons in the world about their own church. Even if they're 6 or 8 generation pioneer Mormons, the truth about the church has been so carefully withheld from the membership that part of the reason why they didn't want to talk to you is because you would learn stuff they didn't know. And they were terrified to learn things about their own church that some convert from Slovenia was teaching them or wanting to discuss with them, and they couldn't handle it.
Absolutely.
Right?
And that was another trigger to me, because I'm like, how can you not even talk to me just openly as buddy to buddy about things that are concerning me,
It
to
was
me,
all so taboo.
But then you can be at a pulpit like looking like a perfect member and giving testimony about what you know. But you can talk privately to me. Like what's going on? Are you just nice? Are you being real? Oh, you're afraid. Your testimony is built on fear, not faith.
And ignorance.
Yeah,
because they know because they don't know.
And not wanting to know.
Right?
So
they know it's true because they don't know the facts.
But you, from the pulpit, you're saying, I know, but you actually don't want to know.
Yeah, that's weird.
But I'm the one that wants to know and gets stopped.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to take a minute and come back to you, Sara, and your story in particular, and how you're feeling during this time, because I feel like you have given yourself wholly to this journey too, and even after having this time that you describe as like freedom and self-exploration and feeling yourself again, you buckle down. Buckle down. Yeah,
because the conveyor belt came for my time to get married.
That's right.
And like, you can't miss that one. So you got to jump on.
Do you want to talk about your feelings during this time where you're confronting some of these things and what it means, what it feels like to be you?
Yeah, thank you. It was a very stressful time, very liberating, but completely heart crushing. Everything all at once. I mean, like I said, from the tithing settlement on, I kind of surrendered Mitja to do his thing. And I was like, it's not going to affect our marriage. We're going to be okay. And we can respect each other in our own spaces. But like I said, everything came down on me of like, what is my worth just as Sara? Like, why am I building so much up? And I'm realizing none of it. Am I so conditionally loved? And I realized, okay, I'm going to like experiment a little bit.
By conditionally loved by who?
God.
Okay.
Because like I said, I had just had a baby, my third one, and not to make anyone feel uncomfortable, but after you have a baby, you are nursing a lot and you're home a lot and you're just not wearing clothes the way you normally do it. You're just home and like whatever is easiest to nurse in, right? So garments, especially coming out of delivery, they're just not part of your life right now, just as you're recovering, right?
That's right.
And so it was getting time for me to like get back into my normal clothes and be outside of the house again. And it was like something was stopping me from putting my garments back on consciously, you know? And I was like, well, maybe I should experiment with that a little bit. And that was a huge awakening to me of like, wow, like I said I had faith in Christ this whole time, but I really just had faith in me being perfect and wearing garments. And so when I started to experiment with not wearing them, first it was like, okay, I'll just not wear them at home, but when I go out, I'll wear them. And then it was like, okay, if I go out, I'll only wear them if I'm going to see family. And then I eventually had the courage after like 6 months to finally go out in front of family and not wear garments, but still wear garment-worthy clothing. And then after like, I don't know, however many months after that, it was like, okay, I'm going to go out and I'm going to wear things that are clearly not garment-worthy. And that was insane to me. It hit me so strong. I'm like, why am I putting so much mental emphasis? Like, it takes me hours to have the courage to go out in a tank top and shorts. That is so weird. That is what I'm struggling with. And it was such I realized how controlled I had been and how, like, I mean, just all the gaslighting, the manipulation, the way of teaching something in a nice way, but really it's teaching you that you're not good. Like, all of this was hitting me so strong. So, like, he was listening to all these podcasts, coming home, and I was like, Mitja, I can't handle all of this extra stuff. I can't do that. I can see its significance and I can even agree with it, but I don't even want to touch it. I am so deep in my own personal, like, my emotional, like, abuse that I've received and my low, like, completely off. I was just in my own world. I said, you know, I just wanted to know, like, am I going to be protected as Sara without garment? Anyways, it was the most liberating, but completely, like, and everything fell, like, temple, everything. And
would you be protected without garments in the church?
In the church, yeah. I mean, just,
or does God abandon you?
Does God abandon me? I just had a baby. Like, I felt so vulnerable. I was like, I was, and so people would see me without garments, and I could feel them judging me, you know, and or the looks or whatever. And then I realized if they could only know that actually, like, because we see it as a sign of, oh, you've lost your faith in God if you're not wearing garments. And I was wanting to scream to them, guys, because I want to keep my faith in Jesus, I'm actually getting rid of my garments because they've been an obstacle. I was trusting in them more than God. Like, God would only save me if I wore the garments. So I actually had faith in the garments more than Jesus. Does that make sense? It was like I had to get rid of those. They were actually a barrier to my faith. So I was like, I'm not losing my faith, or like faith crisis. Everyone's like, I know it's a faith crisis. And I'm like, no, this is actually like liberating. And I'm actually, but then I couldn't come to terms with like, but the church is still true. So like, I still had to like do this mental gymnastics stuff to make it happen. I did listen to one of y'all's podcasts with the couple, the Madsons from
Hans and Birgitta Madsen.
Yes. And what country? Northern Europe. Sweden. And their explanation of their experience with the second anointing. And I was pushing my baby in a stroller around a park for hours listening to that. And after that talk, like, it was when I finally could allow myself to accept that maybe all of this really is not what it is.
What was problematic about the second anointing specifically to you?
It was so, like, the audacity that someone could have to promise them eternal glory while they're still alive. And I thought, even if that was a thing, how disappointing that you would lose the, like, anticipation of the judgment day. You know, I'm like, wouldn't you want, like, that to be God? I'm like, why would you want to?
Secure, right?
Like, it just feels like you can't jump to the finish line before you're at the finish line. You know, it just, even on a superficial level, that just seemed so, like, anticlimactic. But also in a deeper level, I just was so, it was so disheveling, like, just so unsettling to see, to hear what was actually happening behind closed doors. And I trusted them so much, their story. I thought, there's no way they're making this up.
And also they're high ranking leaders, right?
Yeah. And so anyways, that was just like, that was when it went more bigger spectrum of the church, not just me and my personal little world with my covenants, but that it could maybe something I thought in the beginning, it's just me and personal, but everything else is still true. Like, the Book of Mormon is still true. Everything still stands, but I personally can have a personal relationship with God, and I can set the rules between him and I if I feel good about it, right? It was that podcast that made me feel like everything came down, and I was like, whoa.
It was more systemic.
That's when, like, the grieving cycle really started, because I was like, this is not what I thought. And is it really all made, like, what? Like, it's not possible, you know?
It's all made up.
Yeah. And so after that.
Really quick, for those who want to learn more about the second anointing, the Tom Phillips episode is the best episode for that. We also did with Brian Buchanan a history of the second anointing in Mormonism. It's a super secret ritual that even today, active believing Mormons don't know about unless they follow podcasts like this one. But Hans and Brigitte Madsen also talk about it, and it's really only for rich, wealthy, older Mormons who are connected to church leadership. And again, it's an ordinance. It's the most sacred Mormon ordinance that's kept from even Mormons. And it's really disturbing to a lot of people. So Brooklyn will include in the show notes some links if you want to learn more. Okay, keep going.
Yeah. So, I mean, and the timeline, I'm trying to keep it short because it was over like a year and a half of this kind of gradually before things really started to erupt with Mitja and the church. So as he's coming home with like podcast ideas and everything, I'm like, Mitja, honestly, like when General Conference would come up, I'd say he would want to listen to it just to like hear what they're saying. And I'm saying,
With different
Mitja,
eyes now.
I don't want to hear anything for the church from conference, and I don't want to hear anything against the church from podcast. I'm like, I don't want to hear anything. I said, if there's a God and I really am a child of God, then like I'm pretty sure we can work it out on my own. I said, I don't want to have another man hand me what to believe anymore, whether it's for or against it. I was so turned off by men's voices anywhere,
Including Mitja.
including
As a
yours,
Including John.
and yours. Everyone. I said,
John,
I don't.
what's John gonna
and
tell
Here's
me?
what I'm hearing. Here's what I'm hearing is you are doing the shift as you're deconstructing from that external. We've been taught to like listen, especially as women, to men tell us what to do, and then we obey. And you're deconstructing that as you're deconstructing. So you're going internal. You're trying to say, what do I think about this? How do I feel about this?
Yeah.
Right? And
Yes,
I also am
exactly.
kind of hearing a lot of overwhelm. It's like,
completely.
I
I
have
was
enough
devastated.
on my table.
Yeah.
I do not need anything added to this table right
I
now.
had 2 toddlers
Yeah.
plus a new baby, and I was just drowning in like my reality. I just come back home to
get
my
that.
family, and then I couldn't be honest with them what I was feeling. I felt so alone, and I couldn't even talk to Mitja because he was so intense in his way that I didn't feel safe speaking to him about my vulnerabilities with the church because I thought he would only just grab it and run. I'm like, I don't want you to like push me more to
Take
leave.
it.
I want you to just hear me.
Yeah.
You know, and so I said, I don't want to hear anyone. I just wanted to go in nature and just sit there and think like, if there's a God, I mean, there's creations here. Let's just start with that. There's creation. And that's all I could go with. I said, there's no religion of any kind. And it was so hard to even stop at the church. I had to like cross over to Christianity as a whole and then religions around the world. It was just, it was so much, you know? And I hate getting into all this because I can't remember exactly
Doesn't matter.
at what month this happened. But I know that for a while I did go back to church a little bit on my own, sometimes with the kids, and then sometimes just by myself, just to sit and listen, just to kind of hear it. And it just got to the point where I was just like, I can't do this anymore, you know? And so it had been like 6 months or so since we had, like, a long time since he had been, and a while since I had been. But when a conference came around, I knew that he wanted to go and oppose at state conference.
Okay,
So he had
so-
talked to you about that?
Yes, he told me. He was
Let's
very vocal about everything. And I said,
Let's explain the concept of
Oh, yes.
opposing.
Yes.
okay. I was going to also just add one more thing because I was trying to remember earlier and I couldn't, and now I do. When I was going through all of this, I said, Mitja, I'm not going to listen to any podcast because I considered it all to be like anti-Mormon, right? And I was like, if I'm going to leave the church, I'm going to leave the church on the church's information. So I would go on to the LDS app and read in like the gospel topics about polygamy and about the priesthood with the, you know, racism and all this stuff. And just even reading that, I was like, I am so disgusted and ashamed to be associated with this church for how that was written out. I mean, if you just go and read gospel topics on those 2 topics, it was like, I was embarrassed to be part of this church. And so that's what gave me the permission in my mind to listen to a podcast of you guys. Cause I was like, okay, I've at least explored church material and that's offensive enough. You know, I can now go and listen to a podcast. And that's when, Hans and Brigitte were on, and that really opened up the door for me altogether. But even then, it was like, that's when I just shut everyone out and I said, I don't want to talk to anyone about it. I'm just going to do my own thing. Then we fast forward for a few. But all through those months, Mitja's trying to talk to me, and I'm just like, please? Because he'll post things, you know? And I'm like, you're embarrassing us. Like, you're being so vocal. Like, just, I don't care what you believe, but just stop talking about it.
So you started posting stuff on the internet?
Yeah, I also watched the movie about Joseph's death, like Justin.
Oh, I forgot
About who killed Joseph Smith?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The conspiracy theory that there was an insider job.
Absolutely.
All of those things.
And it like, it made, I mean, I don't know the people, but it made a lot of sense. Like, why wouldn't that be able to happen? We don't know, hear about the succession story, right? Like, I mean, the history, right? How did that get handled over from Joseph to Brigham, right? Like, there's no hands being laid on head, nothing, all of this. It's just everything is out there. Like, you can't even follow it. Like,
Yeah.
Right. So I'm like, wow, like, I know this is not the real thing, what I was doing for 15 years, but what is it then?
Yeah.
So where am I now?
That's right.
Right? Christ, is it okay if I stay with you only and find you in ways that I feel are close and are righteous? And so I started hiking, and Sarah went to church. I hiked all the Wasatch, like.
But that was hard for me too, because Sundays used to be our day, and then it became him hiking for like 8 to 10 hours.
Getting lost, almost getting
and
killed.
I was home with the kids. I'm like, awesome. Now I'm just another day at home by myself, handling everything, and he's just off talking to God up in the mountains.
Right.
And
I was so bitter.
And I was.
Because I was mourning like
I survived.
our
This
previous
mountain
life.
saved me. This hike saved my marriage probably to a part, like my survival in religious sphere, like, redefining. I said, Christ sat on the rock and looked down at Jerusalem and said, oh, Jerusalem. And I'm looking down at this valley and saying, who are these people in these houses? They're trying to pretend they know everything. They're so righteous. But it's not true. I'm up here. I'm free. Like, I'm looking at a goat. Like, it's like, can I not be with Christ still? Can I not follow him with all of that machinery? Yes, I can. Like, it just expanded the picture. And that's when I started thinking about broader Christianity, right? Like, came out of the corner. This is not true. It didn't hit me as much because I wasn't raised in it. So, okay, it's 15 years. Look what I got. I got Sara, 3 wonderful kids. It's a beautiful story. It's painful, but it has to be, like, to progress, Like, I'm mad, but I'm not so mad anymore because, like, I have to look at the benefits and the blessings, right?
But I hear what
he
you're
was feeling.
saying.
I wasn't happy about it. He thinks it was helping our marriage.
Well, I was still mad at that point.
Well, what I'm hearing is that for you, you're still very much entrenched in the everyday, doing all the things. You have 3 kids. So as you're saying, you're going and having mountains, which is good for your mental health, for your processing.
Yes.
And you're trying to figure it all out, but on top of all this daily work and keeping things going, which is a very different experience. And in the end, you're both likely feeling quite lonely, quite
and
isolated.
Unseen and
That's right. And in these spaces where what you're going through is painful,
but I'm
right?
also,
But to go through it alone and feel isolated and disconnected from the person that you ideally would be sharing it with, that's a whole other level.
Yeah, it's not a joint
pain.
path anymore. And I'm starting to be worried because I want my wife, but I can make her deconstruct the way I'm doing it. She doesn't have time. She doesn't have 7-8 hours of listening to podcasts. I got to let her, do it herself.
Yeah.
But
everyone's got to do that journey alone.
Yes.
But even if I had time, it was like I didn't even want to do it that way. I wanted the whole world to just be quiet for once.
Yes. Have this space
just
and
like,
the quiet.
leave me
And I want
alone
to use the
about me.
megaphone and like scream it out, right?
Yeah.
What is going on?
Do you know
and
what
that was stressing me out. I'm like, just have your thoughts, but keep it to yourself, dude. Like, stop being a vocal.
This reminds me of oftentimes what happens when someone experiences like the death of a child or the death of that the process of how we process and grieve experiences, oftentimes they find that partnerships will end then because it looks so different and that chasm that is created during that time of how one deals with incredible grief incredible pain,
Yeah.
it looks so different. It reminds me of that.
Because
Yeah.
standing next
totally.
to her
Yeah.
10 years ago, about to get married, and my brother got the authority handed over to marry us, you know?
His brother
And
married us,
it's-
actually.
Civilly.
civilly, right? Like, and he's standing there, and I'm like, wow, me, Sara, and Christ. How could that be a failure?
How can
I
it
am
go wrong?
so happy. I am so in love. Like, I am complete. I am accomplished right now in this moment. Sara felt a little different, but that's for another day, you know, whatever.
Well, just to
Not
clarify,
just the gap, right?
I know in the church, if we say we got married civilly, it means that we were not obeying the rules while we were courting. And it's just the law in Europe that you cannot get married in a religious building first. So by law, we got civilly. We had to get married civilly, which gave me the fairy tale wedding that no Mormon girl gets.
Yeah.
I got to walk down the aisle of a castle. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
it was great. And then the next day we got married in the temple. And that was honestly, we don't need to get into it, but it was a very stressful day and I hated it. So
Yeah, I gotta do it.
yeah,
If
it
you're
was like a
serious, yeah.
panic attack. But back to where we were.
Yeah, conference.
Do you want us to get into him going to
So
the
the
church?
next step is, okay, so let's explain what sustaining is.
Mm-hmm.
So which general conference or state conference, what month, year are we?
This is April of,
2023.
Yes.
I want to say 2023. Yep.
So April of 2023, is it a state conference or general conference?
State conference right after the general conference.
Okay, and what sustaining is, do you want me to explain or do you want to explain?
you go ahead, please.
Go ahead.
So the Mormon Church has this teaching called common consent, where this is how I'm going to explain it today. The church might explain it differently, where they want to create the perception of democracy and of, unanimity by, with some frequency, a few times a year, state conference, general conference, ward conference, members are given the chance to sustain their leaders. So they'll get up and start reading off the name of the prophet and the name of the first presidency, and all the members will get a chance to either raise their arms to sustain the church leaders or to oppose the church leaders. And then they'll go down to the Quorum of the 12. Same thing, sustain or not sustain. Then the general authorities of the church, sustain or not sustain. Then your stake leadership, sustain or not sustain. Then your bishop and the bishopric, sustain or not sustain. And then the ward leaders. And the whole time, it's always everyone raising their hand to sustain in the entire building. And then when they say, and anyone who's opposed, nobody raises their hand. So it just gives everyone a feeling that, 2 or 3 or 4 times a year, everyone in the building is all on the same page in supporting all of the church leadership, from the very top of the church to literally the primary chorister and the nursery leader.
Yes.
And it's a ritual of everyone always saying they support the church leaders. And people will go their whole lives and never hear a single person ever vote opposed in that, ritual, right? Which
Yeah.
means it's not really common consent.
Right.
There's no consent in that. It's just a ritual to create the appearance of unanimous support. But we're all used to it.
Yep.
And it's super, one of the most taboo things in Mormonism, to raise your hand and vote opposed at any point. So general conference just happens in April of 2023.
Right.
State conference is coming up. And
No one is talking to me. I did the 2-3 walks I mentioned.
You try
with the
to talk to
leaders,
your bishop
Try to talk,
friend.
bring it up. No one is coming back to me. Checking, I stopped going. No one is coming back. Did anyone ever ask anything?
If I was at church by myself, I would be kind of pitied. Like, how are you? We miss Mitja so much. Let him know we love him. That whole
So
thing.
all the ward sees you as a mixed faith family where
Yeah.
All of a sudden,
she
I'm out
still
of the
attends,
picture.
but
Yeah,
he's
not coming.
not.
And it's so weird how they build you up for still coming.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's almost like,
Yeah. It's
why are
like
you praising me?
you're
right
a
now?
hero
Yeah,
because
why are you
your
doing that
husband's
to me?
staying home
Yeah.
and you still go.
Yeah.
And I just have to say, after how much you had given the church, you had in effect been a bishop leading an entire Mormon congregation for 5 years. You are a convert to the church who had given 10 plus years of your life to the church. You deserve some answers, goddammit. Like, I'm sorry to
Come on,
swear,
like,
but like,
yeah, like-
I can see why you felt like, I'm in Utah, I'm in the church's world
else if not here?
headquarters, and I'm my friend who I barbecued with is now the bishop. Somebody give me some freaking answers.
Or even if not answers, how about just listening to you and saying these questions are valid?
Exactly. Just admitting,
Right.
you know what, I don't
Right.
know, and you're right.
Well,
It's
he did
pretty
say
effed
one
up.
thing. He said, I remember, he said, I'm so sad. The things that bring me so much joy disrupt you so much.
Well, that's
So
a little
it's
backhanded.
It's like a guilt trip. It's like a guilt
what I
trip.
mean?
Yeah.
Oh, he's really good at that one.
I mean, that's kind of brainwashing.
That's not
yeah,
great.
That's gaslighting.
For sure.
It's
But then I
basically
said,
saying
brother,
your reality is
Yes.
is twisted.
I said,
right?
brother, but now you step into my shoes. And just a simple, quick example, because it was so vivid and so felt to me. If you saw my wife cheating while I'm at work and a man is coming to our home while I'm gone and she's having an affair over and over again, and you happen to be the witness from across the street, would you ever tell me that I'm being cheated on? And he landed in shock. And, well, it depends. I said, what depends on what? Are you my friend or not? Is that being righteous? Is that the fair? Like, it could be difficult, but you know you're my friend. It would be, it can be delicate. He avoided that, whatever. I said another one, like your house is on fire. I walk by your house. Your roof is on fire. And I'm saying, hey guys, you're on the window waving to me. I say, hey, your roof is on fire. Oh, it's not. You're just imagining, like it's not real.
I'm so
what are you
sorry
talking
that
about?
the house that brings me joy is causing you so
the
much
heat
sadness.
on
The
you,
fact that yours is burning is
No,
causing you
but
so
it's-
much sadness. When my house
lean
brings
out.
me so
Just
much
lean
joy.
out and look to the roof. It's actually on fire, dude. You gotta be
I'm
rescued.
sorry you don't appreciate or
Your
can't live
house.
in a burning
What's
house.
wrong with you?
My house is fine.
Did
Why
you
don't
not take your
enjoy it?
medicine? Yeah, Mitja.
Yeah.
So I try to be vivid. I try to be like real life to explain. Okay, we're not talking about we're real people.
Yeah.
I just felt like I'm just not being taken care of or what. Not even expecting, but being very shocked the way I didn't get any response. Right. So
Yeah.
It's disrespect.
yeah,
I think.
I just felt like this should be it. This is my home.
Yeah.
These are my people.
Well, I think too, do you feel like it's where you start hitting up against someone's armor? Like someone is like that
the guard
person.
is up, yeah.
And it all draws a line in the sand where maybe you're having an experience that feels very personal. Like we have a personal relationship.
Yes.
We're friends.
Yes.
Where this the friendship goes beyond actually,
Right.
the religion, right? Anyway, and then what you're experiencing actually is a line in the sand where it's like, oh wait, the friend, what just happened? Why are you not acting like a friend right now? Why am I feeling like I'm having this experience of not being able to penetrate to your humanness?
Exactly. Wow. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Were you saying something, Sarah?
I was just saying at the same time as exactly that, all that you said, when he's coming home being frustrated that these people can't do that, I was also like, but what did you expect me to do? Because I know the culture. I know that those questions are off limits. You just don't do it. And I'm like, that they don't have an answer. That they are uncomfortable. Like, I was just like, why? I was honestly very Mormon in that way, saying like, well, what do you expect? I can say it's not nice of them, but it's like, that's just the way it is, So I just wasn't shocked when he was getting these responses, or lack of response.
Is there something about Slovenian culture where
directness.
where you felt comfortable being direct with your leaders in a way that is not normal for Utah Mormon culture?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, it's being bold. It's addressing things the way they are. even if you're gonna disagree, you know?
Yeah.
But I would also add, as direct as Europeans can tend to be, I do feel like in general, Slovenes kind of mind their own business and they are a little bit more, they might say something, but then they go on. I really do feel that Mitja is honestly just an individual of his own, regardless of nation. I really do. I think there's a directness across the board in Europe that Americans don't have. But in public settings, I think Slovenes actually don't take the main stand. And I think they usually do mind. They're known for kind of just not creating a lot of drama.
And do you call that direct? Do you call that confrontational? What do you call that difference between Mitja and just, other people in or out of Slovenia?
Like I would say like Slovenes in general are direct in personal exchanges, but in a bigger thing, I think Mitja is just, a little more
emboldened.
He's emboldened, and it's just his personality. He's just a very passionate person.
Okay.
Whether it's good or bad, he's just going to share what he thinks.
Direct
no matter
and
what,
passionate.
no matter the crowd, no matter the group.
Okay.
He's just he loves connecting with people. He loves communicating.
So this is more Mitja than a cultural difference.
I would, for me as his wife, I would say.
But I also evolved to a point.
He's gotten more so in this whole chapter of our life.
Because you give 15 years, like it's real life.
Yeah.
Like you.
I do feel like something got in him that was like he's not settled until he speaks out loud, because he's so mad for being basically lied to or keeping things hidden from. It's almost, I don't want to speak for you, but it's almost like a retaliation of like, you've been quiet all these years, I'll show you quiet.
I'm the same way. Like,
it's like,
why did I do Mormon stories? Like, no, I'm not staying quiet about this. And
and
nobody
like,
else felt like they needed to make a big deal about it.
You ask for opposition? Okay, I'll show you opposition. It's like, he's going to go and I think he's a big debater also and likes to just kind of challenge people in just even casual discussion too, so.
And I want them challenging me.
This is just, I think also his person. Yes, in general, people are more direct there, but specifically this situation is very much Mitja.
And I do feel like there was an escalation to this situation.
Yeah.
Like I do feel like at different times you were trying to be heard. You were trying to do the personal first.
Yes, absolutely.
You were trying.
Yeah.
And so what happens is like that frustration and you kind of wanting your experience to be legitimized, seen,
for sure,
understood in some way. Oftentimes I think it can kind of evolve this way psychologically,
for sure,
quite naturally, and that desire also for accountability.
Yes.
Like can you just, I've given up a lot here. I've given a lot here.
Right.
You like, is there, and your personal integrity as well.
But also wanting to, just in a sentence, wanting to expose myself that I don't know. I'm going away from all the claims now because I was claiming things being a branch president. I was leading people astray, not towards the truth. I was making a more fear than belief as a leader. Because it was so much was hidden from me. The
church made a liar out of you.
So I want to come in front of my congregation in Slovenia and say, I am sorry. I said that publicly. That's one of the first things I want to say. I am sorry, brothers and sisters. That hall in that chapel is way wider than it's presented.
Well, you did send that to them.
Yeah.
He sent that message to the members, and the district president contacted our bishop and said, watch out for this guy, because he's sending threatening messages.
Before the sustaining problem?
Before all of that, yeah.
Okay, so you were starting...
That was after I saw the movie Who Killed Joseph Smith, because everything was up, like, wow, nothing, how could you know what is true here? Like, just
not
like...
a super important detail,
So just as background context, you started speaking out on the internet. Well, you started speaking to local church leaders, couldn't get an answer. You started speaking out on the internet, like on Facebook and Instagram?
Yeah, just comments maybe like here and there, not too heavy, like just,
And then you went and contacted your former branch, members of your former branch in Slovenia, and basically said, the church isn't what I told you and I'm sorry?
I don't think he actually said those words. He just said...
No, it was just...
God is bigger than that hall, than that chapel.
Okay.
Basically, that was the essence.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Yes, Christ is everywhere, in a sense. Christ is on the mountain. It's not in that very building that you think it is, and you're not entitled to all the blessings. Brothers, sisters, I love you, but it's bigger.
Okay, wait. Just to be clear. So are you feeling on the same page about this idea as he's speaking out and as he's being more vocal?
No, I was
Okay,
so
so
against it.
your
Our marriage was on the rocks, like major.
Yes, because what I'm hearing, and from your interview, you referred to yourself as a good girl so many times, like numerous times, I feel like in your story. Do you have family members who are active, who are in Utah that you're in relationship with?
Yes. So I have, I'd say our family is like right now, like half and half in, half out, but I was kind of the one to make it more on the outside. Like it was even when I was in the church, and then when I left, now it's on the lesser side. But I've always been really close to my family, and I know that they looked up to me, like, and I loved that I served a mission, loved that I was living in my mission. You know, I didn't want to let them down and disappoint them for sure.
That's right. So you're having a lot of, what I see is this is very complicated, and your personality and the way that, is that fair to say?
Yeah, totally.
That this is like very, is it personally confronting to you, the style to which he is?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Horrible.
So that's an extra
layer. Because I also
stress.
cared about how my family looked at him, and I was like, they had him on a pedestal. Like everyone loved Mitja, and now it's like this heathen, you know. And I was like, please don't do this to yourself. Don't make this worse than it already is. Like if we leave the church, that's one thing, but if you make a parade of this, like, there's never an end to it. Like we're shamed forever. And I was like, please just be quiet. And I think it bothered him that some people do leave the church just out the back door and go on their way. Yeah. And I think that's fine, you know, like if they found something better for them, let them go, you know. But he's like, it's just like you really felt strongly that you needed to speak out. And I felt very strongly, please stop speaking out.
I see.
You know?
Okay.
Just be quiet. Like I agree with almost everything you send me. If I take time to watch it, I agree with you.
Yeah.
But let's not talk about it.
That's
like, let's
right.
just, if we really have this one life to live, let's let it go and move on and enjoy our life together.
That's right. And culturally, you're connecting also with your experience, I would imagine, of being raised in the church. So you understand what it is to actually openly object. Like, right?
I was feeling all of the cultural, like, taboos, and he was embracing all of them. And I'm like, you have no idea what it's going to follow once you do this. Like, I mean, I think he had an idea because he's seen kind of what's happened to other people if they've done anything, you know. Now there's more like social media. We see what's happened around the world with people speaking out. But
I wanted to just be very clear about your perspective.
No, I was
and your
not. This was a very hard time in our marriage, and
it was a hard time.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Would it have changed at all if you had not been in Utah, if he had done some of these things or disrupted in this way? Would it be different without your family, you know, kind of being without it being in Utah? I'm just curious if that would have made it a different experience for you.
It would have, and I think in two like ironic ways, because in one way, in the beginning, I would have been, because I was abroad and not home, I would have felt like I couldn't have trusted myself enough to really question things. I'd been like, oh, I'm getting lost out here in the world. Like I'm not at my home base where I feel most at home. And I would say like, I can imagine myself not being brave enough to actually question things. I would feel like I'm really falling off the cliff because I'm on the other side of the world. I'm so far away from my family. I've completely lost it all. But because I was here, I felt safe enough to actually question it honestly. Yeah. But at the same time, it was way more intense to have him be so vocal here than if we would have been over there. It would have been hidden more. So his journey affecting me would have been less intense over there, but my journey would have not I would have not as trusted myself as much with my own journey over there. But here, his way of dealing with it was way like too much for me. But I also was in such an intense, like honest space here. And then I saw also, and we can get that more later, like the reactions of people that are close to me, their reactions and the reactions of the church, as we'll find out, were so intense that I feel like I trusted myself even more because I saw so clearly the real picture in Utah. Mm-hmm. It was the Mormon church in Utah. The Mormon church in Slovenia, I would have been like, yeah, this wouldn't have happened back home. You know, I needed it to happen here for all the reasons.
The reason why I ask is I think that conformity piece in Utah and the fact that we live in spaces, right, where so many people are Mormon, our ward members, our neighbors are, it makes it really intense. We've had this conversation with in regard to our excommunication, right? The irony of us moving back to Utah for John to start Mormon stories, to be excommunicated in a small town, you know, up in, and if it would have been different, if he had been excommunicated in Seattle, or it was just, and that's what made me ask that question for you.
Or even if we would have lived in Salt Lake instead of Pleasant Grove.
Right.
I honestly feel like that was a very specific part of the, you know, tornado.
Right.
I mean, I do believe that we were supposed to move back to the States, and I think it needed to happen here, or else it would have never been the same thing. So as much as I hated it, it's opened up a whole new life. So anyways, we can go back.
That was important because I think part of your frustration, Mitja, might have been that it was really causing distress on your marriage.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I honestly feel like that distress, though, was more on me. I think he was just like, it's going to be fine. Like, this is the reality. Like,
no, because I felt safe with Christ. I said, I'm not leaving Christ.
Well,
but the church fell off, like just like a facade off of
Interesting.
You know?
Yeah.
But Christ is with me because I'm addressing the truth.
Yeah.
I'm not lying. I'm not taking money. I'm not like, I'm not committing adultery. I'm the best person that I know how to be. And I'm here only because of Jesus Christ. But it happened to be in the Mormon church.
Yeah.
So that's the confrontation. So Christ and church don't go along anymore in my life. So church falls off because it's like a corporation, but Christ stays, right?
So, go ahead.
No, I was just going to lead back, if it's okay, back to us going to the state conference.
Yeah, so who gets the bright idea to vote opposed publicly?
I think it was Sara.
Yeah, right.
No,
I
just
hadn't been
felt
for a long time.
let's go over. Yeah, like
There's this saying,
wanted to
don't
go.
poop in your own nest. Like, why would you want to
'Cause this is
vote opposed in your home, ward, or stake and tell all your neighbors, dozens and dozens of surrounding family members in your subdivision where you live, all the parents and children who are friends of your children, all the people you barbecued with, you're going to tell them all that you don't believe the church is true publicly in church in one of the most confrontational ways you could ever do it. Where in the world would this idea come from?
This was like the worst day of my life.
Question. I was just led. I was just driven because I felt like no one wants to talk about Christ, but they're all talking about church. But the fundamental thing is Christ, right? Without Christ, we don't have anything, right? And I need to defend Christ here. Christ is insulted by the way things go, by the way people are being handled. And now I get to experience it my own way. I'm with Christ. Don't get me wrong, guys. But I'm not supporting this church anymore because it's not of Christ. It's a man-made structure. That's that's the main message.
Let's just set the picture for that day. It's April and Utah is beautiful in April. It's morning. There's like blossoms everywhere. And I wasn't going to go with him because I was so against what he was going to do. But I thought, you know what? We're a family. Let's go. And so we walk back, we go into the church and we get there right when it's starting. So we're technically a little bit late by just that. And I remember walking past a cute young mom and I was thinking, she seems so cool. Like, I bet we would be friends. Why can't I just be okay with things? Because I missed having that like community with like other moms and girls, you know, and I just like something nostalgic about that came with the carpet walls, everything, like the smell. It just like brought back a lot of feelings. And I was like, man, is there any way I could just like unsee what I've seen or what I've felt and just be friends with her? Like, if she can do it, why can't I? She seems like smart, like a normal, cool girl. And I was like, whatever. So I just was a thought in passing. And as we go into the chapel on the side doors, I was thinking, okay, it's a state conference. It's packed all the way into the gym in the back space. And I'm thinking, we're going to get, the lights are down in the back, right? It's kind of darker. I'm like, let's get a seat in the back where he can oppose and no one will see us. But of course, Mitja, that's not going to go. And he sees that there's a few seats right in the very front of the chapel, like 3 rows back, where it's all lit up. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, and it's packed in there. So we walk in and everyone in our ward is seeing us as a family come to church for the first time in months. And they're all like, the Lakners are here. And I'm like,
he's back.
And I'm just thinking, you have no idea what's about to happen.
And is this Alpine, Pleasant Grove, Highland? Okay.
Pleasant Grove.
Very Orthodox.
Oh, yeah.
Or Utah County.
And I get all the looks and the nodding and everything.
Yeah,
You're
everyone's
back.
so happy
We're
to see
so
us back.
happy.
And I'm
You
like,
came
oh.
as a family. And I'm like, you don't know what is about to happen.
Oh my gosh, I felt so sick to my stomach. And so we sit down. I'm like, do we have to sit here where it's all illuminated and bright? And I'm like, oh my gosh. So we sit down and just like shoulders, everyone. And anyways, right away it starts, right? And they start
music, and then right away
music,
it's like
prayer,
sustaining.
and then they do the sustaining.
Yeah.
So the leader gets up, stake president or his counselor gets up, starts reading off the names, and what do you do? When he says, all in favor, everyone raises their hand.
Any opposed?
Any opposed, and what do you do?
I stand up, I lift my hand up straight up to the ceiling and say, I oppose.
But you don't actually say it super loud, to be honest. It
No,
felt
so everyone
loud,
could hear, I oppose.
But
Like, it's not screaming, it's not,
No.
just clearly kind of
he goes, I oppose, and then would sit back down. And he also wanted me to like record him just to have proof that he like wasn't being disruptive. But I was like, I'm not freaking recording. I was so against it. I was like, no, I'm just freaking, I'm like, you don't have to stand up every time. I didn't know he was going to stand up. So like in my brain, we would be in the back and he would just oppose. I didn't know he would actually vocally say it and then additionally stand up. And I was just like panic attack was coming onto me. And I'm like, I can feel all like 800 eyeballs in the back of my head just like burning into me. Being like, I can just feel the judgment on us so strongly. And I'm just like,
Because it's never done.
it's not done. And this is my husband doing this. And I'm like, and he's like, in like this like salmon colored dress shirt. And I'm just like, I was just like, I was panicking. And so I don't even know if I stayed for all 8 sustainings and opposings, but it happened
she just
again.
grabbed the kids and
You
again,
did it like 8 times in the
8
same
times
meeting?
I stood up saying,
Well, he went through the whole list of like general authorities and then like local leaders. And he posed all of them. And I don't know if I stood up.
I mean,
think
they
rapped.
ask. You would assume if they ask, they want to know if you oppose or don't, right?
Right? I know. And so I'm like, why am I
just answering your question.
Anyway, so I think I get up and I walk out just to go to the bathroom or just to get out of there. I'm like, I can't be in here. And then I come back and sit down. And by then the talks are going. And it was just like some talk about the Saratoga Springs Temple or something. And I'm like, why am I here? This is like not serving me. I'm like, I can't stand him. I can't stand this talk. I'm like, what am I doing here? I'm out. And so I said, Mitja, I'm out. I took the kids and I went outside and I was just like pacing and I'm like, I can't breathe. And then 2 girls from my ward follow me out and are like, are you okay? I'm so sorry. And I'm wanting to say like, you think I'm so mad at him for opposing, like for having the opinion of opposition. And I'm like, if you only knew that I actually agree with him, I just hate that he's opposing. And I'm like, but why am I hating that he's opposing when people are asking, does he oppose? It was such like a brain, I don't want to say the word, but you know, it was
But
just,
a Mormon would say, why are you even there if you don't believe in it?
Of course.
yeah. And so it was just like, they were all pitying me. And I'm like, you don't even know what actually is going on with me right now. Like, I'm actually mad at him, but also the church for setting us up. You know, it's like you're setting us up to be in trouble.
Yeah.
You know? So anyways.
I'm already in deep trouble.
So what happened
months.
after you opposed 8 times and sat
Red
back
flags,
down?
you could feel it in the air, like the
He
energy
gets a text
changed.
message
Like
from
they giving me the whole leadership's giving me looks. I already got a text like right after.
Who texted you? Just a friend or
Stake presidency counselor.
saying, hey, dude, or what?
Hey, brother Lakner, like, can we meet for a meeting?
Okay.
And I'm like, when did you guys communicate?
Up
Stake
on a
president was
stand.
just like sustaining up at the pulpit. You're sitting behind him. How did that go so fast? They already had to be expecting something because internally, the bishop, our friend, was probably sharing concerns about me not coming, this, that, I'm vocal. It might happen. I don't know. This is speculations, but it pretty much had to be that way, right? So I was already on the radar.
So you
Although
had a text before the meeting's even over.
Oh yeah, right away after my
yeah.
opposing, and I'm like, I said yes, meeting. Like I don't say yes for sure. Like I write him back. Who are you? Who is texting me? Because I didn't know the first counselor on the stake presidency. Oh, you are the one. So we're communicating during the conference.
Okay.
And then the 70s comes up. Elder Checketts, whatever, saw him for the first time, right? So he's a guest speaker, right? And then afterwards, of course, like I wait at the office, like I wanted finally, my message is like, talk to me.
Oh, the meeting was that day.
Oh yeah, the first one. Yeah,
Okay,
just like with the 70s in too. He wants to talk to me.
Oh, so you did it in front of an area authority.
Oh yeah.
And then you met afterwards with your stake president and the area authority.
Yes, this was just to,
That's
the
pretty
flags are up.
intense.
Yeah, but just just as the conference was ending, Sarah's out, right? I'm there by myself. People start coming to me that I've seen for the first time. Who are you, brother? Thank you.
Wait, what?
John.
Yeah, they were, like,
people, random
positive.
members from the back. Who are you, brother? Thank you for this.
Wait, they were thanking you for voting
opposing?
opposed?
Members, yes. Who are you? I said, I'm just a Mitja guy. Like, yeah.
Why would a member thank you for voting opposed?
What do you think?
What do you think?
Because they need the support, because they know the story, they know the plot. They've been suffering for decades, years, generations.
Quietly.
And it's there.
It's
And-
like, wow, this is the first time anybody's ever opposed.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then I turn around and see a guy in between the door piercing through me. How do you dare? Just the looks.
Yeah.
Then another guy comes, thank you, brother. And he just moves away, like taps me on the back. Thank you, man.
Wow.
And I'm like,
I was
"Wha-"
gone though. I
And
was
I'm
like,
like,
I'm out here.
dude,
I can't do this.
I just, you know, I just voted again. I mean, voted. Like, I just didn't support the membership. I'm not the prophet, but you are like, hey, prophet. Like,
Yeah.
it was weird, a weird feeling, but it just confirmed. And that fear I felt like all around, like, you know, like being in people like for years, right? Like, and yes, I just, go with Christ, whatever, right? Like,
So how was that meeting after?
it was amazing because they're all gathered. They're all like nice. Brother Lakner, oh, how are you? How is your family? Blah, blah. How many kids? And then we waited for the 70s. He comes in and he wants to know more about me. So I talked to him, like it's a brief introduction. His wife is on his side, right? So where's the problem? Like, why did you, I said, oh, there's so many things. Just no one wants to talk to me about, And we're going to do that. The stake president for the first time, me and him kind of, I've seen him coming to the word, but like, hey, hello, hi, how are you? But not really had a contact before. Now I'm exposed there in front of him, right? The whole stake presidency and the 70s with his wife, right? And I'm just like, are we going to finally talk? Like, I have a lot of issues. Like, that's why I opposed, because, this is, it's not the way it's supposed to be. However, like, things get, like the 70s go straight to the scriptures. Let me tell you, we have the priesthood. I said, it's not about, I don't even want to go doctrinal right now. I just want to know why you guys are not talking to me. Why is there no concern about me having concerns? And then I don't remember all the details.
No, it's fine.
I
Just
turned
generally.
at some point, I turned to his wife and I say, ma'am, because I don't call him presidents at that point anymore, no elders, nothing, right? Like, I said, ma'am, can I ask you one specific question? When you read Doctrine and Covenants, DNC 132, and I have so many issues about it, like I could never talk to my wife. She never opened up about the polygamy in a way that we could discuss the scripture. So I'm still wondering, like, how do you feel reading that Emma's going to be destroyed if she doesn't comply with God's proposition? And she's like, excuse me? And I'm like, wow, she doesn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
This is the wife of the 70s? She doesn't know what's in DNC 132. And then he jumps in, trying to save her, like saying, oh, go this. I said, thank you. I got the answers. Thank you.
Yeah.
Like it was, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, 'cause
Not
the
even a
average
debate,
Mormon-
not even a sense, not even an opinion, not even,
Yeah.
wow. So,
Because the average Mormon won't read the scriptures deeply enough to really think about what's actually in DNC 132. Because if it's probably either they're so busy they don't have time,
right.
or they just skim over it because they don't
Right.
want to really think about what it's actually
Yes.
saying. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So stake president continues and says, Mitja, we're going to talk more. I'm going to reach out to you. Right? I want to have a deeper conversation. I want to, and I grabbed his word. So, okay, finally. A month goes by, nothing. No call from him, nothing. It's a Sunday, right? Testimony meeting.
Well, you decide to go and share a testimony on Fast and Testimony meeting. And I was very much begging him not to. I'm like, you've already opposed, just let it be.
Okay,
Like,
so they just left you alone, even though they said so. The bishop
yeah,
didn't follow
basically.
up.
No.
The stake. Now, why can't I would think you would have appointments with the bishop and the stake president
Lined
within
up.
a week,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but you didn't.
No. So I'm like, again, like you're skipping this.
Huh.
Why? Like,
So I don't remember.
what
if
do
it
I need
was-
to do?
I don't remember if it was the next month. So that was end of April. So I don't remember if it was May or you were going to go the next week. And then I think you finally gave in and said, no, I won't. But then in June, fast and testimony meeting, he did go and I was begging him not to. And he's like, no, I'm just going to bear my testimony. And I'm
So
like,
that's the
please.
June 4th talk.
Yes.
So he
Yes.
so he decided to bear his testimony, I say in air quotes, but to prepare what he was going to share in like a talk.
Yeah, it was like he prepared his testimony. So it wasn't a talk.
I
It
wrote
was
it
just,
down so I wouldn't be like wasting time, whatever. I'm going straight, like, this is my testimony. It's just written. It's helping me, right?
Okay.
Okay, and I'm just going to, and I'm going to have you read what you wrote up until the point where your testimony was interrupted mid-testimony. But it really wasn't a testimony. You had, from a believing Mormon standpoint, you had disrupted state conference by voting opposed. And then within a month and a half of state conference, you decide you're going to go to fast and testimony meeting in your ward and basically give a talk that wasn't a testimony, was basically an untestimony. Like I think the average believing Mormon would say that's wrong.
For sure.
No one should ever go up in a testimony meeting where the purpose is to bear testimony of Jesus, God, and the church and say you don't believe. So tell me what went through your mind in terms of making that decision to do something extra confrontational.
Right. I didn't take it as confrontational.
Really?
No. For a month again. I didn't
Where
want
were
to
you?
disrupt.
Where were you?
Yeah, I was not
Sara?
agreeing. Yeah, I know. I wasn't being heard. I was.
No, I knew I knew
okay.
one thing.
No.
That they're not taking me seriously again.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So no, they're dismissing me. I don't like there's no
Yeah.
value in like whatever, right? So said it's testimony meeting. This is my testimony now. It changed. Who will tell me what my testimony is? Who are you? John,
Yeah.
let's go to the definition of a testimony, not by LDS, but like my testimony.
Yeah.
What do I believe?
Yeah.
This is like
Yeah.
bringing over the beliefs,
Yeah.
right?
But in
So-
the Mormon context,
Of course,
It's-
I mean,
the
if-
biggest violation, right?
yeah.
I didn't know.
It's a huge identifier. Like it's hard to communicate how much of Mormonism is being on script, is being in a conformity where you say the same thing as everyone else, where even if a question's asked, there are only certain answers are permitted, and it's so easy to go and be othered, be perceived as a threat here. So there's like what you're saying, which is, I oppose, but then there's what the act means in the face of the context of a congregation,
Right.
in this social psychology experience of we're all the same.
Right.
We're not really separate, right?
Yeah.
And that's the
Yeah.
thing that I think is visceral. That is a
For sure.
visceral experience and ultimately what makes it more of a cult-like experience, as opposed to just a religion that's not high demand or high control, right?
Before you make that point, I just wanted to reiterate something Margie said.
Yes, sir.
A really interesting conversation I once had with Richard Bushman, who's like the church's top historian and Joseph Smith defender. He said to me, Sunday school isn't really a school. Sunday school is a ritual where every Sunday people say what's supposed to be said, and then everybody else agrees. It's a ritual of shared belief. It's not an actual education. Testimony meeting is not everyone's actual testimony. It's people getting up who know they want to say what the Mormon Church would want them to say so that everybody else can have the experience of shared belief and a shared agreement in a set of beliefs.
And a shared reality.
Right.
Yes.
And so, and again, sustaining of members isn't the actual voting yes or no, do I support my leaders? It's a ritual of everyone expressing unanimous agreement on this support of the authority of the leadership. And so,
Sure.
Yeah,
You're breaking the ritual. I'm breaking the ritual.
but
right?
you're
Like that.
actually taking it more seriously,
And more literally.
More genuinely.
Organically, like,
He's
just
making
like-
it way
And
more
more
genuine.
literally.
authentic,
Yeah.
literal, meaningful, sincere, instead of the rote, superficial, robotic,
Right.
mimicking
Yeah.
of
And I-
what you're
and my-
expected to do and say and believe. Yeah.
So,
No,
I was just going to observe this tension in this moment that you're telling about, because I think getting off this narrative script, right? Within a marriage, you have two people, oftentimes representing two worlds of experience, right? And so I guess my question to you is, like, it feels like to me you're really high integrity in this moment. You're feeling like a sense of doing something that empowers you when you're experiencing something that's really disempowering overall. And then the other side is you're partnered and you're loving this person who's not like you, Sara,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And Sarah's saying, please don't with what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
And it's this place of you. I know you love Sara, and I know you're in this moment where you've loved this religion that now you've found out has betrayed you. So it's like conflicting values, right? And you have your individual thing you want, but then you also are in partnership with someone who's saying, please don't. This feels like a lot. You're being authentic to yourself in this way is really, stressful or hurting me. I'm curious if you heard that, if in that moment, if that value, if you heard that and then really felt like, but my healing, I need to do this. Was it too hard to hear that? And because you really needed that? I'm just curious in your awareness what it felt like to be you. And if you were holding your journey and Sarah's journey both, and you were deciding, like, this is what I need, it's like oxygen, I need to do this thing, even if it hurts Sara, like, what was going through your mind?
Yeah, it was the letter.
that one.
It was, but it's not like I don't care that she's hurting. She's hurting already. I felt that she was hurting when we wanted to talk polygamy and she wasn't ready to.
Just for the record, you keep saying that I don't talk about it. I would talk to you about polygamy all the time. I don't talk to other people who would justify polygamy.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
Yes.
I would
I'm
talk
just
to
saying
Mitja
it was
about
like
polygamy.
just,
I can talk about 123. I don't want to, or 132. I can't talk to other people who are
Yes.
justifying it
Thank
for
you
the
for
100th
correcting.
time.
That's
Yes.
important.
That's when I don't
That's
talk
great.
about it anymore.
Okay.
Yes,
I don't
but-
hold space for that anymore.
Yeah.
But I saw like so many times, so many spaces are not safe for Sara inside the religion, right? I felt it. And we never went like further down and actually discuss things, right?
Okay.
There's a reason for that. Like I've mentioned before today, once he started his journey and I did mine, I really did intentionally keep my journey to myself without him because he
Yes.
was so intense that I thought, you're not able to see my gentleness in going in this and how vulnerable I am. Like, I need you to tread lightly and you're just like a bulldozer. So you were not a safe place for me to even talk.
Absolutely.
So it was frustrating him that I couldn't speak to him about the podcast
Yes.
or what he was doing in church. He thought I think you looked at me as like, oh, I'm not as progressed in my deconstruction as you, when I was seeing it just, I'm on a completely different path as you.
Yes, that was true.
And so it's not about who's further in deconstruction. It's just a completely different machine. Yeah, a different
Yeah,
approach.
yeah, we did it
And so in terms of what you were asking, like, I think we both agree that you were going to go do what you were going to do,
My
regardless
way?
of how much I was on my knees begging you to let it go. It had been enough. You know, I was like, opposing, it's enough. Like, please do not go back there again. You're only going to stir up trouble.
Yeah.
Please. I was begging him, and I honestly did feel like my voice was completely dismissed because you had what you wanted to do for your reasons, and I can like respect that. But like, I had to just. Like, it was a huge divide.
And that's why there was that
It was a huge divide.
And I just want to acknowledge, like,
Yeah.
those
Absolutely.
times in marriage happen. They happen, especially if you're together long enough. in this dynamic life. And I just wanted, with a lot of softness, to kind of hold this fact of it's one of the hardest places to be in relationship, whether it's with a partner, with a child, where the thing you need or the thing that feels most healing or liberating or life-giving, actually to a partner or a loved one, it feels like pain.
Absolutely.
It feels like more stress. And I just wanted to bring that out in this moment as something that happens sometimes as we love, as we live, as we go through hard things.
Wow, so good, Margie. Thank you. It was exactly, I just felt driven. I needed to do that because I wasn't getting any feedback. You know, I was kind of being mocked. I felt like, you know, like all of a sudden, like who are, like, we don't even care. Okay, you're not in church anymore, you know, really? Like, but 15 years was okay, serving in every, like, you know what I mean? Dragging all of this. And now, like, no one will even listen. And I'm talking about the truth. It's coming from a place of truth, you know? So
you go.
Yeah, and I figure out they're prepared.
Yeah.
They're prepared for me. But I was intentionally late. So that was an intentional thing because I knew what would happen. I felt it. It was in the air after the stake conference and not talking to me. I knew if I was about to be seen from the very beginning, they would probably put people up. They hadn't, you know, they had it out orchestrated. If Lakner comes, just how do we shut him down?
Yeah. So now we're at June 4th, 2023. It's Fast and Testimony meeting in your Pleasant Grove ward. And you, after having just a month or so previously voted opposed in state conference in front of an area authority, you give this talk. And so I'll give this to you. And you can, he basically gets a paragraph in to his talk, and they basically ask you to sit down and shut off the mic. But were you like first? Were you like first to bear your testimony?
Of course, I basically ran out of the hall because I knew I have to be the first one. You know, they started the meeting. It's a Fast and Testimony, and then he invited, like, the bishop was not there that Sunday, and I didn't know.
Oh,
but it was his brother, and the kids were getting.
Were you in the pews?
Confirmed.
Or did you?
No. I didn't want to be seen because in case I was seen, they would shut me down.
That's even more intense. So, like, they have the prayer.
I come out of
They have the hymn. They have the prayer.
Yeah.
They have the sacrament.
Yes.
So, like, it's kickoff of a regular sacrament meeting.
Also in the baptisms before, so there was probably confirmation or
maybe a baby blessing or a
recognition of, I think a new family had also been baptized.
Yes, I missed that.
Really big.
So I missed that. I didn't even know.
Okay. And so you're waiting outside until the member of the bishopric gets up and says, "Now is the time, brethren and sisters."
Yes, and I'm already on my way
to bear your testimony about your belief in the restoration. And you're waiting outside, and as soon as he sits down, you come in the
side
sacrament
door.
The shortest way to the pulpit up, yes.
And you go right up to the front.
Yeah, with my written testimony, and I turn to the congregation,
kids,
and it's like, wow.
And they must have. I mean, I'm surprised they didn't like stop you before you even said a word, but they let you approach the microphone.
I think they were all in shock.
Yeah,
because they couldn't comprehend it.
Yeah.
You know, I would pop
here.
up just out of a sudden.
I could see that.
Yeah.
I totally understand their side.
Yeah,
I totally do.
Were there audible gasps in the
You have to, like,
congregation?
breathe again.
Oh yeah,
Are
it's
you
like,
reliving it, Sara? Oh.
Okay, so read slowly up until the point where they stop you.
Yeah. Dear sisters and brothers, I stand here today to represent Christ, my Savior, His truth and His love for us. I found Christ and He found me 14 years ago, got baptized in this church, met my amazing wife Sara, got married and sealed in the temple, served with love, hope, and faith in numerous callings, as well as a branch president for 4 years back in my home country of Slovenia. I helped 3 angels named Barry, Indy, and Vita come down from heaven to experience earthly life. I've met incredible people, built amazing relationships, and I've done my best in representing and living the gospel of Jesus Christ. All for the sake of spreading the great news, the truth.
So far, so good.
Right?
Beautiful.
Yeah. However, here I am declaring my loss of trust in the LDS leadership. Boom, mic goes off.
Oh,
So they immediately turned your mic off.
Immediately.
And do you keep talking, but you can tell?
Yeah, like, whoa, what's going on?
did you keep going or did you
I
stop?
think so.
No, they're like, they turn it off, like, and I'm just like in shock. Like, I didn't expect that, right?
Yeah. They have a little.
Because
they
I
have a
thought I
little
have a
switch.
really good, like, you know, I had time to sit down with myself, write it out, you know, and like,
Honestly, can I say something?
Yes.
I was worried about I remember seeing him write something out for his testimony, and I was like, this is bad news bears. I'm not excited about this. But when I actually did read the whole thing, I mean, at this point, he had learned so much about church history. He could have slammed the church so much in it, and he really didn't. He honestly just talked about go to Christ with your honest answers.
And we'll make the entire talk available
Yeah.
for like the people who really want to geek out on
Yeah.
this.
I mean, it gets a little, there's maybe a couple lines where it's like, oh, it's a little bit straining, but there was nothing like, you guys are idiots for following this like cult. Like there's
I'm not
nothing
touching on the
bashing.
doctrine,
There's really
really.
nothing bashing.
But it doesn't matter because they didn't let him read it.
I know, I'm just saying, so just so you know, like it wasn't like he was coming in to like
Yeah.
cast, you know,
You're all
like
the
a
cult,
spell on
run
everyone.
away. It wasn't like
Yeah,
that,
it was honestly, it's an uncomfortable one because it's honest, but it wasn't,
Yeah.
it was respectful.
So
it
we'll
was a very
share the full
respectful.
talk along with maybe some of the correspondence that he had with the stake president
Yeah.
prior to his excommunication. But did anyone stand up and whisper in your ear, you
yeah,
need to leave?
all of
or-
a sudden the brother appears there, like just underneath the pulpit.
do you mean
That-
the
that's-
physical brother, the actual brother of the bishop?
Sorry, no.
No,
just a member?
just a
Another
member from the
friend.
leadership, right?
One
Like,
of the
this is
bishopric.
not Christ's testimony. You know, he's into my face. And I said, who are you to tell me what my testimony is?
Yeah.
You just don't want, just because you don't
said
want to
that?
hear. Yeah, I said
So
to
you're
him.
kind of arguing, wait, did
Oh, the
someone
mic
come
is
from
off
the
already,
audience?
yeah.
No, just the behind, like the on the pulpit.
So a member of the bishopric walks up to you to your side, starts telling you that's
not
not
to the
a-
side, just in front, just an elder like member.
Oh, I
like
thought it was. Well,
no,
we
no,
didn't
no,
say any
no.
names, but
Okay.
Yeah, he's into my face from underneath the pulpit. I'm
Like a
standing.
member of a
That's
congregation.
That's not Christ's testimony. You
and
know.
you're kind of arguing with this guy.
No, I'm just saying, who are you to tell me what my testimony
Yeah,
is?
that's
Just
kind
because
of
you don't want to
arguing.
hear it?
This is the
Like
middle
it-
of a sacrament fast and testimony meeting, and you've been shut off with your mic, and now you are having this confrontation with a member of the ward
But then-
while all the members are there for Sunday
Yes.
looking on.
So I'm
it's-
there, like, you know, I'm standing, like it's an awkward situation. They don't know what to do with me. I said, bro, just like, what are you doing? Why are you pulling me off of here? Like,
Yeah.
you know? And then while this was happening, he's trying to like kind of lead me down, right?
Okay.
Pull me down of the pulpit. He's ending the meeting. The council gets up, back to the mic.
And says-
Thank you, brothers and sisters. We'll end our meeting here today. See you next time. Like he
So they told
releases
everyone
this
to go home.
Yes. People started standing up and leaving,
Oh
and
my
that's
gosh.
I'm watching that, and I'm saying, "Wow, that's not spontaneous.
No.
This is behind the scene. They knew exactly what they're gonna do, and I'm like still there. I'm like, what is going on?
Well, years ago, there was a teenage girl in Utah who came out as lesbian during a fast and testimony meeting, and it was recorded. Her name was Savannah, and she, we did a Mormon Stories episode with her.
I gotta watch that.
But at that point, it was recorded. It was during the emerging area of like, it's probably pre-TikTok, but it was definitely still internet time, probably Facebook time. And they recorded it, and it made like national news. And so from that point further, I think the church made sure that there was a switch where the microphone could be immediately turned on or off. And I'm guessing they implemented the policy at that point. If this happens again, instead of having an argument or a meeting while all the members are there watching, just tell everyone to go home and then handle the controversies
Right.
while everyone's left.
Right.
And it does. How does it feel for you to watch everybody leave and the meetings
It's like,
ended
what are you
because
guys
of
doing? What's going on here?
But it makes
You're
you
gonna
feel
end the
what?
meeting because I want to share my testimony, and you don't want to hear it.
But it's kind of shameful. It's basically saying you've wrecked the meeting.
Oh yeah,
Look what
of course
you've
they
done.
put it on me. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I'm not saying like, you know, I had like thoughts about like, was this wrong to come up like this in a way that I did, you know? But I'm like, you know what? In the end, I was just driven, like no one was talking to me. It's not like I want to damage these. These are my people. I know every single, But what do? I'm shocked too, I didn't expect like the meeting to be released. But I'm saying, hey, I'm not leaving this pulpit. So finally, like 2 or 3 minutes, like, they start gathering around me, the brethren. Yeah, brother, I know how you feel, blah, blah. So we slowly start moving outside the chapel. We end up outside and they're trying to, kind of comfort me or like bring peace, I said, hey guys, like it's, we kind of parted after a few minutes, like it was a heated, there was a tension between us. They were shocked, I'm shocked the way they reacted, whatever. So I just left and went home, right? Came home and told Sara, they turned my mic off.
I was getting messages from people at church.
They started texting you. What were they saying?
Like, if you need to talk, I'm always here for you.
We love you.
And I'm like, why is someone saying this to me at like 20 minutes into the meeting? I'm like, the meeting should have just started. Like, why am I getting these messages from people? And then...
But you knew he was going to do it, right?
I knew he was going to do it, and I was very much against it. But I didn't know, like... Yeah. I assumed that's like, it was just to that extent that like, oh, they're sorry for me as usual. But then all of a sudden he comes home and he's like, they sent everyone home, Sara. Can you believe it? And I was like, what? I'm like, that's why everyone's messaged me at the same time. When everyone was going home, they all messaged me. But the most insane thing is that like the night before or sometime within the previous days of that, I was so distraught about him planning to do this that I was like, I had a nightmare about it, that like he went and spoke in church. And that for whatever reason, it offended them so badly that they canceled church and sent everyone home. And I remember sitting in the like pews in my dream, and it was
so
actually...
you're a prophetess.
Yeah,
basically,
you saw this
that's
in a
what
vision.
we're going for here. I'm just kidding. But
you saw this in a vision.
I really honestly did, though. It's like so bizarre because I was like I remember when you left, I said, Mitja, I'm so mad at you for going because I'm having nightmares over this. Like, you are crossing the line. You're pushing this so much that I'm even having, nightmares about this. And then I don't know if I told him what the nightmare was, but it was so real and humiliating. And then when he came home and he said what happened, I'm like, did I tell you what my dream was? Because that's exactly what happened. And I just couldn't believe it. It just broke my heart because I thought, you know what? There's a whole room of like youth in there, and them canceling church because he said, like, if the youth don't know the backstory of like what's going on with him, what from that testimony that he read was so threatening that they would need to turn off the mic and send everyone home. I'm like, all that did was instill fear and so many people in there to be like, you better watch what you say. Even if you have the best intentions, if you say the wrong thing, you could have the biggest humiliation of your life, which is to have your mic turned off and send everyone home, And I'm like, it could have like, even though I don't agree with what he did, I feel like the church could have handled it so differently. It was like, what would have happened, guys, if you would have just let him finish his talk and then got up and said, thank you, Brother Lakner, for being honest and open with us. We hope you find your faith again and move on with your meeting. Like, that would have shown tolerance, that would have shown that it's a safe place. That would have shown that, like, it's okay to be human, but by canceling the meeting and then blaming it on him for the drama that happened, for all the questions that all the kids are going to have to their parents. Why is there no primary today? Like, that's just going to open the lid for everyone and cause more drama. Like, I know, I was just really disappointed with how
tricky.
It was handled. Even though I didn't agree with what he did, I was still very disappointed with
how they handled it. The only parallel I can think of socially to what you did is like being listed on the sexual offender registry.
Right.
Like, I don't know any other way to be despised more in your community.
Sure.
And I mean, in Utah, it's like 2 or 3 streets, and that's your ward, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's your immediate neighbors. Yeah. Mm-hmm. If you want to walk around the neighborhood, it's your ward members. Yeah. You're basically doing an act that would be looked upon comparably to being on the sexual offender registry in terms of what that's going to do to your reputation in your neighborhood.
Yeah, for sure.
Right?
Yeah, we would go on
ostracized,
walks.
Exiled, immediately.
Yeah.
People used to come out to say hi to us when we would walk down the street, and then it was like the feeling of like, oh, close the windows. They're walking down the street,
We know that feeling.
Ghost town.
The shift.
Yeah.
Overnight.
But yeah, then we just fast forward another month.
Okay, so did they do anything that month? Did a bishop reach out to you? Did a stake president reach out to you? Did they tell you before the Kirton McConkie letter? Was there any
Zero.
What?
Nothing.
I don't think there was
no
anything.
one talks.
That is so weird that the bishop didn't say, "Okay, sorry, we didn't talk to you before." Or,
they didn't reach out to you, I don't think, but
So
they
they sent
did
an
reach out.
email,
They
'cause
sent
he
an
was
email
gone
to the
that day.
whole ward. They sent a mass email out to saying like,
What happened today is just like kind of wrapping it up.
did y'all get the email?
No, I
We
got it
didn't.
from a different
We
member.
didn't.
Of course not.
Someone forwarded you an email sent to everyone else.
Yes, and a member across the street, an inactive member who's still getting mails, you know?
And what did the email say?
we could pull it up, but basically it was summarizing like testimony meeting is a time for us to testify of Christ, and if you have any questions about what happened today, you can always come talk to me. I mean, it was a little bit more lengthy than that, but basically, like,
So we don't get it. He doesn't call me and discuss it with me because he doesn't know how to do it because we're like,
Yeah.
right? Like it's chaos, right? It's emotional chaos. Like it's...
but yeah,
I wonder if the bishop felt like he had already talked to you. Like you should have been satisfied with your original conversations.
Yeah, but
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
probably. Yeah.
But you weren't. But he didn't give you any decent answers.
Yeah, but there were no conversations. 'Cause,
Okay.
I mean,
like-
after the walk.
Oh, yeah, like, I don't know. I didn't get answers to my questions. I was sincerely asking for explanations about the doctrine, about the history. Who can I talk to? You don't want to talk. You don't want to talk. The 70s, she doesn't have a clue, like the wife. Like, what's going on? I'm still a Mormon, still a member. I moved here, like...
Give me some
I'm
answers.
married for eternity in this church.
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
Yeah.
But we're further apart than ever before. Like we're struggling. She's navigating her. I know how, I'm going with, like, it's just chaos.
And I guess if we're talking about Christ and Jesus, a couple words that come to my mind. It seems like Jesus asked his followers to be long-suffering and to go the extra mile and to love your enemies and to do good for them who offend you.
Yeah.
Did you feel like that's how the Mormon church leaders responded to your crisis, by being long-suffering, by going the extra mile, and by loving you as an enemy?
Yeah.
No. What's your answer to that?
No, they didn't show any effort. Like it's just not, like it's not worth explaining. So of course I took it personally because it hurt me so bad to be confronted with all of these facts for months, right? And I'm like dying inside. But just the natural flow within me is I want the truth and nothing else. I love you guys. I don't blame it on you members. I blame it on the leadership more and more because they're leading this church. They say they're called of God, but they can't even talk to me.
And even the bishops and stake presidents don't know how to answer your questions. They don't know the answers.
Of course.
Yeah. So
It is interesting. Like anytime I would go to church by myself, they'd all want to know, how is Mitja doing? Where is he? What's he been up to? And it's like everyone asks about him, but then when he comes and actually wants to share with you, this is what actually has been going on with me. I know you've all been asking how I'm doing. I'm going to give you my honest testimony of where I'm at right now. It was just like, actually, we don't want to know what's going on with you, you know?
Yeah.
And also in his defense, anyone that was like disturbed personally by that, he did make a few phone calls and apologize to like the boy who was baptized. I didn't know it was your big day. I'm proud of you. You know, he tried to make amends the best he could.
I called people. I said, I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings by sharing a testimony, but I can't change my testimony.
Yeah.
It's mine and yours is yours.
So, but let's fast forward now to the next month.
Okay.
His brother's in town from Europe.
No, but they finally called me. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, it happens again.
Yeah.
So is this before the Kirton McConkie letter?
Yes, this is what triggers the Kirton McConkie letter.
Okay,
so then the next fast and
something else
testimony
happens.
meeting in July.
Okay.
By now his brother's in town. Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, he comes and like, I said, I'm about to go. Do you want to go?
Was he a believer at this point, your brother?
So, like just deconstructing his own way, still staying with Joseph, trying to figure out, but he knows that the church is corrupt. He knows that the church, that's not of Christ. He knows that the leadership is rotten. So he's trying to figure out where's the gap.
So your no longer believing brother comes into town and you think, I know.
Let's go
back
again."
to church.
And I'm like,
Let's do a
"Hi,
third super
should we sign the
disruptive thing."
divorce papers now or later?" Just kidding.
So
But
we-
seriously,
What was your
it
idea with your brother to do what?
No, I didn't intend to go. I just wanted to go to to sit down, and it wasn't like disrupting more or like, you know what I mean?
You
and he
weren't-
said,
you
I
weren't
asked
gonna
him,
bear
"Are
your
you gonna testify?" And he said, "No, I don't think so." We sit in the back in the pew, like pretty much. Some people saw us, like.
So
majority didn't.
y'all weren't going to bear your testimony again.
Not me. I didn't intend to.
Okay.
Okay. But then my brother is next to me and like he's looking at the app, the church app, you know, and looking for some verses or whatever, right? And I'm like, "So are you going up?" I'm like kind of surprised. And he said, "I think so."
Usually how it goes, right? You feel prompted.
He was
go.
moved
He was
by
moved
the
to go.
Spirit.
Yeah.
By the spirit
The
of darkness.
moment we enter and sit down, my friend Bishop is now here today. He's up there opening the meeting and he's purple, like he looks purple, cut mouth. He starts stuttering. I felt so bad for him. He knew exactly what will happen. Like he stopped, like he got lost. Everyone saw that, knew that. So he opens the pulpit and my brother starts going up. Immediately as he stands up, people from the right, no, sorry, let's go back just quickly. The bishop sees us, probably thinks we're coming up. We're going to do a show again. He says, "Yeah, so we'll start with the testimonies of our missionaries.
I forgot about that.
Then, then brother this and this will give his testimony. Then sister this and this will give her testimony." So, there it is.
So he was
they're ready. They're ready for us.
Yeah.
They start coming up. My brother stands up and goes and sits next on the pulpit, next to all of these people. Okay? So they start sharing the testimony, the two missionaries, the whatever, right? And it's starting to be his turn. I stand up and I go and I sit on the benches behind too. Just like it just pulled me. My brother's up there like we're together, right? Because he was shocked from what happened when I explained to him. Like he has no goal of like doing any sin, like nothing. He wants to smooth things out, right? And it's finally his turn. He gets up and he brings up like Martin Luther and the thesis, like, you know, and just saying in a manner like, I heard, it was like 3 sentences in and he says like, "Yeah, I'm visiting, but I heard like there were some issues with my brother here like a month ago." Boom, mic goes off. As soon as he mentioned publicly that he's my brother, everyone knew the mic needs to go off. And it just flipped like in my, like, I said, "What are you doing?"
You said that audibly so people could
I'm
hear it?
sitting there, I'm looking at it. I said, "What are you doing? Turn his mic back on right now."
Oh, wow.
How dare you do that? Really? You're doing that? You're going to release the meeting for the second time?
Yeah.
Like my brother standing up there like, what is going on? Like he's not aggressive. He's not violent. He's kind of, you know, he's just turns to me, what's, you know? And I said, "Turn his mic back on right now." And already there's a guy in the corner from the stake presidency pulling out his phone and filming me. And that triggered me even more. I said, "Do you want me to take that phone away?" I literally kind of started being loud, stood up, and I said, "What's the problem here? Isn't this a testimony meeting? What is wrong?" The people are witnessing this, like the congregation for the second time. It's
Haven't
like
they already dismissed it though?
they dismiss it like in the way, again, like they dismiss the meeting.
So they told everyone to go home?
Exactly.
This time, not to go home. This time, just to the second hour. Now go to your classes. Don't go home, but leave here. And this meeting's over. Go to your classes.
You know? And I'm like, and the bishop, so my friend, I said, "What are you doing? Give him the mic back." And then I stood up and said like, I mean, it just felt like the feelings were like just high, right? And I said, "Shame on all of you. You have little faith."
And this is like within a Mormon context. I'm sure there's ex-Mormons that are like, "Yeah, way to go."
Of course.
But
they
within
wanna
a
party,
believing
yeah.
Mormon context, this is
This is horrible.
This is like social terrorism. This is like
sure.
the most violent,
I believe so.
socially violent type of exchange
Yeah.
I've almost ever heard in a Mormon sacrament meeting context. Not to shame you,
Right.
not judging at all. I'm just like umpire calling balls and
it's just
strikes.
not okay in a Mormon context. Yeah.
What?
I'm just saying it's just not allowed. You don't do this.
No, this
You
is
just don't do
this is
this.
socially violent in a Mormon context.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you had every right to feel the way you felt, and no judgment. It's just, I'm just trying to process it as a believer in the pews, and
Or even a non-believer as the wife at home.
yeah. Okay.
It was just like,
So
Yeah.
meeting gets dismissed. Yeah, we walk out again. It's kind of the same thing. We talk outside. The bishop comes and says, "Hey, you know," he said, "You didn't even let me talk." So my brother's talking to him. Like,
Yeah. I am surprised that the bishop didn't reach out to you that whole month between those two testimony meetings.
but he
Sometimes
did right
you-
after, kind
I'm
of.
trying to think, like, did he really not reach out?
Of course not.
I don't have any
Of course not.
recollection of it.
I wouldn't have gone up.
Yeah.
Like it's an unended story. Like it's
I'm surprised the stake president nor the bishop reached out to you and said, let's have a meeting.
no.
Let me address your concerns.
No.
Well, afterwards you did.
Just to touch back with your brother, you said your brother was surprised, right, at what happened to you?
Yeah.
Is that because of, is there, how do I want to ask this? I feel like, is that because culturally, is there a difference in the level of control around what's said? Like you kind of started talking about this a little bit, like that you had people come in that maybe
Would go off.
right, that would go up and maybe not say all the rote conditioning things, and that was something that could happen. I'm just curious with your brother, if your brother really felt like the intensity, the level of control about what was being said, your experience of the ward in Utah, if he was surprised because actually it felt quite different to
Right.
the experience of, let's say, being in Slovenia. Or,
Right. That's a very good question because he was navigating his own deconstruction in a way, right?
Yeah.
Found himself like somewhere like halfway, not knowing how to. He knew that he doesn't want the church anymore and that it's of man, not of God. But he still believes in God. He still believed in a way that Joseph did start this church, but it was taken away from him in a way, from Brigham, whatever. However we want to like continue, from Joseph on, right? And just the doctrines, they didn't match up anymore, the policies introduced and changing constantly. So he came he's actually compassionate with me because we talk a lot on the phone, continent to continent, but he's in his own way, he understands my way. He said, yeah, I understand. Like, I know, yeah, how could that be? How is it that's not of God? But I leave him, because I have my life here, I need to save my marriage. Like, I need to decide what I'm going to do with all of this, regardless of what my brother is doing. But we're still connected, right?
But I guess my question is more around if there's a cultural layer with your brother feeling like, did you say that your brother was really surprised and didn't feel as to what happened to you in the meeting?
Totally shocked.
And so I guess what I'm asking is, was there less control in the meetings, testimony meetings in Slovenia? Could people, for example, say, I'll tell you, at testimony meetings in some branches I've been in America, people say some things.
Yeah.
Right.
And I've been in testimony meetings where people have said things that were not in line with, let's just say, church doctrine or.
Sure.
And so there's some variability. I guess I'm trying to get at if you and your brother actually grew up in a different norm of control conditioning around testimony meetings,
Right.
where people have expressed a larger variety of opinions.
Right.
People are in different mental health places.
Right,
People are in different,
right.
and it's a decision, right, of how to treat people in that moment.
Exactly.
Or the church is identical in Slovenia that it is Utah.
Yeah,
That's
like
what I'm
I don't
before. I
know.
said
That's what I'm trying to explore
yes,
through the
Which
lens.
is it? Which is it?
No. It's same. Like we would shut down the person in
Okay.
Slovenia
So
too.
that's not-
Yeah, sorry.
It's
Like for
the
like
same, but there's still people saying kind of off the charts things over there. I just don't think it would have been as aggressive.
Yeah.
because
it.
you need
Aggressively. You
people
would
so much
still
more because there's
handle-
only 30 people. You cannot juggle with people. Here, Lakner is going to be missing. Okay.
Got
Do you know what I
Next.
mean? We got to save this word,
Yeah.
kick him out,
Yeah.
don't talk to him, whatever it takes. Just don't let him infest
Okay.
Yeah.
our word.
Yeah.
Right?
Thank
okay.
you.
But I would say like Bodo is really a gentle speaker, and I don't think that. And I think he had the intention truly to like smooth things over. Like, guys, calm down. He's not so bad. It was just like a
Questions are
misunderstanding.
good in a manner,
he was
right?
saying questions are. Christ asked you to knock, and He will answer. So he was trying to
Joseph had
encourage
a
like
question.
smoothing over, but really it just kind of like unraveled it all again. So in his benefit, he's a gentle man, and he wasn't
Yeah.
trying to be. And he like knows the customs of the church. He was a missionary in Utah for 2 years, right? So he like saw how it's done here, but he really just had every intention of just smoothing it over, from my understanding. Not to speak for him, but it just kind of blew up in his face again. And then it obviously escalated once you were triggered in defense of your brother.
Yeah.
So what happened next? Just a high level.
The cops get called on us?
So no, you have a meeting actually with the stake president that Sunday.
Oh, that was
after-
before.
That same
Sorry, yeah.
Sunday.
Yeah, you had a
Oh,
meeting,
he calls me in. Yeah.
and that's when he threatens you.
So
with,
that's the
like,
first action from their side, actually calling me in for me violating, disrupting the meetings. It's like, it's dripping over the edge, right?
Had
Now-
you ever had a conversation with the stake president about your doubts, about your questions?
Never before the meeting they called me in.
That's mind blowing.
That is mind-blowing.
But was he
Yeah.
there after the opposing?
No.
Was he wasn't part of the
Oh, he was there.
meeting?
Yeah, I told
okay,
you.
so he
yeah.
was there.
Like he
at
said
the
he promised me
opposing.
we'll talk, and then
Yeah,
a month
yeah.
went
Well, that's
by,
what I'm saying.
and a month
Okay,
went by.
yeah.
Did he
Yeah.
ever
Not
try to
for
resolve
2 months
your
after me
concerns?
opposing. There is basically no
That's
feedback.
mind-boggling to me.
Yeah.
Like my stake president spent a year
Wow.
meeting with me weekly.
Wow.
I didn't do what you did, but I was doing a podcast globally, which some would say is worse.
Right.
But he spent a year with me, counseling with me
Talking.
to decide whether or not I could baptize my son. But that was a lot of time. Now the second stake president sent me a letter to excommunicate me, and we had never met before. So I guess I've experienced both. I've experienced a long-suffering stake
Right.
president,
Right.
and I've experienced one that had a
Right.
job to do, and
Right.
he was just going to do
And
the job.
he did say to us directly, I will be the one to excommunicate you, before we had
Yes.
really even
I've
said
heard that,
anything.
yeah.
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 Wow.
Okay, so this stake president was the latter type, where he just he called you to a meeting, that second sacrament meeting day in July,
Yes.
and said what?
I came in on my bike, rode the bike 5 minutes, like got into his office. They were all sitting down already, stake presidency, you know.
What they say?
It was pretty much like, you know, what happened that is like out of, you know, I mean, you just violated like basically the whole culture, the meeting, the people, do you know that there were
Everything.
peace, everything, you know, why, what's the, you know, I said, you didn't talk to me for so long. Like, this is the first meeting you call me in, and now 3 men are sitting here and they're gonna like, what are you gonna do now? Like, so can we finally talk? So I kept bringing up the doctrinal issues. The more I'm bringing that up, the more they're like shutting it down.
And it was
they're going
polygamy.
solely like to my actions.
Just list them. Polygamy. Don't go into details, but just polygamy. What else were you bringing up?
Priesthood ban, like, you know,
the priesthood
3
ban on black
visions,
people,
like, you know,
the first vision
like, I mean,
accounts.
name it. Like, what did I not bring up? You know,
Okay.
like Pullman, like re-edited like version of his
General conference talk.
general conference
whole
talk. You
talk.
know, stuff like this, everything.
So
you
stuff
know,
in the CES letter, stuff in the LDS discussion series.
it's very interesting because I've never read the CS letter.
Yeah.
You know, I've never read it.
Problems with the Book of Mormon, problems with the Book of,
Of
Abraham,
course,
all that
historicity,
stuff.
everything.
Okay,
right?
okay.
Like, yeah.
So you have that meeting, you try and talk about issues, they do what?
Shut down. It's all they want to talk about. Me violating the meetings.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Turning up like as a, you know,
Yeah.
as an apostate or whatever, he qualifies me. It becomes heated, right?
Yeah.
Then the counselor says, hey, you should have more respect for the leaders. Like, you don't, when they turn your mic off, you should sit down.
Yeah.
I said, really? Because they turned your mic off? and you know how it feels? I said, really? And then the other one is just like sitting in the corner. He's like, not really, you know, like, and then the stake president kind of cuts it and says like, this is too much contention. This is not of spirit. Like he gets challenged personally. I said, because I call him in front of his counselor, whatever. I call him by his name.
Yeah.
Okay. And it starts getting like really personal. Like he can't handle it anymore, you know, because I'm in there without a shirt, everything, you know. And then he says, I will share testimony now. And he starts by, I know. I let him finish, you know. And I said, I know, Brian, you know more than 8 billion people out there. The fact is that I don't know anymore. And you have all the answers. Do you even need anyone? Do you even need God? Because you know everything. I know nothing right now. And you're not interested and you're not willing to talk. And he kind of broke the meeting and invited me to read the Book of Mormon again, start like reading from the very beginning. I said, I did that. I did that for so long.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not about the Book of Mormon. It's about you treating people the way you treat me. It ended up bad. The next thing is,
I think that they also said like, we need you to promise. They said we need you to promise you're not going to do this anymore. And
I said, I don't know. And I said, I'm sorry, Brian, I don't know.
You couldn't.
I don't know what I'm going to do today, tomorrow, the next week, the next month. I don't know. I'm figuring out who I am, who is God, who is Christ. I don't know what I'm going to do. But you know for sure, because you say you know.
But then he
you
also,
know it all.
From my understanding of what you've told me, he like brought up your immigration status.
Yeah, he said
being a green card holder and kind of using that as leverage against him and threatening.
Are you
him
even a citizen? What is your status? I said, why are you asking me that? What's got that to do with anything?
Oof.
You know, because if you keep doing this, you might be subject to arrest. We'll have to call the. So that was actually ending the meeting in that manner. I said, okay. So he said, what is it? Like I said, I don't know. Let's end up here. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
And we know what happened because in July 8th, you get a letter from Kirton McConkie, the church's famous law firm. And I'll read it really quickly.
Well, just to note, if you wanted to go chronologically, that was on a Sunday. The next Saturday, before an opportunity for Mitja to go back again, cops come to our home and ask for Mitja and his brother.
Oh.
My brother was taking a nap. I wake him up. Hey, cops are here for you and me.
Whoa.
By the way, he's like just here, just regular vacation, not a citizen, just on your 90-day visa, And
they're issuing a no trespassing order. And I said, would you tell me like who issued that? Like, was it the branch president or the stake president? Oh, I don't know.
Bishop.
Oh, sorry, Bishop. And they didn't give me an answer. So I call up the bishop. I say, hey, did you call the cops on us? He said, yeah, I did. So were you told to do so? Or is this your decision? Is this your inspiration? Whatever. And he started crying. And I said, you shouldn't be crying. You're called of God. Do you believe you're called of God? If you made that decision, then it's the right one. Then don't worry about it, because I don't worry. Why are you crying, brother? Yeah, because of this and that, and I don't know, it's so hard. No, absolutely. But like, what do I do? You stepped in these shoes. You're called of God. You shouldn't be worried. God's going to lead you through all of this. Right?
So the cops, did they do anything?
No.
They just issued the order and said you can't be on church property.
And then they backed it up with the letter.
He said you just can't be on church like local property here, like our personal chapel. He wasn't allowed on that property.
Okay.
And then the bishop did say like you could expect the letter coming soon as well, like a follow up. And so then 3 days later on Wednesday we got that letter.
But that's an unofficial letter. That's not from police department. That's not from the state,
This is from Kirton McConkie.
There's no signature.
It's the church's law firm.
Yeah, but there's no signature.
Yeah.
Like there's no people, like
yeah.
There's no date when that would end. There's no conditions, nothing. Like it's, sorry.
Let's just read it first.
Yeah.
And it says, your name, Mr. Lakner, we represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. This letter too is to inform you that you are prohibited from attending any meeting or entering any property owned, controlled, or associated with the church, wherever located, including but not limited to the church's chapels, stake centers, seminaries, institutes, headquarters, temples, mission homes, etc. You're prohibited from contacting any leader, volunteer, missionary, or employee of the church, whether by phone, electronically, in person, or via third party. You are also prohibited from entering any property owned by or controlled by our law firm, or from contacting our law firm. That's weird.
Yeah, right?
The law you can't even respond to the law firm writing you. So I guess they're wanting you to get a lawyer if they're going to have any further contact with you. The only exception to the foregoing limitations is that church leaders may reach out to you in the future to discuss a membership council. In other words, your excommunication. Their reaching out does not constitute permission for further correspondence, nor does it negate the efforts of the trespass. So they can contact you, but you can't contact them.
And basically, I can't talk to my wife because she's still a member.
Oh, that's interesting.
She's a volunteer. I can.
And your kids
according
are
to
members,
what they're writing,
and your brother's still a member, and that's interesting. Your neighbors are all Mormons. You know what I mean? Like, that's interesting. You are prohibited from responding to church leaders following any membership council. That's interesting. Your immediate compliance is required if you come onto the property described above or contact leaders, volunteers, missionaries, workers, or our law firm. In violation of these restrictions, church leaders or our office will call police, and you may be subject to arrest and prosecution, as well as additional restrictions for trespass and harassment.
Very nice.
Really quickly, if the church had actually, if your bishop or stake president had heard you ask all the questions, did their best to answer them, and said, sorry, these are the best answers we have. We see why you don't believe the church anymore, but, you know, we spent 5-10 hours with you trying to resolve your concerns. Do you think you would have approached it differently?
Oh, yeah, for sure. But it never happened.
You just felt disrespected and ignored, basically?
And the only meeting I got, it was confrontational because they're not willing to address the things that matter. Yeah. They're just qualifying my actions, which are consequences of you not talking to me. So where will it end? I would probably end, I didn't want to leave the church. And Sara was like, Mitja, come on. You want to leave church. Like, yeah.
It's just ironic because at that point, like, even though I was on my very silent journey, I was more out in ways like I wasn't wearing garments anymore. He was still wearing garments for a lot of time. Like, it was so weird that he was so not weird. It was just interesting that you were so vocally and verbally out and, wanting to set things straight, but still in ways that I was not in. And I was just that anyways. But when I read this letter, like, I just fell apart. I couldn't believe that this was actually something from the church. Like, I couldn't believe that was something from the building across the street from the temple, downtown. I couldn't believe that this was to my family. It's like, I know he pushed buttons. I know that it was culturally, like, not okay. But I'm like, this is threatening our livelihood of our family, like, with arrestment and, like, we're basically, it's putting him in a corner with his hands tied behind his back and duct tape across his mouth. Like, he's not allowed to talk or be around anyone. I'm like, he has zero, like, they're just trying to shut him out. And so I, like, honestly, I fell apart. I was crying, and I took that letter and I went straight to the bishop, and I walked in and I said, can I please talk to you? And he goes, yeah. And I'm like, no, like, somewhere private. So we went downstairs and I said, do you know what this is? Like, please read this. And I, like, threw it in his face, basically. And he was like, oh, yeah, I have a copy of this letter. And I was like, you have a copy of this letter? Like, you know about this? Like, I couldn't believe that the church could write something. To me, it was just so harsh and disturbing. It was just so wrong,
Even though he had done some acts pretty radical for Mormon?
I get that, but I just couldn't believe that, like, and maybe I was wrong to think this way, but I really couldn't beve that it had gone this far.
No, I see both sides, honestly.
I do too, but I still could not believe that it went this far to come from Church and Kirton McConkie. Thank you. Yeah. And it was so disturbing to me that I just said, like, why couldn't you have just, like, talked to him? Like, why did you involve police? Like, why did you involve this? Like, he's like, Sara, this is just protocol of the church. Like, if you call the police, you have to send this letter. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make it any better. Like, it just opened my eyes to how the church functions behind the doors, you know, with their, like, honestly, I feel like it was playing really dirty, you know. And I just said, I don't want to be a part of any organization that can treat its members this way, especially like our family, like you. He's like, well, I'm just really sad that you don't feel our love. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I mean, I lost it. I was not good. His kids could probably hear me upstairs. Like, I was talking really, like, it was like I had been silent through all of this, you know, and I just blew. I couldn't take it. I was like, this is absolutely insane that this is what it's coming to, you know. So I was just a mess that day. I just was crying. I went to a nail appointment right after. I just cried. So,
I mean, I'm of split minds. On the one hand, I'm like, you had every reason to be angry and upset that you had given so much to the church, joined it under false pretenses, given so much, and then when you had legitimate concerns, you weren't taken seriously and were ignored. And you literally relocated your family out of devotion to this church, and then you find out it's not true and you're disrespected. Yeah, cause a ruckus within the law, because that's commensurate with how severe the situation is. And on the other hand, I'm like, what the freak did you expect?
Sure.
You disrupt 2 sacrament meetings. Sure. You threaten everybody's testimonies, and you say you won't stop. Yeah, you're going to get a letter saying cease and desist. You stop disrupting these meetings and everybody's church experience.
Right.
Figure out a way to get the stake president, the bishop, to talk to you, or to go up the flag of church authority without disrupting multiple sacrament meetings.
Right.
3, a stake conference and 2 sacrament meetings.
Right.
You disrupted in socially violent ways. So I can see it. What do you think, Mark?
Is that how you personally feel? Like,
I'm just saying, that's when I put it in my Mormon brain. Right. When I process this story through my Mormon brain, it's interesting because some would say more, because Mormon Stories podcast, I did it 10 years before I was excommunicated. But some would say Mormon Stories was less disruptive because I wouldn't go to sacrament meeting and disrupt things. I would just keep things to myself, kind of keep it quiet. But then I was telling the world. But then the podcast was opt-in. You only listened if you wanted to. I wasn't like forcing the podcasts in people's face.
Sure.
So on the one hand, Mormon Stories was worse because it was going out to tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people and really disrupting
waking up
their lives once they chose it. On the other hand, yours was so personal. It was face-to-face, direct, in their face, when they just came to enjoy sacrament meeting and they were hearing for 3 meetings such violent social disruption. Like anyway, that's me processing.
Right. But like Sara said before, if they only let me read my whole testimony, what would happen? I'm trying to skip and like imagine. So I would finish my testimony, I would go home or sit down for the end of the meeting.
Yeah, if they had let you read the whole thing.
Exactly, if they didn't turn the mic off.
Yeah.
Because up until then, like, okay, I disagree. I can oppose because you ask me.
Yeah.
I'm not violating.
Yeah.
I'm not being aggressive. I'm not yelling at people. I'm not sending messages.
You're just being honest.
I'm not going behind leadership. Like, I want the leadership.
Yeah.
That's all I want. I love all the people. I don't want to bring the church down. I want to stay in this church and hope that is the true thing. I gave it 15 years. I'm locked into this church.
Right.
And you're being very direct. Like, I was hiding to the membership my true feelings and thoughts, at least within a church context.
Right.
You were just being open and honest and very direct.
Right. Yeah.
Not offensive, just direct.
And I was driven
honest.
in that way. If I knew how to be more like politically correct, you know, but like we've seen that, like, I don't know, like it just happened. Like, and I didn't.
Yeah. And I feel like, to me personally, I feel like you were known in the ward. You had taught elders quorum. You weren't hiding necessarily some of the ways you were feeling. You were less directly, what would I say, like a disruptor to the system at large and the meetings. But I do feel like you were identified in the ward for what, and it did affect our kids. And if you add, you weren't, this is the problem with comparing. He was directly confrontational to the powers that be, to the system. But you also had newspaper articles, local newspapers saying what was going on, and national newspaper. Like none of it is great. And that's why, for me, I fall on, like, what does a healthy system look like?
Yeah.
What is healthy activism and disruption look like?
Right.
What happens when you disrupt? And what do healthy systems do when you disrupt? That's where I like to kind of interplay with this, as opposed to...
The truth is, in Mormonism, there's no legitimate way to show concern or to confront the misinformation and the problematic truth claims. Right. There's no way to do that in a way that doesn't end badly for you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
There's no good way. Even if you handle it all behind the scenes, you're just going to be ostracized and dismissed.
But that's because church doesn't take the role of being active in these conversations.
Yeah.
They don't create a space.
Yeah.
I think that's
they
what your intention was. Like, you were trying to create a space where the church would have to be accountable and show up in a conversation. So you were like, I'm not going to let you get away with just sweeping it under the rug. I'm going to make you.
This is serious. This is confronting Christ, and you're saying you're the Church of Christ. How?
Yeah.
Like, let's talk about it at least. I'm very concerned, right?
I absolutely believe that the severity of this situation warrants your decisions. It's just culturally highly disruptive.
Yeah.
But the stakes are so high that your actions from that point of view are absolutely justified.
Yeah. I mean, see,
it was, and I just felt like I was in the middle of two horrible storms. I didn't like what he was doing, and I hated the way that the church was responding. I was like, talk about being Christ-like.
Yeah.
Like, you're not at all tolerating anything at all. I'm like, if anything, you're just creating more fear. And again, I began to see the red flags of the system, being like, wow, they're protecting the name of the church over his well-being, over the well-being of the entire congregation, because that was traumatizing for anyone there to be dismissed as a whole and to see such, heated discussion up there. It was like, man, everything is second to having the church name protected, and heaven forbid we ever say we have lost trust. I mean, it was really, in essence, all he said that set everything off. Yeah. Publicly.
So the next letter, we're not going to go deep into these documents because I've got so many and we're already 4.5 hours in. So, so the next letter I have is October 4th, where you're told about your disciplinary council. What did you do between receiving the Kirton McConkie letter in early July, and your receipt of this letter in early October that they were going to have a disciplinary council? Did you obey the...
No, I didn't go back to church.
No, there was zero action.
I didn't step on church property.
Did you keep trying to disrupt? Did you try and disrupt in any other way?
It was silence, just silence.
Okay.
We just did our own thing.
Ghost town, like...
How did the neighborhood treat you? How'd the ward
there
members...
is no neighborhood anymore.
What? What do you mean?
There is no, like...
No, just
no one talks to you. I don't see anyone in the street like this. Like, I'm pushing the stroller. We have a baby. I'm going around every evening. No one's talking. It feels like everyone's watching me, totally like exiled before excommunicated. That's how it felt. Toxic. I have to mention, there were cars pulling up to our building. And I'm like, Sara, looking through the blinds, like, what is this car doing here? Like, there's a light in the car, someone's sitting in the car. I don't know this person. I can't see it. It's dark. I go out on the back door, go around the building, eventually, trying to go past the car. The car drives away.
And where were they parked?
In front of us, our home.
Yeah.
In front of your house?
Yeah.
Well, we were in like a fourplex, so it was like...
So the church was probably sending security to kind of monitor you.
Something, I don't know. It just was weird. Like, why would that car drive away? Be there for 2 hours, 3? Like, we don't know the car. It never pulls up there. There's a light inside. Someone's on the phone. Something is happening,
and
right?
It's a dead end, by the way. We're at the end of a cul-de-sac, so like you are not down there to go out a different way.
So we were monitoring something, like,
No, on the day of my excommunication, there was a car parked in front of my house.
So creepy.
With somebody surveilling me.
Wow. That's so weird.
Yeah, that for sure happened.
Yeah, okay.
Horrible.
It's not out of
No, that totally happened with me too.
Okay.
That's so weird.
The only time I saw it was the day of my excommunication. Wow. But they were surveilling me for sure.
Yeah.
A guy with like a wire thing in his ear. Just like
No
police.
way.
Yeah. Okay, so you get a letter in October summoning you to a disciplinary council. It said the reasons were you have repeatedly acted in clear and deliberate public opposition to the church, its doctrine, its policies, or its leaders. You've shown a pattern of intentionally working to weaken the faith and activity of church members, and you continue to espouse false teachings after having been corrected by your priesthood leaders. Now that's a little bit weird,
right?
I'm not feeling really.
Well, it seems like they're listing the criteria for apostasy to decide whether you had violated any of those. But also you could look at that and say you're being accused of those things.
Exactly. Before
did you take
any
this?
serious debate happened, nothing, right? Like all my, all of my wishes, like to discuss the doctrines and get the answers, like we didn't even get to that. It's so fun. Like it's so funny. Like we never got to the very thing that disturbed me.
Yeah, because, the first one, repeatedly act in clear, deliberate public opposition to the church's doctrine or its policies or its leaders. All you did was vote opposed,
Yes.
which they invite you to do,
And I said that I lost trust in the LDS leadership.
and then they stopped you.
Yes.
So it's not like you had totally read the CES letter in sacrament meeting.
No, I didn't even touch, never ever. Like I mentioned it in the testimony that we didn't read, right? But I mentioned the issues that I have
But they
with the
didn't even
church,
let you
but we
read
never
that.
touched,
Yeah.
on a subject specific, right?
Yeah. And then it said you were trying to intentionally weaken the faith and activity of church members. It seemed like you were trying to get answers from the leaders.
Yeah.
I didn't get the sense that you were trying to mess with the faith
Proselyting
of
the
the
ideas
members.
to the
No, I'm not
members.
walking door to door and saying, hey,
But even saying if you've lost faith,
yeah.
that's you expressing what you're feeling. It's not necessarily, I guess by doing it publicly, they're saying
Right.
you're intentionally trying to weaken the faith of the members.
Maybe I posted something, social media. I was more and more because I needed to channel my, just no one's talking to me now.
But I've been in meetings where part of testimonies is sharing you're really struggling with your faith, or I've been in meetings like that.
Right.
So I don't know how to feel about that.
Okay. And then the last one is espousing false teachings. And I don't think you're espousing false teachings.
Probably they're referring, I don't know, to the very first message that was sent from here to my members in Slovenia, to the
Yeah.
No, false teaching. I never taught anything publicly.
Well, false teaching would be like,
having my own claims. This is
like polygamy is good,
yes,
or the
Whatever.
Catholic Church is true,
Yes.
or something that's an affirmative belief that's
Yes.
false doctrine.
I was never
Well,
like that.
when I'm found in space, when there's no claims, and I'm pushing all the claims away, and I'm just really genuinely asking.
Is it possible that this is kind of like a form
Yes.
Yeah,
letter?
yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
what
a
it-
handbook.
these are the
That's-
criteria for apostasy.
That is what it is feeling like.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
You read it.
And
It just
then
qualified me by the handbook, yeah.
And then interestingly, it goes on to say, this I've never heard before, given your recent behavior at church meetings, you are not invited to attend the disciplinary council in person. However, you may provide written statements from yourself and from persons who could provide relevant information. Following the membership council, you will be notified of the council's unified decision in writing. And then it basically says it hopes you will soften your heart, strengthen your faith in Jesus, and return to full fellowship.
To Jesus, huh? Strengthen your faith in Jesus when that is the actual cause of me asking questions.
Yeah.
What would Jesus do?
And I've never heard of someone being told they can't, I don't remember hearing someone being told they can't attend their own disciplinary council.
Because that's violation of the DNC.
DNC, Doctrine and Covenants, in the process there.
Their own scriptures. But also, this was the consequence of, the letter encompassed the fact that I was already on no trespassing order.
Yeah.
So I can't physically go there, right?
Yeah.
when I'm reaching out to him, let's meet outside. Let's talk still. Like, you know, I'm inviting the stake president.
At our home.
Yeah, they could have done it at a neutral location.
Oh, wherever. Come.
Yeah.
I said, my door is open. My home is open.
Yeah,
Come and let's talk like brethren, right?
You can't even ask them that because they said don't contact them.
Exactly.
So we don't have time, Sarah, to read. You wrote a letter to your stake president and the council members. Do you want to summarize, rather than what you've already shared?
Basically, I just said, President, since, you know, my husband has been silenced, I'm writing to you. I said, you don't really know who I am because you haven't reached out to me through any of the things that have happened with my husband in church, or even when cops were sent to my home, or even when we received such a disturbing letter from Kirton McConkie. I said, I haven't heard a word from you, yet I'm here the whole time. And I was like, you're going to be having a council regarding my husband, and that decision would affect my sealing, my marriage sealing in the temple that I worked my entire life for. And now a group of men who I've never met are going to cancel that without me being there, without my husband being there. I know it's a bit lengthy, but I basically poured out my heart saying like it just seems so backwards that y'all would send cops first and set legal restraints before you would give him the space to speak for himself in a fair court. And I said, if he's not allowed to, then please allow his other half, who's part of this sealing deal, to represent him and his family, since this will affect my life as well. And
your children.
My children, yeah, our family as a whole. And so I had never spoken so directly to a priesthood holder before. So I was really nervous to send it, but I had worked really, really hard on it. And of course, when he replied, it was just, well, he's basically caused all this drama himself, and it's his own case, you know, like, but we love you and hope that you can feel the love of Christ and find peace and all this. And I'm just like, oh, this is so painful. Like, I've just, my voice was just completely dismissed. And that was another part of the whole thing for me, that you can pour your heart out and have all of the evidence and you know, even like Doctrine and Covenants saying like he has to be there, you know, at a council, you know. I'm like, it just seems so un-Christ-like to handle it this way. But in the end,
Christ
it doesn't matter how much you've given, you can be you're just disposable. So.
And we'll include all these letters in a PDF or something afterwards if y'all want to get into them, because they're beautiful letters. We're just kind of short on time. And so then the stake president responds, and I'll just read a couple things really quickly.
Okay.
Sister Lakner, you know, thanks for your email. You left stake conference in April when Mitja began Mitja began disrupting the meeting with his noisy objections. When Elder Checketts and I met with him after the stake conference meeting, we asked Mitja if you would like to join us. We indicated our desire to have you join us. He declined in your behalf. Since then, I've reached out and invited Mitja to come visit with me. When he met with me and my counselors on July 2nd, so he's acting like he proactively reached out to you to talk to you.
Of course.
When in reality, he meets with you after your second disruption because he went a month without reaching out to you.
Yes.
Am I getting that right
How
or
is
not?
he bringing Sara in? Like when Sara left at the stake conference, I didn't know. I thought she went home. I'm by myself. We don't talk. We don't text. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like I didn't say anything about Sara.
I responded to him on that saying, like, again, I would love for you to ask me personally. You don't have to go through my husband. I am my own person. You're welcome to ask me if I would like to talk. But I was never given that courtesy at all either. And also in regards to Mitja's, he said noisy behavior, opposition. I said, we actually have footage of it, and he is standing up, which is visually, like, visually alarming maybe, but he wasn't aggressive, and he spoke very, like, calmly. I said it wasn't. We have proof of that if you want to see it, just to be reminded.
He goes on, right, when he met with me and my counselors on July 2nd, we had asked him to consider the impact of his decisions on you and your family. Likewise, I understand that your bishop has met with you and counseled with you and Mitja. He has heard you out and tried to minister to you when you have come to his home.
Yeah, and I said, please don't use the word minister, because what they did was not ministering.
Minister to you.
Yeah. You were not present when Mitja was so disruptive that the fast and testimony meeting he was in had to be terminated, and the other scheduled meetings for that day had to be canceled, and the members of your ward sent home early. Nor were you present when he and his brother caused a similar disruption the next month, complete with Mitja's brother yelling from the stand and Mitja yelling from the back of the chapel. There too, Mitja's behavior forced the termination of another set of meetings. Several members of the congregation are no longer attending out of fear of your husband and his unruly behavior toward them and their children. It is hard to imagine how hard this all is for you. You are in our prayers.
Wow. Like just hearing it again. Wow. It's just, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
He ends by saying, Sister Lakner, I continue to pray for you, for Mitja, you, your family, and now the many others that have been negatively affected by Mitja's unruly behavior. Ultimately, we desire all those affected to return to full participation with the saints as we together worship our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and strive to better emulate his perfect example.
Yeah.
Sincerely, your stake president.
I just said, I don't think he was there for like the first meeting as well. He may have been there for the second.
No.
He wasn't there for either. He was called in.
They called him over. Like,
so I'm like, you also were not there for either. And I've also spoken to members who were present. I've spoken to the bishop. I think in understanding who my husband is, I think I can picture how it went down. And yes, it's not okay. But, I just tried to say the way it was handled, like you keep wanting to blame everything on him, and he was part of the equation, but the church and the leadership definitely responded in a way that created, I believe, more trauma among the members than an example of Christ-like behavior and tolerance.
And on November 1st, Mitja, you received a letter basically saying the unified decision of the council, your disciplinary council was held with you not able to attend, and the unified decision of the council was to withdraw your membership from the church effective immediately, which is another way of saying excommunicated.
Yeah.
And they really didn't totally give reasons why, did they? I mean,
No.
They stated before. Yeah, like there's no conclusion to it, like what happened at the disciplinary,
all they said is they considered you for those same reasons, acting in, opposition to the church, working to weaken the faith and activity of other members, and espousing false teachings after having been corrected. But they really didn't tell you why, but
No.
it was just they didn't like your behavior.
Never had a communication, so we had to go viral, right? Like, it was the only way. I needed to start telling my story, so... but now it is in one piece. So, but after that, like fast forward just 2 sentences, like I appealed to the first presidency, it took a year to come back. The most ridiculous thing is that you appeal to the first presidency through the very stake president who will send their answer back to me.
They wouldn't give me the letter from the first presidency. They just told me what the letter said, but I didn't even get the letter.
So what is this?
Yeah.
Like how can this be sustained anywhere in the world in the 21st century?
You're saying it's not just. It's not
like
proper justice.
No, it's just not human. Like it's just.
And your membership?
It's been kind of a private journey for me since then.
Oh, you're not talking about that?
No, I can't. I ended up removing my records this last summer. I've never said that out loud really, but
how did that feel for you?
It was really scary.
Yeah.
But I felt like because it was scary, it was interesting that that's like one of the main reasons I didn't want to stick with it, because I thought they are threatening me with so much to lose by taking away, but like they haven't been a safe place for me or my family for a long time. So it's like I am really I'm just a really sensitive person. So I just felt like even like the energy of them being my leaders, even though I've disconnected myself from the church, was still like, I felt like they had like this, I felt a bit claustrophobic still. I didn't feel like I was free from their grasps, And so I just said for me to like, you know, I have my own reasons of everything. And again, like it's the emotional manipulation, it's everything, the shaming, but just the way I saw the church handle everything. And as we know, I wasn't super comfortable with what Mitja was doing. I understood his reasons behind it. I understood his heart. I knew it was coming off so, you know, not good in the eyes of the church and members and culture and everything. But even though I could see all of that, I still felt like they were just so aggressive in return, the way, so relentless, you know. And yeah, so I just had to part ways, and I have peace with it now, you know. And I'm all about just like, I honestly haven't talked about this story much since it happened, so it's been interesting to review it again. And and there's still feelings there and still mourning, but I'm really grateful for the life I have. And as much as I hated what he did, I felt like no one else in my personal circle would have ever pushed the buttons of the church the way he did. And so I would have never seen firsthand what can actually happen. And I've heard things like this in, you know, podcasts or whatever. And you're like, wow, there can be such like a intense side of, you know, protect the church first and everything. But to experience it firsthand, I think it was really necessary for me. So I saw some true colors come out that I would have never otherwise seen. So as painful as it was, and as much as it, like, you know, it's been hard for us to navigate together through this journey, like, I am grateful that it's happened, because it completely changed my life. And now we're starting another chapter, going back to Slovenia, and it'll be good.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting, I should say.
Yeah.
Who knows what it'll be. But
do you feel like you both are still kind of deconstructing and processing this event with your community, with your ward members, with leadership? Do you feel like you've done some rebuilding or been able to feel this sense of like creating new life yet that has, how would you describe that? Still mourning a great deal, grieving a great deal? Is it both? How would you talk about it?
It's, yeah, real short. It's, I mean, I've deconstructed and I still am like the Mormonism, right? But then we know how it takes you down to like, to the whole
Wider.
Christianity, right?
The Bible, Christianity.
Bible, you know, the whole history, the meaning. You're back where, I feel back where I was like when I was 19, 20, 25. Do you know? Like I'm starting again. Okay, we're here again. What is the purpose? Who are we?
That's right.
Right? Why is Gaza happening and the whole world is shutting their eyes, right? Where is God? I'm not even mad at politicians. Like, I mean, I am. I'm enraged. But like, where is God? The Almighty, the all-loving God, seeing his kids. Do you know what I mean? Like that's where I am, right? And it's everything mixed with politics and the way you're like immersed into this culture, American culture. Like you have to climb the ladders everywhere, every corner. It's career, it's church, it's like your local community. You have to be so prosperous. If you're not that ambitious, what are you doing with your life?
Right.
What am I doing? I'm trying to figure out like how I'm gonna heal all of this pain and trauma that I'm seeing and feeling like so lively, like for the first time in my life. I'm trying to save my marriage, trying to be the best dad that I can without religion, without too much politics. I'm trying to just be.
Yeah.
Right? I'm trying to know my wife for the first time in my life.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. We have a lot of work to do. We're going back to work.
well, I mean, you know, anyone who gets married in church, you know, you think you have your reasons of why it's going to work out and be good. And then you realize when all of the foundation that how we got together in the first place goes away, you really just, I mean, I feel like every couple looks at it like, do we still choose each other? Like, what is there between us that brought us together that wasn't church, you know?
Mm-hmm. What is our base?
So, yeah.
What is our base? What if
Right.
we never met on the bus? Like, where we, you know, but now we are, and we have these beautiful children. And like, I love Sara because she's an amazing woman, but I have to let her get her identity back. The church stole from the very beginning.
Yeah.
And we,
Well, Honestly, I feel like this whole story, as like significant as it was for that one very acute time capsule, it was so intense. Honestly, I feel like what affects me more now what I'm triggered by church more is like when I hear about the garments being altered without an explanation, or just blaming it on humidity, or like without apology for shaming our shoulders for all these years. It's like these things are what, like, honestly, I still carry on me. Like this whole like thing happened and it was really traumatic at the time, but I feel like it showed me some things that I wouldn't have seen otherwise, but like I can let it go and move on. Like I'm not at all affected by that letter the way I was when I first got it in the middle of all of that, right? Like I feel like it doesn't touch me the same way, but everything else about the church still touches me, and it like breaks my heart, and I'm grateful every day that I'm going to raise my daughters and my son in a world free from all that shame and manipulation.
Yeah.
And so I find a lot of strength in that, and that story is just part of the package for us, I guess, but it's not like a ruling thing for me today at all.
Yeah.
I think I've really let that part go, and I also am a person that doesn't like continually like once I've made a decision on something, I kind of close the door and I keep going, and some people say I'm not deconstructing enough, but I feel like if you've got one life to live, I'm going to go live it now.
Yes.
So it's a balance, but sometimes you just never know what's going to pop up and trigger you and make you start the grieving cycle all over again regarding the church,
Absolutely.
It's all different things. It's the voice of women, it's the image of control, like the control of how we dress, how we live, everything. All of that is so triggering to me. But this whole experience, it was really big at the time, and now I feel like it is what it is. It's fine.
I just feel we got a second chance, and now we can really like not blame it on anyone, not hide behind anyone, not any institution. It's Sara and Mitja.
Right.
What are we doing with this right now? Going forward 5-10 years, we're moving back to Slovenia. It's going to be a way simpler life. It's not going to be toxic, religiously toxic, because we're not going to participate. We love the traditions, which are mainly Catholic, but it's like kind of, the Christmas, Easter,
I have to ask, how far is Slovenia from Ukraine?
Hungary away.
One country away.
Yes.
So Hungary is between you and Ukraine.
Yes, but the war zones are on the east side.
Sure.
So Ukraine is really big.
But you're one country away from
Sure,
Ukraine.
just saying one country away, yeah.
So is there any concern about moving that close to a war zone? No?
No.
I'm surprised
We're a NATO member. NATO is coming down, as you know, like US is stepping out, kind of not financing, right? So they're trying to like...
But you don't think Putin will mess with NATO?
No way.
Really?
No way.
Okay.
That's another podcast. But
I was just curious.
Yeah. No,
you're not worried about that.
No.
Okay.
We wouldn't be moving like if...
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
No, I feel, you can't control anything, there could be an earthquake here tomorrow. It's just like everything's so out of our hands, but I don't feel nervous going back for that reason.
Yeah. Okay.
But a lot of people do bring that up. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a question. I feel like within the church, there was like a list of things that you would do to, let's just say if you needed comfort or, right? I'm curious, in the aftermath of all of this, are there certain things that have helped you in grieving or in processing difficult emotions when you're triggered?
Oh, what you guys did for me personally, like, am I answering correctly? Like with like the tools that you give to people who find themselves in situations, there's like, who knows who I would turn out to be like without you guys doing this for 20 years and me having access, like, and me working in a field that allowed me to internalize all of that, to like grieve by myself whenever we were like split in our transitions, it's just, thank you so much. I want to give thanks to you guys, seriously.
Oh, I don't think Margie was necessarily asking that. But
Not
you're
that.
saying listening to Mormon Stories episodes.
That's what I'm saying.
Listening to people's own faith journeys.
Absolutely.
helped
There's
you.
no better tool than to listen to people who went through their own journeys in their own way, but out of the same reasons, out of the same facts. Yeah, like it's just, and I'm so proud of Sara. Sara.
It sounds like hiking too, at least in the past, has been a place, right? Walking and hiking. And
Oh, yeah.
is there a physicality for
Yeah.
you in grief and working out or
Oh, that
getting your
helps so
body out?
much. Oh, yeah, just me and the universe. Call it God. I don't know who God is, if it's a body or not, or like I'm away. If there is, like I keep a little bit of hope still, but it's shrinking fast. I don't have a believing God anymore because I want God to show up. Do you know what I mean? Like if all this is wrong, if people can, bishops, presidents, all these structures, if they can do the manly, fallible work and hurt people or the whole communities for 200 years, let's say Mormonism or the whole Christianity, where is God in the midst of all of this? Where are you? I don't even care if you're in body or not. Or like, if we are all your people, if you wanted this story, right? Like, where are you? Show up, do something that we will all really kneel down today in the 21st century. Who cares what the religion it is? Who cares what profile we are? Show yourself. Stop the war. Feed the hungry.
Rescue the
Rescue the-
refugees.
Do it.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? You're almighty. Show up. I mean,
Yeah. Let's end with this. So let's suppose there's a spectrum. On one side of the spectrum is, for you, Sara, I wish I'd never served a mission in Croatia. I wish I'd never gone to Eastern Europe. Like, I wish just Eastern Europe had never happened, let alone Mitja or any of that, right? And for you, on that side of the spectrum, Mitja, is I wish I'd never learned about Mormonism. I wish I'd never joined Mormonism. I just regret it all. That's one side of the spectrum. And then the other side of the spectrum is, oh, I'm so happy I served a mission in Eastern Europe and I met Mitja, and was Mormon and was a missionary because I met Mitja, had my 3 kids, and it's all awesome because of what it's led to. And then for you, Mitja, I'm super glad my brother converted and then I converted and then I joined and I served all those years because it allowed me to find Sara and have 3 kids and to build this beautiful life. Where are each of you? Are you on one pole or the other or somewhere in the middle? So Mitja, you go first. You were nodding your head emphatically. So
And we'll say in this moment.
yeah.
absolutely grateful. I wouldn't change a thing.
So you're on that other
Wouldn't
extreme.
change a thing.
You wouldn't change literally a thing.
I think.
As angry as you were, as upset you were at being fooled.
All the emotions, the whole journey, 15 years, time, money, whatever, all the Sundays. I know today the church is not true, okay? And that's the lesson. It took me 15 years to find out, like, whatever. But life is true. And we happened. And we created something. And this is what I'm taking with me. Like, I look forward optimistically. I was always optimistic, like as a person, like I always looked forward, but I'm trying now to like slow down. I'm not focused on the future anymore. Just be present and just be and figure us out and life and still be with Christ in spirit and help the poor and
So someone would ask, if you're so happy with the outcome, why did you raise such a stink with your ward and stake if you're so happy with the outcome, whether it's true or not?
Because if my kid is stealing candies from the store, I need to teach him a lesson. I mean, it's that simple. That is not okay. That's not right, right?
So you wanted to teach the church a lesson?
Absolutely too. Yeah. Inside my own lesson that I got. What?
Valiant effort.
Do you think they learned that lesson?
Absolutely. Oh yeah, they're praising me. I feel sorry for people, for members, but that's why they chose. Like, and I have to respect that, and it's hard because naturally, I want to jump in and save the roof that's on fire, the arguing couple, the world that's falling apart. I'm always there. Like this is my life. Like, do you know how hard it is? Like to not be able to do it inside the community. But okay, we'll just do it the way I know. And
well, telling your story on Mormon Stories isn't a bad way to get the word out. You know what I mean?
Yes. Thank you.
This will reach at least 100,000 people or more.
Yes,
so.
and they will decide for themselves. Yeah.
Sarah, what's your answer?
I would never regret my mission. I loved it. Even if I don't agree with all the things about missions, like I said, like it was awesome. I loved it, and I probably too wouldn't change anything. I think I would change. I'm not maybe as extreme on nothing I wouldn't change, but
would you change me?
Yeah, I would ask if I had done that. But like I am grateful for we're going on 10 years this year. So
of marriage.
10 years of marriage, yeah.
Congrats.
So thank you.
Thank you.
And it is I don't know, I'm just grateful for life. Honestly, this whole thing is maybe just grateful for the fact that it happened now and not when I was in my 50s or 60s. That I'm 38 and I feel like I'm not young, but I am, and it's all good. And I don't know if I would have appreciated the life outside of this without having been in it the way I was. So that's why I wouldn't want to change it, because I wouldn't know if I could appreciate it. And I hope I can help my children appreciate it without having them go through it.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And but I do mourn my youth, my 20s. I mourn that I feel like there was a decade loss of Sara, and I do mourn, and I am a bit bitter at the way the church, like I trusted the church to rob me of that.
Yeah.
So, but overall, I feel like it's just part of life. It's a beautiful experience, and what are the odds that I would have been, I once thought I was so lucky. Of all the people in the world, I was born in the church. I was a member. I was born a member. How lucky am I? And now I think of it kind of jokingly, like, what are the odds that I was born in a cult? Like, that's so bizarre. It's painful to admit that, but it's kind of, it's crazy to think like, wow, it really was something quite radical. And I had no idea.
Yeah.
So.
Thanks for being so honest.
Yeah.
Both of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, one last question from me. I'm curious if there is a place where you feel hope right now. And if so, if there's, something you want to name that you hope for. And it can be for yourself, it can be for your kids, it can be, I really love the idea of something that you hope for yourself, though.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Is there anything that comes to mind?
Honestly, peace.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a lot of words I could say, but like peace with my family.
Yeah.
Has this affected your relationship with your family?
Mm-hmm. They're all, nice and cordial. There's been a few heated moments where there was some really hurtful things said, but I wish people could see that those who leave the church are not at all what we've always said they are. And and I know that what Mitja did was so not, it was, not okay in this culture, right? It did seem very aggressive, even though he never hurt anyone. He just was honest and very bold. I really wish that people could see the good heart in him and his intention that wasn't as clear, But I just want to be able to I would love to believe firmly in something again. I don't know if that'll happen again, honestly, because I feel like you can never believe something so strongly as what I believed before. And to have that completely fall apart, it's like, how would anything ever live up to that firm belief, And so my main belief is just, I don't know. We don't know, but we can hope for goodness. We can hope that we'll all be together forever. We can hope that my kids will grow in love and confidence and joy and feel that they are miraculous beings, And but I can only hope for things. And I do mourn feeling like I had the faith of knowledge, you know. But I don't know. It's like almost like you don't want it anymore, but you do. It's How do you explain it? I don't know.
Maybe
I feel
the
so many
security
things.
of knowledge.
Yeah, that
but
false security. I don't want the false security, but I do miss the sense of feeling safe. I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
And sometimes seeing all the chapels on every corner, it's just like a painful reminder. So I don't want to be running away, you know, moving abroad, but it is hard to be reminded daily of who I was and what we lost a sense of community and
Absolutely.
everything. But at the same time, it's so liberating, you know, like you're so grateful to be liberated into this new world and to the first time actually exercise faith that it's going to be okay. Because otherwise it's the scariest thing in the world, you know. But if there really is love out there, then I can say with an honest heart that like I'm in a good place because I've been honest with where I'm at. I'm not faking my beliefs anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you.
But it's,
I just love my family.
Mm-hmm.
We've got amazing little babes.
Mm.
Yeah, so we just want the best for them.
It's all good. We're gonna work it out. Our kids are okay.
Yeah. That's your hope.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you both.
But thanks for staying with me.
Thank you guys.
We honor your journey. We honor your story. Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Yeah.
What a beautiful ending. What a
You
beautiful
got
story.
it out of me.
All the love to you both.
Thank you.
As you, and may you get on some supportive soil
Yeah.
Yeah.
to grow and heal. Yeah.
Come and join us at the Adriatic Sea.
Mm.
Seriously. We'll do
That'd
a
be
thrive.
fun.
We'll do a
That'd be
thrive there. Yeah.
Thrive Slovenia.
Yeah. On
2026.
swimsuits.
For 5 people. No, I'm just kidding.
No, but it actually, you would be surprised. Yeah.
was just kidding.
No, I'm saying there, you know, there's a community growing there too.
Absolutely.
I believe.
All right, we're calling it Thrive Slovenia 2026.
Oh my gosh.
Buy your
I love
tickets
it.
today.
Yeah.
You have a place to stay.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Sara and Mitja, for your powerful, courageous, epic story. Thanks for coming on Mormon Stories.
Thank you, Margin. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
You're the champs.
Yeah. And thanks, Margie, for being here today. Thanks to Brooklyn and Julia for all their help. And thanks to you, our viewers and listeners. We couldn't do this without you. So big thanks to our donors that make all this possible. And just finally, we always just ask, if you aren't a donor, but you value this type of content, the way you can support it is to become a monthly donor at mormonstories.org. And then it always helps if you like these episodes, subscribe to the channels, share them, and we love your comments. We love your feedback, either in the comments or at mormonstories@gmail.com. And then if you want to appear on Mormon Stories, like these fine folks, you can just go to mormonstories.org, apply, record a 3-minute video, tell us why you think your story would resonate with our audience, and we'll reach out back to you. But thanks for joining us today. Hope you've enjoyed it. Be good to each other. Be kind to each other. We'll see you all again soon on another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast, and we'll see you at Slovenia Thrive 2026.